welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector, or apparently I'm the Hate Collector tonight. Joining me tonight, Reese2753.
Yes, I'm here. I'm hard. I'm ready to go.
Spine Rearrangey.
I thought for a second there you needed to change to the mic collector because you sound
Yeah.
like you're in an ocean.
See, I was waiting. No, it is the right mic. What?
Well, initially you sound like you were on
It
your
sounded
AirPods,
really weird.
But yeah, so I'm going to go snort a green line 743.
You do that while I welcome everybody else to the fifth circle of hell. We'll be taking your cock and balls now as you watch Cowboy Bebop, the live action, for your viewing pleasure.
Yeah, so tonight we are going to be discussing the Netflix live action adaptation of Cowboy Bebop. This is a normal podcast, though, so I've structured things in such a way where we can get into it relatively quickly. Now, if you guys would like to support us, best way to do that is by sharing this video with your friends, leaving us a like, doing all those good stuff. You can also fund us on Patreon. You can also fund the channel on Patreon, which is a per video thing that are unrelated to the podcast. You can shop on stealthweed.com. You can also shop on the one item I still haven't updated for the OCA podcast website, ocapodcast.com/store. And, you know, there's all sorts of ways. Just go to the support section. You'll find it. I believe in you. You can rape us monthly. Okay. Now, jumping right in. Japan is going to expand their immigration policy to allow foreign workers to stay indefinitely. So the Japanese government has announced an intention to expand their immigration policy to allow foreign workers to stay indefinitely. As the current policy exists, foreign workers are largely admitted in select industries, mostly white-collar businessmen. A 2019 reform expanded this consideration to blue-collar workers in understaffed sectors. But this was only up to 5 years and without admitting the workers' families. So for those of you guys who don't know, getting citizenship in Japan is literally impossible. As far as I understand it, you literally have to be born there. And if you are born there, like for instance, in high school, I had a friend who his family were missionaries, and they were in Japan when he was born. So he had dual citizenship between Japan and the U.S. But the Japanese, once you reach, I think, 21, I'm not sure the exact, it might be 20, might be 18, I don't remember. But once you get to a certain age, the Japanese actually, the government forces you to choose your citizenship.
Oh, geez.
You have to renounce your U.S. citizenship if you're joint between U.S. and Japan, or you have to renounce your Japanese citizenship. So it's very, very, very hard to get citizenship in Japan. But apparently you won't technically need citizenship to stay there now long term, as you are now going to be able to get your green card in Japan indefinitely. So, as Nikkei Asia reports, the intended reform would allow blue-collar workers in understaffed sectors to renew their visas indefinitely and make arrangements for the workers' families. The intention of this reform is to address labor shortages created by Japan's shrinking and aging population. According to the World Bank, which is the source that's used by Google when you search for Japan's population, the population of Japan peaked in 2008 at 128 million after experiencing slowing growth before it finally began declining. As of 2020, the population sits at 125 million people. So that's a reduction of 3 million people in over 10 years, right? Which might not seem like a lot, but you have to take into consideration the fact that the population that remains is quite elderly. It's much more elderly than other developed nations, right? So, the number has gone down, but it's not just that it went down; it's that it's extremely lopsided. Okay, now. In addition to an overall population decline, less than 60% of the population falls within ages 15 and 64, according to the Census Bureau of Japan. This means 28% over the age of 65. This means 28% are over the age of 65, and only 13% are under the age of 15. As deaths exceed births in the island nation, homes are being left unoccupied and jobs are being left unfilled. These changes to Japan's immigration policy are expected to occur as early as the 2022 fiscal year. So I'm bringing this up before we get into the Cowboy Bebop discussion because I think it's important to consider that Japan, as we know it, is going to change in the next couple of years, regardless of whether or not there is some sort of agenda to infiltrate and alter Japanese anime. And there definitely are agendas of that sort, which we'll discuss in the next article. But I think it's important to recognize that due to the lack of births in Japan, their population is going to be replaced by foreigners. So continuing here, unless you guys have something you want to say.
So two things. One, I guess they're opening their borders so anyone can cross the seas. They can just break in.
This is secretly, this is just their way of dealing with that Russian guy who swam to Japan, so they don't have to acknowledge whether or not the what were those islands? The Kunashir Islands belong to Russia or Japan. Yeah, secretly, that's what this is actually about.
And the other thing is, so basically, they're giving you an alternative citizenship, but they don't want to officially call it a citizenship because that would give them the win, and they want to maintain their citizen status.
Well,
it's
citizenship,
more authentic.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I think citizenship in Japan comes with it perks such as social welfare, maybe the ability to vote, those sort of things, right? So not having citizenship puts you at a disadvantage intentionally. The system is designed this way. So yeah, I would imagine frame substitution recursion attempt. Okay. That was weird. Let me close VLC. VLC, every time I try to take a screenshot, well, we'll talk about it when we get to the Cowboy Bebop discussion, which is coming up very soon. So here's the other thing I wanted to share before we get into that discussion. Tokyo gender equality proposal draws concerns from Love. Damn it. I read it this way previously, Love Live. From a Love Hina author over international perspective. I don't know why I keep doing that. I know Ken Nakamatsu is. Anyway, so the Tokyo Metropolitan Government has released plans for promoting gender equality, drawing concerns of censorship of anime and manga. As reported by J-List, the comprehensive plan for the promotion of gender equality was presented earlier this week. After a consultation phase concerning its contents, concluded on November 16th. Ultimately, the stated goal of the plan is to eliminate, quote, all forms of violence between men and women. Good luck. However, outspoken manga creator Ken Nakamatsu has expressed concerns over the document's vague definitions and potential chilling effects on free expression. This includes the international perspective on sexual and violent expression and the, quote, freedom not to be exposed to offensive expressions from media and public spaces. So effectively, they are trying to create a new freedom to trump free speech in order to book burn and bury ideas under the guise of protecting somebody else's freedom. So this is a tweet from Ken Nakamatsu. This translation from Nichiban says, quote, a draft revision of the Tokyo Metropolitan Government's comprehensive plan for the promotion of gender equality. It mentions the freedom not to be exposed to offensive expressions in mass media and public spaces, which scares me as a creator. This means I can't draw anything in Tokyo. This is a gross disregard for freedom of expression. The international perspective on sexual and violent expression is also too vague, and this will lead to the decline of Japanese culture. Akamatsu's largest concerns come from the plan's aforementioned, quote, international perspective, international perspective on sexual and violent expression, meaning that those following these guidelines could subject themselves to Western standards of acceptable content. As things stand right now, this plan exists as and remains as mere suggestions which haven't been codified in Japanese law. This is the third time Akamatsu has expressed his concerns over censorship of anime and manga. In June 2020, he stated his worries over manga being, quote, regulated by overseas standards, while praising Japan's freedom of expression. Quote, these comments came after speaking with the Japanese Diet, Japan's legislature. So, in case that wasn't clear, Ken Akamatsu is somebody that the Japanese Diet, their government, is consulting in regards to how these changes in the legislature, in the legal changes, and how things are regulated will affect the manga industry and the anime industry. So in June 2021, Akamatsu spoke at an online conference saying how, quote, if you don't go abroad, the political correctness problem isn't a battle at all, meaning that it only matters when the West gets involved and they start Karening it up, right? He also stated his own belief that series that sold themselves as politically correct would not sell much. I've heard that before. Go woke, go broke. Last month, the Japanese Communist Party came under fire for similar statements in their party's official platform. After criticism, however, the Japanese Communist Party quickly claimed that their intention is not to make any legal changes to free expression, instead dedicating themselves to creating a cultural shift away from such content. We talked about this previously. This is where the Japanese Communist Party said, hey, everybody, we think child porn is bad. And everybody said, yeah, no fucking duh, go away, right? All right. So, real quick, last thing before we jump into Cowboy Bebop. I would like to share with you just a quick feel-good story about the Japanese ambassador. God damn it, retail may not go away. So the Japanese ambassador in New York, during, I guess, Anime in New York City, in order to celebrate it. What's up?
He pulled an AC.
What I do?
He's wearing a Demon Slayer.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so he plays on electric guitar. And he also does the piano bit at the beginning, right? I guess I could show this. I just can't play it. I can't do the audio. Boy, you got a long one. Yeah. So he plays the electric guitar and plays the opening to Demon Slayer. And I just noticed that the girl that's playing with him has Nezuko's.
Oh my god.
Anyway, so that's kind of interesting. Anyway, let's get into this. So, sorry to assault you without a trigger warning. Cowboy Bebop's Mason Alexander Park. What? Where's that comment? Dude, where did that comment? I don't see any comments.
That one?
Not either.
Yeah.
That was from 5 o'clock. You weren't here.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so because I came back, it who scared me for a second. I thought I wasn't getting any comments at all coming in on StreamYard. Anyway, so Cowboy Bebop's Mason Alexander Park on Gren's new journey and righting the wrongs of the anime.
This took a very narrow dive into let's not be subtle about this.
Is it mansplaining why Cowboy Bebop is wrong?
I think it's worth reading this article. Now, Mason Alexander Park is this actor, the character here, the actor who played Gren in the live-action Netflix series. But before we read this article, I thought we might as well just jump in and talk about the series. Hey, Random Levin's here.
Hello.
How's it going?
All right.
So, I finished it, all 10 episodes. Reese finished it. FDD&M didn't, but he's almost there. Random Limit.
Greenline has watched the first 10 minutes.
I got to the part where Faye shows up, and then they capture her, and then I turned it off.
So not even one episode. Okay.
Not even one episode.
Well, Reese, I can't wait to have a riveting conversation with you tonight.
Oh, that's what gets me through the week. I mean, we can just yeet these three bozos. Yeet these three bozos. Just one-on-one. There we go.
Right on. So,
I suppose 7 out of 10
I'll be
isn't
returning
nearly
all my
enough.
donations now.
oh, fuck.
It was so bad, I could not get past Faye. Like,
Dude, the latest episode I watched, you would have like caved your S before it even finished because it's the Lesbo one with Faye. That was insufferably bad, especially Faye
seeing
moment.
2 pairs of feet.
Okay, give me a minute. I'm gonna pull up our. So I loaded up a bunch of the screenshots I took while working on collecting my thoughts and everything. And there's a couple things. So do you guys remember when we looked at the Netflix comic series for Cowboy Bebop? They're trying to continuate the series.
Yeah,
with
and I
the
know
comics.
where this is going.
I cannot talk tonight. I'm going to drink some alcohol. That'll help.
I can't talk. I just need to get more drunk, and it'll be good.
Anyway, yeah. So remember, I joked about Jet's dildo gun because it was drawn so horribly. Yeah. That canonically in the series is their
3 times.
net firing gun several times in the series. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's actually a thing that previously we
Did you see?
I overlooked at
Did you
least.
see my reply tweet to that one?
Yeah. I haven't seen Eurotrip, but I understand that's the unpronounceable safe word.
It's like the tri-dildo fucking gun.
I looked up what you typed. That's the safe word.
Yeah, but it's the same thing as the thing.
Okay.
That's the joke.
I don't know. Haven't seen it. So let me pull up. There's our Lupin reference.
Futuristic Fiat 500.
Yeah. So I started by taking screenshots of the Netflix. Oh, my kids are loud. The Netflix screen, which I was surprised to learn I could do, considering that if you do it like a screenshot on your phone, it's
Usually
completely
it says
black.
It's blocked.
Yeah, it's black, but all you can see are the controls. So like the time slider and everything. So later on, I got the series downloaded, and it's HDR, but the screenshots weren't. So I ran them through a filter, like a quick filter.
No. The screenshots are HDR. The problem is there's no decoder on the.
What I did was I ran them through a batch action in Photoshop in order to not make them as dull. So they aren't perfect because not all of them received the benefit of that. But anyway, now that explainer is out of the way, so episode 1 of the original anime is the one with Asimov and Katarina.
Mm-hmm.
And when we sort of talked about this series as it came up to the point where we ended up watching it, they had claimed that they weren't going to shot for shot remake. Yeah. And we had speculated previously because for some reason IMDb said that every single character except for the Teddy Bomber was in episode 1. All the characters that were only in one episode. And so turns out that was a lie, right? But I had speculated that what they were going to do is perhaps like a montage of them catching the characters from the anime and that they were going to start telling new stories. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. Yeah. They felt it was much more compelling to reshape the existing stories from the anime
in a modern perspective,
which didn't bother me as much as it could have.
is like the movie. Is the opening.
Oh, that was
dang movie. I was like, are you kidding
horrendous.
me?
Horrendous right at the beginning with the casino, the Watanabe casino, which I quoted on Twitter. I was like, it's so on the nose. I said, if it were any more on the nose, it'd be inside it. Right. Yeah, that was awful. That character with the disruptor, which is not, as far as I recall, something in the anime.
Exactly.
That just felt
so
like
I thought that part was stupid because they're like, oh, of course, it's a guy with a disruptor. What do you expect? And I'm just sitting here like, I don't know what the hell a disruptor does. I don't know what why I should care. And even the funnier part is when it blows a hole and then whatever space is sucking them in.
They start getting
They have a
sucked out.
convenience switch that puts a blast shield specifically there.
Right there. Yeah. Which the funniest thing about this, Reese and I were talking about it before the show tonight, that God knows that would be automatic.
Yeah.
Like you wouldn't have a button or a lever to pull unless actually I'd have to watch it again, but what if that lever is to stop like thieves or something from escaping, like in a jewelry store? I don't think it would be though, because
escaping out the side of the building.
The window.
Well, no, like leaving that section of the casino. You know what I mean? Like if there was,
but it would have to be a skirt all the way around the entire section, not just not just the one section of the wall.
Yeah, because that was just a wall, right?
It feels like they reached for the solution to their problem switch.
Yeah, it was really poorly constructed there. Now, I'm gonna go freeform here because this is gonna be too chaotic. But I'll just say this was pathetic compared to the anime.
Yeah.
Right.
Just had no emotional.
It was insulting.
Punch.
Unbelievable cringe.
Dude, I didn't even know she was shot up and stuff because I looked away for a moment.
I don't think she is. Well, I mean, yeah, she's shot up because she was in the ship.
No,
but
she
kept going for it.
But I wasn't looking at the screen at the time. So then by the time I looked up, I'm like, wait, how did this happen? Why is she all bloody? And why is everything destroyed? And I rewound it, and it was just a silent massacre. I'm like, oh, okay.
So one of the we read the reviews, like the pre-show reviews last podcast about like before it went live on the 19th, and what a common theme people kind of mentioned was the show sacrificed or just couldn't capture the moments of the anime. Like it was using the anime as a jumping off point and then butchering the payoffs, right? This particular moment in the anime is so good because she shoots Asimov in the head during.
You got the
Yeah, I've got the thing. It's overlay.
I keep thinking it's a screen sharing.
Right. So she shoots Asimov in the head.
She kills him.
Right, which was way more meaningful.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely way more meaningful.
Because she's trying to get away from this life, so...
Well, she knew that she couldn't survive with him.
Yeah, he was...
Well, she definitely wasn't going to be able to survive... Right. Well, see, it's... Let me put it this way. First of all, I can't believe they whitewashed her. Right? They couldn't have made her a fine Latina like she was in the anime. But
same with Asimov. They whitewashed him too.
I can barely remember what he even looked like. Although I got to say that the bit where he takes the bloody eye was
that was
epic
dumb.
cringe. Oh, that was so dumb. Especially so let me put it this way. He takes the bloody eye. The syndicate, who by the way looked fucking retarded because they were all wearing these like matching suits that were super.
And
obvious.
they showed up in fucking minivans or whatever.
Well, they come in, and in the anime, he's seeing stuff in slow motion to the point where he's dodging bullets at a certain point, right? Like the idea is, of course, that his brain is firing on so many cylinders.
Yeah,
that he's able to actually dodge things. Like he can physically see and process information that is allowing him to effectively dodge bullets, right? And then in the live action, he takes a shot straight to the chest like it's nothing, right? Now, that would be impressive if not for the fact that later, without Bloody Eye, Faye takes a shot to the chest like it's nothing when the sea rat people,
shoulder, but
right. Yeah. It's effectively the same place he got shot, and then Spike takes 2 shots in the last episode, one in the back shoulder and one in the front of his other shoulder, like it's nothing. Never seeks treatment, gets drunk, and then
passes out in the house. Yeah,
we meet up with the hellspawn that is Ed, right?
But, can I say something? I love how their solution to how do you get a bullet out of an arm? Just point a laser that just, I guess, melts it and doesn't burn your flesh.
There were so many problems with the series because Spike has scars that he shows off to Faye. They're like
that was so
wobbling with each other. That episode. Which episode was that? Was that the one where Jet is doing his own?
Yeah, Jet's I got to do my story things, and then
you find another job and it's like, oh, I can't pick this one. I can't pick this one. Oh, who you put away?
Let me.
That was so cringe. It was like
shower.
Oh,
I think it was like episode 6 or something.
That's episode 5.
Okay.
Episode 4
was the seed rat thing or the space rat thing.
Right. That's where the show I started to actually enjoy it. Also, I like to.
That was also turbo cringe.
It was cringe, but that was where the show started to feel like it was having some fun. Like I felt like, and it was also where they started to deviate a lot, right? So, in the original anime, the sea rat people, their terrorism is that they utilize. I don't remember if it's a gas or whatever, but they're de-evolving people back into monkeys, right? And in this one, they were using the terraforming thing to turn them into trees.
I was eating when the first tree thing happened. I'm like, oh, thanks. I needed that right now.
Yeah,
like,
so
holy shit.
I kind of liked the change that they used.
It felt acceptable.
So episode 5 is the one where Jet and
Fad.
Whatever, what was his name? Fad?
Fad. Yeah, F-A-D.
I could not care less about that part of it. Not that I cared about any of the other parts in particular, but it's just like it felt so empty.
Right. So his 357 mag license plate here. Also, I wanted I tweeted about this. Jet goes to his daughter's birthday dressed up as a freaking grease monkey mechanic and goes to meet his old partner, looking like Dapper Dan, right?
Wow. I keep forgetting how they changed his outfit, and that's what and how awful he looks. That it's just I'm a grease monkey. It's like, come on,
like, if you would just shave, we got 50 Cent. Come on.
So he wears an outfit very similar to this in the anime. So this is kind of I'm doing a terrible job directing these conversations, but because I got so many thoughts, my head's just swimming with them. But the thing is that I feel as though one of the major things that the anime or the live action suffered from is that it's because it's based on it. I was surprised to find out that legit was semen that we joked about previously. I thought maybe she cracked an egg and it was like an egg yolk or something. It's a different type of yolk, if you catch my drift. But it's
so the guy gets turned into a tree and he reaches into the crotch pocket to find.
Yeah, she's trying to get his phone
device.
Yeah.
And she's then trying to get his phone her hand out like that. So
yeah, she reaches into the spot where his crotch would have originally been, and to look like for pockets and stuff, and pulls out this goopy, disgusting
Which makes
mess.
No sense. That is like a pool.
Yeah, because his like testicles exploded or whatever. I don't know. Gross. Anyway, so what I'm trying to get at here, thank you for interrupting me, you bastards, is that in because it's based on an anime, they are utilizing the fact that what's different between a live action series and an anime series. One of the things that, or just anything like cartoon series, the characters have a uniform that they wear in every episode. And so in this particular episode, Faye is wearing like a more appropriate attire for the event or whatever she was going to. But every episode, Jet and Spike wear the same outfit, except for the one where Jet already had an excuse to change because in the anime, he wears something different. And I felt like something that I feel could have been a happy, alteration to the series would be if you captured the look that Spike has and you gave him, let's say, 4 or 5 different outfits that all have a similar sort of vibe to them. Maybe even get the original character designer to design new outfits for Spike to wear so that he's not always wearing the exact same carbon copy outfit, right? And same Jet is a little bit different because he's wearing like coveralls, so they could look very similar, because it's like a mechanic thing. But I felt like that was something that probably the show could have benefit from a little bit more. I would have liked to seen a deviation that took it away from feeling like a cheap B movie, because I feel like that's kind of what it ended up giving me at the end of the day, was that it felt like a self-parody, because of the sort of uniform aspect of them always wearing the same outfits because they were in the series. And I felt like it could have strayed away from that, and it would have been okay.
Was it the last episode they showed Spike pulling one of his jackets out, and it's just like the cartoon closet where all the shirts are the same?
Right. Yeah, something like that. Because that was the other thing I was trying to get at. So she got shot in the arm. This is, I guess, before they fix it, because it's still super bloody. Yeah. So you'll notice actually in the first episode, and it's a blink and you miss it moment. When Asimov goes to the hospital, that's the same procedure that they're doing to him. They're using the laser thing to heal up.
Exactly, to get it to 1,000 degrees, so it just evaporates in your arm and doesn't harm your skin.
Yeah. And again, this is another thing that it felt like a cartoon. You know what I mean? Like, it felt
like a cartoon because everyone was acting like a cartoon.
Right.
And,
it didn't feel grounded.
One of the stupidest parts was I guess I should reiterate it while it's on my mind, but I think the two, damn it, what was it? Oh, Dan's here. There was 2 things that I messaged you guys. One of the main things was like in this whole show, like all of the fighting and combat feels like not that it's in slow-mo, but it feels like everything is like in steps and phases. It's like hit, pause, hit, pause.
Oh.
And you even have the one part where the guy has his gun or whatever. He's like got the gun, and then you see a separate shot, and then it's like he repositions the angle of the gun before he moves his hand or something like that.
Which guy? You talking about the you talking about Helsing Gren guy?
It might have been that, but it's like they literally like do everything in such scripted and unnatural phases.
Yeah. So
the secondary point was that it feels like all of these episodes was like a standard 20-minute episode that they just dragged out artificially because they didn't have enough content to cover it. So half the episodes are just bickering and filler and bullcrap.
Right.
And it's like,
which is why they added Vicious and Julia into every single episode.
That's retarded.
Let's talk about that.
Quickly, my brother made the same point about, because he actually watched the show.
Unlike you. No.
He made the same point about the choreography of the fights being very like step 1, step 2, stop.
So
step 3.
yeah, it felt like none of the actors could actually fight. So they were choreographing things to jump in a stuntman or hide the fact that they can't fight with camera angles and cuts.
You saw
right?
him, Spike, fighting that wooden doll at the beginning. For some reason,
Which
that was
felt
so
really slow, right?
Well, he's like, chung, chung, ting.
Like when you watch Jackie Chan do that in a movie, like he'll start out slow and then he'll just go crazy with it, where it sounds like he's making music with how much he's hitting the different things, you know?
I was thinking, was he even practicing, like, going so stupidly slow paced? He's like, ching, chong, bing, bong. Like,
ding, dong.
Okay. Yeah, so let me just run through a couple of these real quick so I can stop focusing on them. There was this line. Sounds to me like blackmail. Damn right it is, because Jet, you are black and you are male. Why is black capitalized? Is it because she's referring to his name? That's weird.
You want it to be racist.
Even what is it? I saw. Oh god.
Really?
Oh
my god.
I saw on Twitter. What is it? The Mother's Basement was watching it and tweeting along with it. Even he didn't like it, but he was. He even tweeted out, "I thought this was. I didn't think this was a real thing." Or whatever. You'd think that he'd be the type of demographic that would praise. Oh, they said it. It said he's black and male.
Oh, the black and male thing? Okay.
Like,
who was this character even?
To be she was so weird. Like, she can't even speak. Why'd they hire her? Like, she's got such a...
She's an anime or Netflix original character.
Yeah. So okay, let me showcase some things here. So
also,
there was
she was implying that she wanted to smash with Jet,
right.
and
yeah,
the whole show. It feels like compared to the original Bebop, they're inserting so many references to like, oh yeah, she's like the cosmonaut, like presumably someone they smashed, and then it's like they make so many jokes to like, oh yeah, good with the mouth on and off the stage, and it's like, oh my god, Cowboy Bebop used to have such more refined dialogue or whatever, and they're just putting all this Netflix, we're millennials talk into it.
So I feel as though let me just, it's so hard to see what I'm looking at on these things.
You want black?
Oh god, there's so much shit. Oh, fuck, there was so much shit in this show. Okay, so god, there's so much to go through. Okay, well, CBC, actual news station in Cowboy Bebop. So at least they're working that.
That's
angle.
my in Cowboy Bebop. That's my country's national news, or mine.
Does
in
it
Random
have that logo?
Canada's Broadcasting Corporation.
Not quite the same logo, but pretty close.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm just trying to get my head around a lot of these things.
About
so
the
okay.
Bounty Hunter show? Did they
erotic lead.
Big Shots, yeah, they did. Okay, so I just want to mention real quick. Well, actually, I'll come back to this. Let's go to Bounty Hunters. Big Shots.
Did they nerf the blonde? They nerfed the blonde. Oh.
They nerfed her only in the sense that she wasn't busty enough to pull it off.
They didn't nerf the outfit. That's a super,
right.
From what I can tell. Wow.
Yeah, so I said this on Twitter. I'm like, I got to give them credit for trying. But why do Punch and Judy look exactly like I'd expect the porn parody of Big Shots to look?
Right.
I think it's because the whole show has this same look, but the background feels so fake and would you say green screened or something? It's like it's slightly out of focus.
Almost every backdrop was digitally replaced.
Probably, but it's like you can tell is the point. Like,
and the thing is that they had a couple of sets that were real. By the way, there's the Sea Rat shirt. Although that's not, as far as I can tell, the one that the characters wearing the Sea Rat shirts was even wearing.
Available Stealth Weeb coming next year.
Yeah, I was going to ask, do you guys want the live action one or the anime one?
The anime one, of course.
Let me show you the anime one again. I think I still have it in here. Maybe not. No, I guess I took that out, or I didn't have that in here. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, we'll that'll be a thing for sure. Then we had the Black Lives Matter Marxism fist.
Oh.
In some graffiti on. This was in Tijuana, which was an asteroid colony, if I recall. Right? Yeah. TJ knew Tijuana. That was in the asteroid colony. And then we had these guys who showed up in literally only the first episode.
Really? I thought they appear in almost every episode.
In the original anime.
Oh, they only appear in the. Okay, wow.
Yeah.
But not often enough to be recognizable.
Yeah.
Let's see. This bit. I'd say it's good to see you again, Chalmers, but it wasn't. It's like, who wrote this shit? This fucking dialogue. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, yeah. Then Reese, you pointed this one out to me. Netflix when in the last episode when Spike has to get he has to get through Shin and Lin to get to Vicious. Shin here, played by a woman. The female of the duo gets killed by Spike, and Netflix has it go, man grunts.
Ouch.
This bit, okay, so let's talk about the last episode real quick, Reese. So spoilers.
I'm not worried about that.
Okay, you know what? Okay, I'm going to stop playing with the
Wow,
bear.
they incorporate Jet's
I'm being spoiled
fictional
technically. I
daughter.
don't give a
Okay. Let me stop looking at those so I can get my thoughts out here without getting distracted. So here's the thing. I was trying to say before that episode 4 is where things start to pick up for me. As I said last podcast and previous podcast, I expected to like this the same way that I liked the live action Death Note, which is to say that I was able to distance it from the source material to the point where I could at least ride the roller coaster they were trying to create, even if it felt like I was on one of the kiddie rides, because it was so underdeveloped and not the same experience whatsoever. Like, for instance, let me give you a quick example. Reese, what did you think about the VHS tape in the Identikit?
I mean, do
you feel like they pulled it off? I felt I was apprehensive going in. So for those of you who don't remember, Faye has amnesia because
they really tell you that in this.
Well, they really, yes, in the live action they very much overdo it, but she in the original series receives a package with a Betamax tape in it, and this is the whole subplot of them trying to get a Betamax player and all that. And when they finally get it and they're able to watch it, it turns out that the tape that they received is a recording that Faye made as a child for herself in the future. And they put that plot into the show, or into the live action show. But it's just a VHS tape instead of a Betamax tape. They don't have to go looking for a VHS player. They just have one. The
difficulty in the live action was getting the kit.
Yeah,
that's fine. I'm just saying,
and I think it was the first episode, either Jet or Spike. They start playing a record. I was like, okay, how are they gonna if they this is episode 1 and this is me future thinking, how if they're gonna bring in how are they? Oh, what's this? I've never seen this before. What's this? Is this a tape? What do you eat it?
I've got to tell you, one of the biggest betrayals I felt in the series. So, when you watch the original series, do you for 1 minute get the vibe? Oh yeah, Spike, he's a big fan of jazz, and he listens to it all the time. And he talks about it, and Jet talks about it, and everybody talks about it because they all love jazz. They're just such big fans of jazz, right? Did you ever get that vibe?
Not once.
I feel like they really crammed that down my throat. Yeah. Because God, I was gonna make a list of all the things I wanted to hit, and I'm off the roadmap so hard right now.
And the one where they flash back with Jet, I made the comment about like, wow, they're really inserting all this musical lingo, trying to sound super like sophisticated, but it's like, he put a triple. He's playing a triplet, eighth, and a 16th all in one phrase. Amazing or whatever. And I'm like,
yeah.
What do you mean? That's like anyone could freaking do that pretty like with relative ease if you just plan it out.
The thing about it too is that if Jet was the one with Faye's backstory, where he was actually alive, and because it's like they do it like a old noir cop thing, right? In the original anime too, where
kind of sepia colored.
Well, kind of, but it's more like what I'm getting at is that in the anime they go to the drive-in movie or whatever, right? And they sort of have their bonding over.
They do that in the movie, not in the anime series, and that was a different cop.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I haven't finished my rewatch of the anime.
Yeah, they don't do that in the anime series.
But my point is that they are talking about like, oh, this jazz player, and they're talking about it like jazz is the new hot thing, and it's not existed, for at that point like over 100 years.
Yeah.
Right.
If not for a couple hundred years, like
2071.
So it feels really out of place because they make it about being like otaku for jazz instead of being, what they kind of made it. I don't remember how it goes in the original episode now.
They didn't have any kind of conversation like that.
It just feels. Okay, let me talk about the music from the show. I feel as though we were sort of excited and apprehensive over the idea that Yoko Kanno was going to be involved, but it took up until episode 5 for me to hear a new track.
5?
Yeah, and even then I couldn't really tell if it was a Yoko Kanno track or just some random crap, because it wasn't anything in particularly special for episode 5. I think later on there is some better stuff that comes in, but nothing that even touches the original score. And the worst part about it is that the anime score, like periodically while I was watching it, I watched the first 2 episodes of live action, and then when I was at work the next day, I was listening to the anime series, starting at episode 1 while I worked all day for like 8 hours, right? And the music in the anime series, which coincidentally is the exact same music that they use in the live action for the majority of it, in the anime it feels situationally appropriate. In the live action, it felt shoehorned in at every single step, right? And Reese, you told me you were upset that they used Steve Conti's version of Rain.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that's the version I like. Boy, does it not feel right at the end.
Is that Steve Conti's version? Or it was a different, maybe it might have been a different vocalist.
I think
entirely.
It's the original. I think it could be.
It feels like it sounds like him, but yeah.
But he's still alive. I mean, he could have easily done it to do a new version if they had wanted him to. But I really like that song a lot. But it felt so shoehorned in, like they were trying to utilize the music as like a nostalgia switch on the viewers, and it felt very unearned in practically every instance. And one of the things that really bothered me was what's the song that is Space Lion? That's what it's called, right?
Which one?
The one that Gren plays on the sax?
Yeah, Space Lion.
Yeah. So they took Space Lion and they used it in a meaningful moment for Spike instead of Faye, which felt a little betrayed by that, a little bit. the person whose backstory got the biggest rewrites, I felt like, was Faye, and perhaps that was okay. I'm ignoring Julia and Vicious for the majority of this, real quick, but I felt like that was probably necessary due to the fact that the character that deviates the most of the main crew is Faye from the original character, and I liked Daniela Pineda's take on. Let me rephrase that. Not the take on Faye. I liked Daniela Pineda's character. If we're divorcing these characters from
her performance,
I liked the character where like in the anime when Faye first gets introduced and they keep her handcuffed in the toilet, she's kind of like, please, like she's whiny, like my family is a bunch of gypsies. We're roaming, or what did she call it? We have Romani. Yeah, we have roaming souls. Blah blah blah, all that stuff. And then when it's Daniela Pineda, she gets introduced to Jet, and she goes, "Fuck you!" like it was so uncharacteristic that it kind of shocks you a little bit to the point where it's funny and you're kind of like tickled by how off the mark it is. And she was just a character. Like she was ironically the most cartoony of the bunch, right? Like when she's chasing after the people after getting shot in the arm and they steal her ship and she just goes, balls, right, as loud as she could. That was like, there were a bunch of bits where like her performance I felt like was it was the part I was looking forward to most in the series, right? Because it was so different. So I wasn't getting let down constantly by how they were delivering a subpar version of what we've already experienced with the anime, because at least I was getting something new, right?
No,
and so,
not right. Not right at all.
So what about Jet being an actual dad?
God, that it felt like that took so much of the time in the story, and I'm like, oh, God.
Okay, yeah, I agree. I felt like it was way. He didn't come across like a dad.
He
came across like a facsimile of a dad.
It changes this character so much because he's so, I need to buy the doll for my daughter, and I'm like,
yeah, and it was like really annoying with he's like, you don't want my daughter to have a birthday, and it's like, Jesus.
Yeah. If they had made it so that he once had a daughter and she died or something, maybe that could have worked a little bit better.
Well, so in the anime, there is a character who Alisa. In the live action, they pronounced her name wrong, Alyssa, even though it was still Alisa, which is not how you would spell Alyssa. When I watched this in my rewatch, because my attention was largely divided for a lot of my rewatch of this series, I read this as Jet's daughter, not his former lover. And particularly because the guy that she's seeing, when he's asking about, he's asking her about him, which is not something you would ask your ex about and have a conversation that didn't immediately turn into a shouting match, right? When he asks about that guy, she says something to the effect of, "Didn't you hear? We're married and have 3 kids." Or something like that. And then he's like, "What?" And she's like, "I'm just kidding." Kind of. And it's like, that's something that like a daughter says to her dad after they've been separated for a long time and had a rocky relationship where they're still on good terms, but they're not, there's some baggage there of him maybe not being there or whatever. Cause that's the kind of thing you would tease your dad with. Right. So I read it as this character was the daughter, not the former lover. Right, and I don't know. Maybe
is she supposed to be the former?
That's
lover?
fair.
Well, that's what Reese has led me to believe. Right, that I guess it outright explicitly is that way. But I read this character as being the daughter. So I was, when I hear that he's got a daughter, and I knew who it was because we looked at the IMDb thing. Well, actually, that again is why I don't think Jet is black. That was part of it because I thought that was his daughter. Look at the skin color. Right?
Yeah.
So, because black characters in Cowboy Bebop look like this.
Black as fuck.
Yeah.
Right? Now, the problem with this, of course, is that Hakim
He's a white guy.
It's also
is almost the same color as Jet. Right?
Yeah, but he had plastic surgery.
Right. So you're gonna have to reconcile.
Is
some
that
of
the
these
guy
things.
in the show, in the live action where they're on the roof with the porn sign?
Yes, it is.
So
Now-
they retroactively, instead of made it Michael Jacksoning, they made it he used a holographic. Yeah.
Right. So this is something I wanted to discuss. In the episode where the what are they called? The what rats? The space rats? What are they called? Sea rats?
Yeah,
Sea
the
rats,
sea-
right?
sea rats.
So in the episode in the anime with the sea rats, the character that the bounty is for at the beginning of that episode, who I think kind of looks like a character from Space Dandy, if I recall. He's like at the table and he's got all the girls around him. When they look at him through a device, like a camera device,
through the goggles.
Yeah, you see him with a different face, right? And so I kind of felt like what they were doing is they were taking this sort of technology that character in the anime
Or
may
at
have been
least the
using.
implication and running with it.
Right, and they applied it to Hakim. And now this is a great segue into one of the things that I very much liked about the series. Oh, there goes Random 11. Is that as the series progressed, the live action series, bits that they had set up in the early episodes start to pay off, right? And that is something that a long form sort of mini series like this is particularly good at. So I was very happy to see that they played to the strength of a Western series like this. And they didn't just try to shoehorn in all the stuff from the anime and call it a day, right? So one of the things was the existence of that technology, which they used at the end or towards the end, where Vicious double crosses Mao, right? Did you get that far, FTDM?
I got through episode 7 or something.
Nope.
So you didn't. So big spoilers for everyone else. We got. I'm pretty sure it's in here. I gotta share it if it's in here. Hold on.
We got one comment from Twitch, but that was like maybe half an hour ago.
Yeah, we'll address that after the discussion. That's from Leonardo, right? Mirage Leonardo.
Yeah.
How you doing, buddy? Do I know? Is it one of the few that? So I kept exceeding the limit of number of images I could load in here. I had to keep deleting a bunch. But I'm talking about the bit with the testicles, the eunuch. What? What even was that? Let me see if I can pull it for you. There's a character, Santiago. They call him the eunuch. And then it turns out, it's not because he's a eunuch. It's because he cuts the testicles off of people and eats them. Hold on, I got it right here.
All right.
It's like eating the heart of your enemy.
Yeah, so...
Feels like some of these liberties were made for the sole purpose of shocking you into thinking, whoa, Bebop wasn't as gritty or as explicit or as nude or something.
It is.
Like they put the Netflix quote flair on it and they're like, oh,
yeah,
you need to watch it. It's way
You'll never know true power until you've tasted the testicles of a man who has wronged you.
Oh, is that what he was eating in that little bowl?
Yeah, I guess so.
No, I think that was a fruit.
But it was supposed to evoke that they were testicle shaped or sized, and that's why Vicious is like, God damn it, like at that part. So Santiago has very little in the actual series. Like he doesn't really do anything. He's just part of the coup plot that Vicious cooks up, that technically Julia is orchestrating, in order to have a bit where they're going to have Mao Yenrai, who is one of the capos that he ropes together with him and Santiago to overthrow the syndicate. The idea is that she's going to bring him with irrefutable proof that he has double-crossed the elders to the elders so that he can be executed in front of them. And then she's going to take his katana and cut off his head for the elders. But at the last minute, he's going to break free. He'll get the katana and use it to take out the elders. So she double crosses him by cutting off his head, but it's not him, it's Santiago that he had
swapped places with using that digital manipulation facial stuff tech that Hakim had in order for when his head gets cut off, it digitizes and returns to Santiago. And that's when you realize, oh shit, Vicious is actually Santiago, and then he kills everyone. He saw this double cross coming.
Yeah. Now I got to tell you that when I saw that occur in the series, I felt like I have seen that in another movie somewhere. Like it felt so
similar,
deja vu-esque to me, like reminiscent of something. I couldn't tell you what. I felt like I had seen it before though. It was really weird. And then anyway, what I'm getting at is that they set something up all the way in like episode 3 that paid off in that episode. And then they also had established early on the holographic tech that they were using to, like when Jet goes to his daughter's recital, which was freaking amazing when he's like doing the dance, and then it's like him in that shop. Like it's like basically you're performing for Skype, right, kind of thing, but then like you're actually out in public at a Starbucks, performing in that same way. And that was a great little character bit.
Which was weird that he waved at his daughter, but the guy standing like mopping up whatever in the building he was actually in didn't really like. It should have something that says, "Hey, I'm like that," like an overlay on him that says, "I'm in something. I'm being in holograph."
Yeah, they were playing it for comedic. Effect,
yeah, I know.
But I agree. There really should be logically in the real world, this would be something that would be put in place, right? Yeah. Or like some sort of cloaking thing that would indicate, whatever. But it's kind of
something that's like projected over your head or something, like a sim sign.
Well, yeah. It kind of evoked to me the Bluetooth, right? Like a person on the street is talking, and it seems like they're talking to you, but they're on the phone, kind of thing. So that was, I think, that what they were sort of going for. But again, they utilized that tech that they established in the series that they used throughout the whole series, and they have a payoff at the end with Vicious that puts a monkey wrench into their plan, right? And again, it's like I could appreciate that they were planting seeds where the payoff to the seeds was, earned in the sense that they had at least shown it to me 10 episodes prior. You know what I mean?
But it's about two characters that they're retroactively giving all this story to.
Right. So that was a big issue with the series, is that Vicious, I would say, is a bigger departure from Vicious than Faye is from Faye. Right?
I think Julia has the biggest departure from out of the entire cast.
Hated her from the second she's on screen. Also, one of my screenshots in here is showing just how freaking fuzzy her upper lip was.
I didn't see that. I hate was it that episode where it starts with Faye putting her makeup on? It's so ASMR close. I'm like, oh god, can we not?
Which episode was that?
It was like when god damn, I feel like it was 4, maybe 5. It's like at the very beginning. She's putting on her makeup and you see like all the depths of her pores and everything.
I must have been looking something up while that was occurring. I don't remember that. But okay, so let me talk about some of the bits about the show that I liked a lot. one of my probably easily my favorite thing in the whole series was this. The synthetic sushi, Sinshi. I loved this bit of world building so much. Same thing with the Identikit. It was a title that tells you exactly what it is just by hearing it, right? Like, I thought that was so clever. And the logo here that has like the DNA strand, and it conveys synthetic sushi just in the name. But I thought it was extremely clever because it also, the SYN indicates it because it's the syndicate run Bloody Eye operation, right? It's the front for it. It was a very clever use of logo and words and everything. So I really very much enjoyed that. And then another thing I noticed that was kind of much more minor was that in the first episode, when you learn that the girl running around with Asimov is the daughter of Ellis Montgomery, who supposedly because he's rich and powerful, you would assume, okay, so he's like, he's in business and he's very wealthy. And so later on in the series, in Jet's episode, you see Montgomery Acme Gothic Wide, which is a font. Don't know what that's about. But you see the logo here, indicating that, the goods that Montgomery produces are being imported or exported or whatever from wherever. So I thought that was interesting that they're like tying it together with these little things. Just world building generally is going to have stuff like this. And I noticed it and appreciated it, even if it was a small thing. I didn't really know how I felt about them getting tips from Ed before they introduced Ed. And also the fact that the tip took them to the brain scratch, but
Landis Institute or whatever.
Right. And so there was this bit, which I thought was funny, that they put the 3, 2, 1 on the door. Because I thought it was going to be the funniest thing ever if he goes in there and they start undressing and he goes, "Let's jam," and they start smashing. I thought that would have been so fucking funny. And so in this whole thing where he's you haven't gotten to this part yet, but
I did.
Oh, you did? Oh yeah, because this is episode 6. Yeah, so you can tell, obviously, especially since I put those effects in it in Photoshop to improve the contrast and stuff. The backdrop and everything is it has a generative looking effect to it, right? Look at her hair, obviously. I mean, it's abundantly obvious when you're watching.
It basically looks like they did the exact process.
Oh,
what?
That's not from Photoshop? That's in the show?
No, he's in a simulation.
Oh, okay.
It looks exactly like what I try to do with upscaling. They put on the sharpening and the the upscaling basically just tries to de-blur, not de-blur.
Right.
It tries to blur things in such a way that it meshes together.
What do you call unsharpened mask? Well, this has like a fined edges effect going on top of
that. Is sharpening, yeah.
Right. So what I this easily was, just from a visual effects standpoint, my favorite thing about the entire series was this episode.
Maybe, but it felt so lazy. You could see the circle of.
I agree. At first, I hated it. Okay, because I felt like it was the cheapest effect ever. But then I realized that it actually was really important for them to do it this way, because what they're doing is they're giving you the sort of, like, it's most obvious with this one, but they're giving you the sort of effect you would get from an artificial intelligence upscaler, right? Or a artificially generated image through the generative adversarial network, machine learning, where they generate an image, kind of like the face app thing we did in the last podcast.
Yeah.
You can see this weird smoothness, right? And like this painterly effect where it doesn't quite, and it's got like, it's got smudging, and it's got like extremely defined edges, right? Like overly defined in a lot of ways, or it almost feels like clip art. And so I really appreciated this look because like another way they could have done this to give you little hints of the fact that it's like a simulation would have been if they had had like a wireframe peeking out in the background, or like textures were starting to
come in at the low resolutions,
or exactly like the LODs, like the characters in the background literally look like a video game character idle
they
animation.
Turn into GTA.
Yeah, exactly. Like these were things that they could have done, and it would have been more noticeable, and you would have got what they were going for if you weren't in the know as to what this effect that they actually went with was. But the reason I'm glad they didn't is because if they had gone that route, it would have given the impression that a person was involved in the creation of the assets being utilized to produce the simulation. But by doing this instead, it gives off the appropriate idea that it's a machine, artificial intelligence, developed by utilizing data that it's observed and producing reality through it, right? And that's why it looks like this weird painterly effect where it's stitching all this stuff together from all sorts of different places, which if they had the budget and the art team for it, as Spike starts to really unravel, it would have been amazing, because all they did was they just basically threw in a what do you call it, like a find edges filter that is, sort of in between the layers of it going through different steps. So it starts to get put into the actual process of this painterly effect that's getting added onto it to give it that
sharpen and upscale.
Right. So it would have been really cool if in the background buildings started to change, like they would jump to, now it has a different set number of windows, like it's running through that adversarial network of showing you fake backgrounds generated based on like the Google what's that one, the Google synthesis or whatever it's called, what I'm talking about, it's like you feed it an image and you can do like Van Gogh's Starry Night but applied to a different, it's a deep, what is it called? The neural, what I'm talking about? Google's neural deep learning, whatever, what I'm talking about. So that would have been, I think, interesting. But I was very like satisfied with just how it came out, because it was like, it was noticeable, and it looks way more noticeable in my version here because I ran it through that Photoshop filter to try to give it more color and everything. So it looks even more artificial here. But it really came across in the show. Like I really liked it. I really liked the effect that they came up with. Now speaking of the lesbianness,
hold up. Can we just take a moment to talk about his old name, Fearless? Like, is that canon?
Oh, cringe. No.
Turbo cringe, right?
I feel like the reason that they did that, it was a very calculated move. They decided to give Spike another name,
like Vicious,
because they needed to make Vicious less of a cringe name for a character, right? So they had to come up with another name
that was more cringe.
And it's just Syndicate Code made it to be Syndicate Code names.
Yeah, so that is, I think, entirely why they named him Fearless in the series. Is that all you wanted to say?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
I just want. Can we appreciate?
So I want to know.
Is?
Do you think this tattoo was made for the show, or do you think the actress literally just has this hideous, disgusting tattoo that looks like her neighbor did it?
That's a good question.
Reese is convinced that it was for the show because it's on the front of her bicep, which is a very bizarre place for it.
Is it just me, or does it look like the hand is actually like her right hand, but on the left side, and that's her pinky on the trigger? Why does it look like that?
Her hand looks messed up.
It looks messed up because they went autistically to make all of the fingers, and they're like, "Fuck, the gun is too small." Like the pinky is covering the butt of the gun.
They didn't give her the you have your palm, and then you have your thumb on the one side. On the other side, you have the section that's like below your pinky. They didn't give enough room for that. They kind of just like chopped it off. So it goes from the bottom of her pinky to her wrist, like at a weird angle. There should be more hand there.
That's what I'm saying. The bottom of her
I get
pinky
where you're saying
like
that it looks like it would be. I get
the opposite hand.
Yeah, so it seems like such a weird. I hate that it was in the intro. I hate that. I hated looking at it. It looks awful and disgusting. And then it ends up having the significance of literally just, hey, let me hit on you because you have a freaking railgun. Oh, God, that was dumb.
So that was an example of one of the most stupid forced payoffs that I've seen in the series.
Which then leads into this episode.
She's like, you need the big O or whatever. And
right.
During
that episode, Spike is
Bebop.
doing the best. John Cho's impression of freaking, what's his name? Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas character that is played by Johnny Depp. You know what I'm talking about? What's his name?
I haven't seen that. I just know Johnny Depp was in that.
You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, he did a great impression of him with the Hangover in that episode where he throws the whole tackle box and the fishing rod into the water because he can't thread the stupid thing.
Yeah.
I thought that that was the least Spike he felt in the show. I'm like, what is he doing? He's just miserable right now or whatever, and he's not even wearing the uniform. Or the outfit. But I'm like, this isn't Spike, but at least he's counteracting Faye's retardation. In a way.
So this episode,
and the mother Faye dynamic, like when they get to that valet parking where they're arguing, bickering like 12-year-olds, I'm like, this is awful. Oh my God.
I feel like that was probably the best part of the whole episode. Because it was such a bad episode.
Cringe.
And what I'm getting at here is that that one bit in the intro where the Minx does the Catholic like cross, right? And then you see the girl with the gun on her tattoo on her arm, right? Both of those characters are live action originals, and this character here is replacing Whitney from the anime, right? And they just like, well, the name's already Whitney, so we could just use it, right? This, of course, being this guy from the anime who transfers all of his debts to Faye after faking his own death. So I thought it was a creative episode. I take it or leave it, I guess.
I thought it was funny that the whole thing was basically just one big kink show between Whitney and the Mink.
Yeah, like right at the end, they use the safe word, and it's like, what the fuck? Right?
You made me kill Dimitri. He heard the safe word.
Yeah, I gotta say, I did kind of like how, like, it felt so stupid. That is the episode with the with Jet in the recital.
At the recital, yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah. So there were so many
I was
stupid
very
bits
worried that the recital would be an excuse to have like a Cuties sequel.
Well, they had a very bad like it was rocky, right? Watching it because they created the Minx guy as a like everybody was already scared of him because he was like the
biggest
weapons
dealer in the solar.
Yeah, so they were terrified of this guy, and the whole thing leads up to the moment where the safe word gets used and the whole charade just stops so that they can smash. I actually found it funny because the whole thing about the identikit, which is like the MacGuffin for Faye, up until that moment, it's like, oh, okay, well, she's got it now, I guess, right? Which I thought was
that episode was just like so unbelievably non-Bebop. Like,
yeah,
they pained me.
Well, yeah, so it was agreed, but and it was kind of funny because it's like that's where she gets her her ship from the show, right? Was
the Redfin? I think it's called the Redfin.
And so that was okay. Well, at least we got it, and we can move on, right? Kind of thing. Now I want to go back to the tape, the VHS tape, right? So I was really surprised. I feel like they pulled off the actual contents of the tape with her younger self. It gave me the same vibes as the contents of the tape from the anime, with the cheerleading and all that she does.
Do it, whatever comes your way. Go me, that kind of thing.
Right. But I will also say that today I rewatched the episode from the anime where they finally played the tape, and I got to tell you, it hits real different. It is so much more earned in the anime. Like there's
shows your friends.
It'll make you tear up, because you feel for the character in the anime, but you don't feel for the character in the show. Right. Meaning that the character in the anime is deeply flawed, and she has a lot of issues with her. But the character in the live action show could get hit by a bus, and life goes on. You know what I mean? So I felt like I don't know. I guess I'm just kind of brainstorming on my thought on it.
Hold up. I completely forgot this, but in the anime, isn't she like her whole gimmick is that she's after money? Like that's the whole thing.
Yeah, because she has this ginormous debt.
She has a huge amount of debt.
Yeah, and that's completely abandoned in the live action, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it is. It is abandoned.
It feels that way.
It is abandoned because
what identifying feature.
Well, what they did in the live action for her instead was she's not trying to pay off her debt. She's just solely interested in finding out her past. So she was where she would previously be interested in getting her like making money to pay off her debt. In this, she was trying to get her identikit so that she could then have clues to her past, right? So it felt like a appropriate change in the sense that they needed a better driving force for the cohesion they were trying to create with the slightly less episodic nature of the live action. Because in the anime, she just receives the package with the beta tape out of nowhere, right? It's like it's been bouncing around all over, different star systems and whatnot, and it finally gets to her somehow, and they have to pay cash on delivery, right? And that was a big thing in the anime. Whereas I don't know, I feel like this was a good alteration for the story they were attempting to tell here. Let me look at the also, how's it going, buddy? Make sure you subscribe. Let me see what we've got. Not that. Oh, I did want to bring this up. Something that got on my nerves was that literally everywhere possible, stuff is written.
Oh.
No. Stuff is written in katakana. Just simply because it's based on a Japanese property. Gasu, everything, everywhere was Japanese. It's like, do you think that Japan is going to be the like major exporter to space? It just felt a little bit weird in that regard. Like, I understand in the original anime because it's catering to a Japanese audience, right? So it's all going to be in Japanese for the most part. But
except strangely in the anime, I don't think I honestly, I don't remember seeing signed subs in the anime.
No, a lot of the stuff in the anime is in English.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Even like the songs, they're all in English.
Yeah.
Even in the Japanese dub, right?
And you'll recall in the Japanese opening that all of the text behind the characters is written in English, but in this one they autistically said, make it all katakana, right? Which felt forced again. So this bit, when Spike shoots at Vicious and this happens, I literally paused on this frame. My wife walked in the room. She knows I'm watching the live action Cowboy Bebop, that I'm not specifically that I'm watching it right at that moment, but that's what you would surmise from the fact that you know I am in the process of trying to watch it, right? So I paused right here and my wife says, "What is that?" And I'm like, "Yes," thinking, "Yeah, it's Vicious." And she goes, "Thomas Jefferson?"
I was thinking like a play version of Lucius Malfoy from Harry Potter. Like
that's what the vibe that he just gave off in, like, replace the katana with a wand,
right? Like,
right?
Yeah. The shot with the limb where he's in the back of the car. I wish I was like, please. Pull a Jigen. Like there's this one episode in the third part too, where Jigen is shooting at one spot constantly to get a bullet through this impenetrable sheet of glass. And it's like, come on, Spike, take another shot, shoot the bullet, do it.
Yeah, I was looking forward to that too.
Put us out of this misery.
Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh.
So, it's funny. His face is actually even more in this shape in the screenshot I just showed too.
So if you go back to the anime versus the live action Vicious,
yes,
I think they did such a what is it? His chin is way too swole in real life. He needs like
And how did you like seeing him shirtless when in the scene where he has to shoot Julia with a fucking Desert Eagle that's empty, where his like. He's extremely cut, but only his shoulders, of all things, are veiny as fuck.
Oh yeah, I noticed that. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Did you notice that both John Cho and this guy have like a ginormous indent in their chest? It like goes inwards. Do you guys know?
Who was the other person? I took out the AirPod as you said, and
John
this guy.
Cho and Vicious.
John Cho. Well, I do have a good old milk dud nipples John Cho over here. Where's that image? God, there are so. I'm scrolling forever. Where the fuck is it? Here it is. Okay.
I hated his hair and.
Oh, I hated it as Fearless.
Yeah, I fucking hate it. Obviously, it's the same hair, just held back with paper clips or hair clips.
Yeah,
like
and they're like, your hair.
Just give him the Harold and Kumar haircut.
I kind of wanted to do a deep fake and or like run him through the face app and make him young again. Oh. All right, so let's see. I think we've addressed most of the things that I put in here that I actually had something to say about. God, cringe, so bad.
I think
also the tattoo that felt stupid. Okay. Let's talk about her. So, I feel like, where are we? So they talked about how Julia in the anime is like a mythical creature. She exists almost exclusively in the background, right? And in the anime, she seems refined. She seems mysterious, but she has like a vibe to her where you could totally understand that a character like Spike would fall for her, right? Like he would actually be messed up over the fact that
he likes a woman that can kick his ass, right? So
I think not only that, he says that in the movie too. What's the girl's name in the movie?
Electra.
Electra. He says that I like a woman who can kick my ass to her. But in the anime, in like the next time on Cowboy Bebop segment, I think he says something like about like, or a woman who is real tough or like becomes feminine at a moment after being real. So he says something like, basically he's describing sort of like a tsundere or something. He says, "Ooh, I like that," right? Referring probably to the fact that this character of Julia is tough in the sense that like she doesn't seem like a frail.
She's the kind of person who'll bust your balls on first meeting.
Well, yeah, like she's not weak. But then there are moments where that strong exterior, that facade that a woman puts out because she's been wounded or whatever the reasoning is, fades away, and in a moment she's vulnerable to her partner. Right? That's the vibe I got of this character from the anime, and this girl, who kind of somewhat sort of almost looks like she could pull her off in this particular image, was anything but in the live action. Holy crap. I did not buy for a second that either of them fell in love with her. Like the only thing going for her is that she can sing in just that one scene. Dude, not even when she sings to Mao and it sounds cringe as fuck. Just in the one scene, and I believe that's somebody else singing. I'm pretty sure that was a Yoko Kanno song.
Hold on, that one scene, didn't she just like start randomly singing awkwardly in the midst of like tension? And I'm just like, why?
Yeah, that was when Mao said
when Mao wanted to hear her sing, which again,
that's what it was.
She sings in a bar for people as her job. So Mao asks her to sing for her, and Vicious is like, "No, she only sings for me." Right? Like,
what? Like, I don't remember this, and I just watched it last night. So,
but what I'm getting at is that like he takes it as an affront that Mao asks her to sing for her, and it's like, bro, do you not realize how much of a cuck you are? She sings for other people every night at Anna's bar, right? It just seems so forced and stupid.
By the way, isn't Anna's bar like completely made up at this point?
Yeah.
Like
this
everything
was Anna
around
in
that
the
bar.
anime.
I know, but isn't that's
completely different? Yeah.
Yeah, she's like a freaking.
She owns an anime
store.
Anime Anna owns a convenience store.
Like a convenience store where those kids try to steal the porn.
Right.
Convenience store. She's not even black, but we made her black and a very powerful status woman who runs this establishment that is very.
Let's get into our. Let me read this article about what Gren had to say. Let's see what. Let me address these. Matthew Roscoe says, I speed binged the Netflix run and it was painful, although it might have been painful due to me watching it while doing finals around this period. Well, that doesn't sound fun. But it probably helped you to really focus on your finals. You made the mistake of carrying the weight of watching the adaptation. I'm now going through my Tenchi Muyo DVD. See, talks my mind. Well,
it sounds like you're the right type of person for this channel.
Yeah, I think you would. I think you would very much appreciate what we have to say. Netflix Vicious looks like one of the crackheads in my town. Oh, that reminds me. I have to stop. I have to talk to you guys about something.
Can I take Gren off the screen? Okay.
Yes. Did I tell you guys? Did I tell you guys about the Squid Game obsessed customer I had?
No.
Okay. Remind me to come back to that later. I want to tell you about something else. So I went to the gas station at the end of my route the other day, and I went to fill up the truck with diesel. And I saw this guy in pajama pants, and presumably, just like a t-shirt, right? Presumably something he sleeps in, walking around, acting a little erratic, right? Now, I'm going to paint a picture for you about this guy. He had like a beard about as, let's say, thick as mine, maybe a little thicker, but then right here, like much thicker, right? Bright red orange, right? And I'm like, I identify him, I see that he's there, and I'm like, all right, well, I still got a job to do. So I start filling the truck. And the thing about this truck is that if you put the diesel in there, first of all, the fuel gauge doesn't go to full. It only goes to halfway, and halfway indicates that you're actually full. And when the light comes on because you're about to run out of gas, that means you're only halfway, right? So it's really important every day that when you fill up the truck, you have to know that you filled it up all the way. And the problem with these things is that as soon as you put the diesel in there and you clip the thing in so that it'll run until it's full and you walk away, like 10 seconds later, it's going to stop filling because it thinks it's already full. So you have to get close and listen as you're filling, because at the very end, you can hear it go like as it's getting towards the surface, right? So I'm sitting there. I've got my hat on, my sun hat, and I can see as I'm filling up, this guy's pajama pants come into my field of view, and he sits down on the curb of the pumps, right next to me as I'm filling up, and he's kind of like murmuring to himself. And I can't really, like, he's just, blah, 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 like, he's not actually saying actual words. I can't understand a word he's saying, right? And I'm filling up this tank, and it finally finishes, and I start to pull it out, and he says something like he's actually trying to talk to me. So I'm like, what's that, man? Are you all right? And he's like, like, just, he's like gibberish, right? I'm like, all right, man, take it easy. Screw that cat back on. Let's go. Get in the truck, and I start driving.
Fuck out of here.
In my
go.
I can see in the side mirror, I see this guy start to follow me on foot behind the truck, and I shit you not, he starts doing the Heil Hitler while doing the goose step. And he's it's the most bizarre experience. I will never. It's going to take a long time before a new work experience outdoes that one. I'll just say that. Don't let me forget to bring up the Squid Game thing later. Okay. So let's talk about what Mason Alexander Park had to say about Gren. So, Mason Alexander Park has spent their whole career hoping to, quote, exist as a queer person within a sci-fi world. And now they're about to appear in 2. Just recently, the non-binary star was cast as Desire, one of the Endless in Netflix's adaptation of Neil Gaiman's The Sandman. But before that, Mason has just made their debut as Gren in another Netflix adaptation, Cowboy Bebop. Despite the overall love fans feel for the original Cowboy Bebop anime, Gren has always proved to be a divisive character. On the one hand, it was incredibly progressive to see a 90s character describe themselves as, quote, both man and woman, but also neither. However, certain trans tropes were also intertwined with Gren's arc, making them a pivotal, yet still somewhat problematic icon for queer fans watching back home. Okay, so quiz time. What trans tropes could they be referring to?
I dare question to think.
Surely the only trope is the what the fuck? What are you? Right? That Faye gives them. Right? That's all I can think of that you would consider a trans trope. And it's only a trans trope by virtue of the fact that it is an experience that happens to Gren that presumably trans individuals also experience, because it is the natural reaction for a person who thinks you're going to be one thing to now see you naked and go, what the fuck? Right?
Yeah.
So now,
which is why you should be upfront about who you are before you.
Absolutely, number one, yes. But also, let's acknowledge the fact The character that happens to is Faye. You know, the person who has been in cryo sleep for like the last 50 years or whatever, who completely skipped over, you know, the whole trans rights Twitter wars, you know. Yeah. So, can you really blame her for being
right? I'm not realizing Faye is like the luckiest person in this whole series.
The luckiest person in the series is Azumanga, who dies in episode 1. All right, so thankfully, Netflix's new take on Cowboy Bebop has taken this opportunity to overhaul Gren's backstory and portray them fully as a non-binary character who is also played by a non-binary actor. So presumably, perhaps another. What's up?
Not accurate, as you pointed out before.
Not accurate, for sure. In fact, I would say that, look, I just want to establish so that this vibe is out there before I continue reading. Mason Alexander Park here, as they've already stated, is non-binary. And I think that their take in this article is actually very respectful. I agree with and appreciate the approach that they take and the understanding that they have on why fans don't agree, and that they have a very live and let live attitude towards the reactions, the fan reception. Okay. So I just want to say, in case it feels as though I'm attacking this actor, I actually have immense respect for them to be able to see that. So I hope it's clear that when I'm talking about Gren and the choices that the showrunners came up with for the character in the series, that I'm not actually. I actually think that this particular individual has a decently reasoned mind.
That's their real hair?
No, I don't think it is. I think that this was for the Cowboy Bebop
premiere.
Regardless, it looks awful.
That is their real tattoo, presumably the one that says gender and has it crossed out on their.
Really? I didn't even notice that was a thing.
I don't know if it showed up in the. I don't know if it showed up in the show because this scene doesn't actually show up, like this particular shot. This was a set photo.
I hate how they put Gren in the opening as if, it's so significant, we had to put him in the opening.
Same with the mechanic in episode 7. Like, holy shit.
Agreed. So that was a choice that I disliked.
Representation in our trans.
Well, actually, I completely disagree with that statement that you made. I don't think it mattered that they put Gren in the opening because they also put Pierre LeFou. They also put Anna. They also put Asimov and Katarina. They also put Hakim. They also put they also put the Minx and the mechanic, as we just said. Like, so it's not like they were making a statement by putting Gren
but because you can't recognize half of them because they're changed in some way, half of it doesn't land.
Yeah, well, I agree. I actually said, if you guys will recall, I said that I think that the number one thing I didn't want them to do, I didn't want them to recreate autistically the opening from the anime and use it as the live action opening. I was very much against the idea of doing that because I feel like it's way too on the nose, way too obvious of a decision. And what I would have preferred, like if you wanted to convince me that you were actually feeling the spirit of the series, I want you to do something new that would wow me, like, holy shit, this feels like it fits, right? That would have been a bold choice, and that's not what they did. However, I do want to mention one thing that I really dug about the series is, in the original opening to Cowboy Bebop, how they have the get everybody and your stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Mm-hmm. I actually really liked that they had a couple of cold openings where they would start with jumping right into the story and then going into the opening, and they took out the verbal 3, 2, 1, let's jam part.
Yeah, except for that one episode.
That was kind of cool.
Except for the one episode, they at the end of the cold opening, they started playing the song, and it said 3, 2, 1, like whatever 3, 2, 1.
Yeah,
and then they went into the opening. And it basically started the song over again.
It felt like that was a mistake. I think what Netflix might do, I think Netflix has a video file for the opening that it calls upon at a certain point in their series, and that's part of the way that they're able to skip the opening, right? Like the way that they have it set up to skip opening. Mm-hmm. And I'm pretty sure we have covered another anime series where they've utilized the same opening for the entirety of the series, whereas in the original broadcast, they had like 4 or 5 slightly different openings. Mm-hmm. I don't remember what we were talking about when we discovered that, but so I think they fucked themselves over. They forgot when they were producing it, and that particular one ends up resetting. But that actually can't be, because then the audio for the 3, 2, 1, let's jam would be there for all of them.
Yeah, it was in the cold open. It was in the actual.
Right, but what I'm saying is that I'm saying that because there are openings in it that omit the verbal, get everybody in their stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. That it can't be what I just described, where they're pulling from another thing. Unless they have 2 versions of it, and they should have had 3 versions, one that didn't start over right at the beginning. It just seemed like a misstep. Anyway, so let's see. Jason South says, new drinking game. Every time problematic comes up in an article, take a sip. I could do that. Also, wasn't Gren forced to be trans? Yes, we're going to get to this. Katarina saw the writing on the wall, right? Okay, so where was I? So thankfully... okay. I think I'm right here. Thankfully, Netflix's new take on Cowboy Bebop has taken this opportunity to overhaul Gren's backstory and portray them fully as a non-binary character who is also played by a non-binary actor. Okay, again. So wasn't Gren forced to be trans? Okay, so in the autistic world where only Black people can voice Black characters and all of that bullshit that is being force-fed onto Hollywood, where now trans characters can only be played by trans actors, and trans actors are going to be out of work because that's the only characters they can play, and they can't play straight characters, right? That's how this works, right? So
it's not how it's actually going to work, of course.
Of course not. So in the context here of a non-binary actor playing a non-binary character, if you actually wanted to get somebody who had the same lived experience of Gren, what you would need to do is
find
get
a
one
guy
of those
with implants.
No, you need to get one of those guys who they were born, and then as a child, their overly progressive parents decided they were trans and forced the hormone blockers and hormone therapy onto them. And then as an adult, they stopped taking them because they weren't actually trans. It was their delusional parents. And that guy could play Gren because that's what happened, right? Like,
or else get Meatloaf to play.
So I will say this: this character. Okay, they completely overlooked everything about Gren. Is in 2 episodes of the original anime, and it's a 2-parter.
Yeah,
everything that happens in those 2 episodes completely omitted from this series.
Right
now, I believe the reason for that is because they're going to do that in season 2. However,
oh no.
I don't think that's going to work, given how you ended season 1. but we'll just have to see. So, it felt really affirming, Mason tells us when we ask about their initial casting. Quote, I think it's rare for people to get it right when it comes to casting queer identities to play and tell a great story. So to have such an iconic queer-coded role be reclaimed by an openly queer person that hits the gender confusion outside the story was really exciting for me. Again.
Hold up. You were talking about how only such characters can be played by such people. So if this person's
those aren't my rules; those are their rules.
Well, sorry. Well, yeah, this is their rules.
Just to clarify.
By that logic, does that mean this person's not fit because they have genitals? They're not truly non-binary. They're binary.
Yeah, I didn't get the vibe that so this person claims to be non-binary, which doesn't mean trans, right? That's like one of their words.
Yeah.
I don't think this character this actor, I mean, I could be very wrong. I have no idea. I don't know that they actually have chesticles. Did you guys get that vibe that they had? I don't think they did. I mean, which seems weird because Gren in the anime does.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
It felt like a guy in a dress.
Right, and that's the thing.
Which was not Gren at all. He didn't wear a dress. He just looked like the allure of the original Gren was that he was masculine and charming to women, and then he
was a lady killer.
Oh, yeah. Oh wait, this is actually
this is an attractive man.
Right now, Gren.
Whereas Gren is like, oh, I'm totally
I'm a dude wearing a dress.
Guys.
Okay, hold up. How do I phrase this? I think that this actor and the showrunners who coordinated together about the direction they were going to take Gren, I think that they saw aspects of Gren that they wanted to see because it suited the version of Gren that they wanted to make, right? So this picture of Gren is from the first episode in the two-part episode. In the second one, he is wearing what you might describe as a dress. I wouldn't describe it that way. I would describe it almost more like a toga. It's a weird outfit, but you get the vibe that the character is more feminine in the second half of the two-part thing. But I'd have to rewatch it to I'd have to rewatch it to really, get
I'd call it a bathrobe because you just got out of the shower.
No, I'm talking about like it's like a here. What episode?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Is it episode 12? 13?
13 was the last one of the two-part. When they're outside. Yeah, okay. I remember.
So hold on. So yeah, when you see him,
I thought you were talking about when they were still in the apartment.
Yeah, he is wearing a bathrobe.
Yeah.
And then, when he dies and he asks Spike to put him in the ship or whatever. Mm-hmm. Also, Jet has a completely different outfit in this one because he's cold. There's another thing. Spike wears that big puffy jacket, the red maroon jacket, because they're on whatever place that is that's really cold. That's another thing they could have done. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna grab a screenshot and I'll load it in here real quick so you can see what I'm talking about. So I think that they're reaching to establish lore that would justify the character that they created. Any second now.
I remember when you said, "Oh, when has Netflix actually gone too far or whatever?"
No, that's not what I said. I said that Netflix doesn't go as far as we always expect them to go.
Even though, the writing was on the wall when we forgot about, Gren immediately being like, "Here's Gren."
So again, this outfit. Okay, okay, here we go. So I think that they are making an error in judgment here, in assuming that Gren is in the anime the way that Gren is in their series, because they're looking at. Hold on, it's uploading. They're looking at this and assuming that's a dress, but what is actually, first of all, there's pants and stuff. This is like a Middle Eastern-y sort of setup garb, and the only reason that you've got the boobs is because
He didn't put the route back on.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Oh.
Now, again, Gren in the original is extremely
masculine.
Obviously, he's living the way that he is because he is a man and was born a man, right? This wasn't a choice,
right?
To start growing the breasticles, right? Yeah. So, yeah, I think that they're. Oh, what the fuck? I was still seeing it on the other screen because it was the VLC player. Okay. So they go on to say, Digital Spy, which is the outlet we're reading from, says, Digital Spy caught up with Mason to discuss Gren's reimagining, the intense fan response, and why their character wasn't supposed to arrive until season 2. What's the fan response been like following your initial casting announcement? The fan response is very intense. With anything, it feels like a very mixed bag. People have very polarizing views of things that they love being adapted into any. People have very polarizing views of things that they love being adapted into any other format, which I completely understand. As a fan of many big franchises, I understand the bond that you create as an audience member with the story and the original context as you watch it. What's up?
They're a fan of big franchises too? What?
They're speaking to me.
Particularly where there were tons of people who were so excited by it and who had remembered watching the anime when they were younger, hearing the line, quote, "I am both at once and neither one," that Gren says in the anime. They felt very affirmed and seen, albeit Gren's situation in the anime contextually is obviously rooted in an unfortunate event. It's rooted in trauma.
But we decided to get rid of that.
But Gren has found comfort and stability and normalcy in their situation when we meet them within the show.
Oh my god, the pronouning on...
Right. So
they're assuming Gren's gender from the Bebop.
Again, So a lot of fans, I think, really understand the nuance of that, and we're very excited to see how we were going to take that a step further. And then there's obviously a lot of people, especially people who are not queer, who are not or who are not trans, who don't have a lot of experience with that kind of identity, that are arguing the semantics of the thing. They're sort of like, well, Gren is this and Gren is that. Gren can't be non-binary. Gren's not trans, which I think we've already established why we argue that point. That, I mean, you could say Gren is trans, but not by choice, right? Because I that is an interesting concept. You just assume trans is a choice that a person makes in order to transition from what they are into what they want to be.
I mean, one of the talking points is it's not a choice. Like, I'm born this way, that I'm actually a woman in a man's body.
Right, and that's the thing, is that it wasn't a choice, but he wasn't born that way. In fact, it's almost like the opposite, right?
I was about to say the reverse. It's like
Gren is literally born this way, quote unquote, male, right? And he's made into almost female. But that isn't how he identifies or lives. Therefore, you shouldn't be calling them they, right?
Exactly. That's what I mean by they're misgendering.
And he's actually sick and dying because of it.
Right. And so I would say that I think the actor is misunderstanding. And again, I think they've been extremely respectful about it in how they're addressing the feelings other people have. But I also think that they are jumping to the conclusion that Gren is such and such way simply because, oh, I am such and such way, and we seek meaning in our own life through, fiction and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
So they said, I understand where that camp might be coming from as well, especially if they don't have a lot of experience firsthand with the nuances of gender. If they're looking at it in a very cut and dry way, it's easy to feel like Gren's not this, Gren is this. And you really do have some kind of experience with dysmorphia you really do have to have some kind of experience with dysmorphia or gender confusion and gender playfulness to, I think, understand the original concept of the character and where Gren is now headed.
Well, not the first half of
hard
that.
Disagree, unless you would say that. I don't know. I hard disagree because, again, the character that they made in the live action series straight up is not the same character. Now, in season 2, I feel like they're going to probably
if
do a
there's
lot.
A season 2.
Well, they are talking as though there will be. But in season 2, I think that the plan that they have is to go through like the Titan War and see, because the big thing that they decided to do in season 1 was to flush out things that were only like there were background things in the anime, like what Vicious is up to, what Julia is up to, and make that into much more than it had to be for the live action. So I think that they're going to take the little, bits with the scorpion where Vicious like stabs the scorpion to save Gren when it's like a weird, moment between them. And they're going to expand that whole like in the trenches fighting the war on Titan. And that's going to just be like, I don't know, it's a whole episode instead of just, that flashback sequence. Right. And they're just going to drag it out and make it much more than it was, which isn't necessarily a bad thing in terms of like, I'm not going to complain that they're going to do that because what else are they going to do? There's a big spoiler for you guys who haven't finished it. You guys know in the original anime series when, I think it's like episode 8, when this occurs?
5.
When Spike goes to save Faye, but really just because he's trying to kill Vicious. Mm-hmm. And then he goes through the window and Greenbird plays or whatever. Yes, I do remember. Yes. Okay,
yeah,
great.
Yeah.
So, then at the end of the series, the original series, they have a different fight between Spike and Vicious that results in, if I recall correctly, in the final episode of Cowboy Bebop, during the fight between Spike and Vicious, isn't there a moment where Spike gets disarmed and Vicious, they both get disarmed and they literally switch weapons?
And then they kick them back to each other.
Okay, that is a thing, right? Yeah, I was surprised I didn't see that occur in the live action. So they took the scene here from episode 5 in the original series and they combined it in the live action with the final episode's fight, right? Which not a really terrible idea.
Not really, except since both of them are technically both alive. I mean,
okay, no. But I'm just saying, like the concept of combining them together so that you can have one big climax, iconic imagery, huge climax. Not a bad idea. But here's where it goes off the rails. So I was showing you earlier. Was it this one? No. God damn it. Oh, it's so impossible to find what I'm looking for. Oh, fuck me. Is it this one? Oh, God, that was such a cringe line when she said this part. Okay, so what happens is, I'm glad I have this in here, even though it's cringe. So
what's with
Jet's daughter, Kimmy, gets kidnapped by Vicious.
How he found out about Jet and the connection to Kimmy in the first place is never shown.
What?
How Vicious found out about Jet and then Kimmy and then thought, oh, hey, that's a good idea.
Right.
How that showed up.
It is forced. But the thing is that what occurs in the series is that Kimmy gets kidnapped, and then it is finally unveiled to Jet that Spike is a former syndicate hitman, basically. Right? And so Jet goes berserk on Spike. Because now his daughter's life hangs in the balance, and it's like, you're going to trade me Spike for Kimmy, right? So they have a big fight, just like sort of like, how the ending of the original anime goes real sour between the crew for a little bit, where they all kind of separate and everything. And Jet is going to hand over Spike in order to get Kimmy back. And Faye is like, we can't do that. That's absurd. He saved our lives many times, referring to Spike. And so she says, I won't carry that weight, which was the biggest cringe line of all of them so far in the series at that point, because it just felt so on the nose. And then Spike and Jet, or Spike in the trunk of Jet's car, go to Vicious. And then, unbeknownst to the audience, they had a what do you call it? A reconciliation on the way there. And they devised a plan that Spike would have guns in the trunk, and then when they came up to get Spike out, Jet would yell, "Now, Spike!" and Spike would shoot guns through the trunk of the car to kill the several people on the other side of the trunk, right? And then bust out and start shooting. But oh no! Vicious and Shin and Lin and Kimmy were a hologram the whole time. So they aren't actually there. And then they basically, all of the syndicate members come out of the Sinshi place, and they capture Spike and Jet. They tie him up in the church. They beat the shit out of him. Jet's arms all busted up, his robot arm, and all that shit.
Of course, the one arm he can afford to lose.
Yeah, right. At least, well, except that he gets his fucking leg like fucked up by Vicious later, and that was pretty hard to watch. But okay, so then the audience already knows where this is going to go. Of course, Faye's going to show up and save them at some point. Obvious. All I fucking wanted was this line here: "Shoot them before they shoot you." Huh? This is a quote from when Faye is first introduced in the anime, when she's in that like pawn shop, and she turns around with the MP5K and says, "The first rule of combat: shoot them before they shoot you." And she starts unloading the submachine gun at the guys outside. All I fucking wanted was for her to kick in the door of the church and just start unloading an MP5K on them and recreate that scene. And instead, she shoots into the church from outside, having no fucking idea where Spike or Jet are. They show it later. Yeah. They show it later that she's got like thermal imagery, so I guess she just assumes that it's the people who are tied up. So she shoots through the church from the outside, like busting up all the what do you call them, stained glass windows and stuff, with the machine guns attached to the ship she's in, right? And then it just like such crappy sequencing here. Compared to what I wanted them to do, but whatever, I'll let it slide. So then they go to leave, and Jet's leg is all fucked up because Vicious stomps on his shin and basically like breaks his kneecap or whatever. So he's like unable to carry Kimmy. So Spike is carrying Kimmy. Jet picks up a gun from one of the dead bodies, and then because Spike isn't impaired in his walking from his leg, he's walking ahead of Jet. And somebody is still alive, so they go to shoot, and Spike turns around to shield Kimmy, gets shot in the shoulder blade, and then Jet kills that person, and then they let him go, and they say, "Hey, I got to go back in there. Don't come looking for me. Don't help me," or whatever he says, and then he leaves and goes back in, and then that's where he kills Shin and Lin. Man grunts, right? And then this sequence takes place right here, right? And when it's all about to come to an end, Spike gets stabbed through his left shoulder, probably lucky for him, knocks the bullet out the other side, right?
Yeah.
I think it went through his shoulder, the bullet. It showed I think it showed the exit wound.
Did it? I don't know. Yeah. Poor Kimmy was right on the other side of it. She probably got covered in blood.
I was like,
so
that was really helpful.
So he stabs Spike just like in the anime kind of thing, right? And then freaking when all is like, oh no, Spike's gonna die, right? And then they're playing over the fact that Spike is supposed to have died in the
or supposed to go out the window at some point,
or either way, right? In the anime. Then Vicious gets shot from off screen, and it's Julia. Julia has come to rescue Spike. And then she immediately, Daenerys Targaryen levels, turns on him in the stupidest, most unearned thing since the ending to Game of Thrones and shoots Spike out the fucking window. And then she decides, I'm going to rule the syndicate. All of this was my clever plan to get on top, even though I'm literally a fucking jazz singer.
Wow.
Stupidest ending ever. Just pathetic.
And then chains Vicious to a furnace in the basement.
Look, if you had... Look, they show you, they illustrate on their way there that she's coy. She's conniving in a way because she is going behind Vicious's back to try to get him to lose. I buy that. I don't buy her masterminding a plan to rule the syndicate just cuz.
Yeah, like the entire time before that, her character was all, oh, I need to get out of this. This lifestyle is bad for me. I'm getting caught up in all this crap. It's like, better rule the syndicate now. That'll solve that problem.
Terrible.
Also, once again, they are just digging their hole deeper for, yeah, we're just gonna make this character a character who was like virtually non-existent in the original, and we're just committing now. It's like, well, she has to be a huge character now.
And it's like here's the thing though. This is where I am the most torn on this ending. Almost every action that Spike takes in the anime is driven by his the person he became because of his history with Vicious and Julia. Now, supposedly the reason Spike dies in the final episode of the original anime is because Shinichiro Watanabe didn't want to get stuck making Cowboy Bebop for the rest of his life.
Yeah, but that's only like 26 episodes. He was really going to cut it off that
well, the show got canceled in Japan after the first 13.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you guys didn't know this?
No.
So the show got canceled in Japan because it was violent, and there was some violence occurring in Japan at the time the censors pulled it. So then there was there's a compilation episode.
Yeah, the Mishmash Blues.
Yeah, the Mishmash Blues that plays the just, the stuff you've seen up to this point.
The recap of the first 13 episodes.
Bebop.
Yeah.
Right? And so, so that is a thing that exists, right? And then they bring the show back and they finish it off at the 26th episode, right? And the movie that supposed to take place between episodes 22 and 23, although Reese disagrees.
How is he supposed to?
I actually have kind of changed my thoughts now.
Oh, you thought?
But there are 3 instances in the movie that support the opposite argument.
But,
3.
What is your argument? Where do you think it takes place?
I'd say it's a dream after. The movie is a dream Spike
that
is
his
having.
Corpse has afterwards.
Oh,
the movie is a dream that he's having.
That explains why he's such a badass motherfucker in the convenience store in his dream.
But
he fights that girl who can kick his ass that he loves. Yeah, it's a dream sequence. All right.
How does
rewatch the movie and pay close attention to the opening, the middle when he gets thrown out of the tram, and at the very end after the end credits. Pay very attention to that.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. There's a bunch of bits in the anime, especially in the movie, where you really feel the urgency of things. And they tried really hard twice that I can recall in the live action to really deliver on some urgency. First time being when episode 4 with the tree missile. Where Faye crashes her ship into the missile to save them.
That was stupid.
Yeah, it fell apart. Completely not living up to what I'm talking about in the movie and in the show, where where it really, like, there are moments where like shit is on the line, especially in the movie. There's numerous moments in the movie where things are like the consequences of the actions are extremely dire, and you're legitimately worried for the characters. Now, the other time that they tried to do that was when Spike is in the brain stack thing, and they're Dr. Londa's thing, and they have to go to Earth in order to destroy the server or whatever. Yeah. And even that, first of all, completely disregarding the fact that he crash lands the Bebop to save Spike, and there are 0 repair costs ever addressed.
Yeah.
He obliterates one of the engines on like a freaking mountain or something, if I recall correctly.
Something like
and
that.
And then
yeah.
we just don't acknowledge it. What did the mechanic fix the whole thing for free?
He was counting pennies to get that one small part, and he got the wrong one anyway.
Complete bullshit. And I liked the idea of, okay, so that was what I thought was really funny about it, and I totally forgot about it after the episode was over. But he had to crash land on Earth, and it's like, wow, can't wait to watch the next 5 episodes where they try without a functioning ship to get back to Spike, who has no goddamn idea what's happened because he's still underneath the Dr. Londas thing when they crash land on Earth, and they aren't going to get back to Mars anytime soon because that ship is fucked, right? Like, so
on Earth, of all things,
on Earth, yeah,
nobody lives anymore practically.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, how are you going to repair it?
Where's the parts coming from?
Exactly.
Delivery fees got to be astronomical.
Yeah, they go over to Tesla and just jury rig something like they did with that part that wasn't even supposed to go to the.
Through.
What's up?
They really thought this through, and
yeah,
also,
sure.
so basically, what you're telling
I'll be
me
back.
is Shinichiro Watanabe was where he's like, I don't want to make this the rest of my life, even though, as you say, it was canceled after the first 13. Like, where did he get this idea then? Was it the Western audience after the fact? Was like,
no, it was the idea that he had done it for a season. This is what they claim, and in fact, they might even say it in this article. But the idea is that he had, made the first 26 episodes. And he said that he didn't want to get stuck in a Star Trek situation where it never ends. And it's just constantly, for the rest of his life, he's still doing it. It's kind of like the idea of cutting it off, like ending the franchise on a good note so you don't make a million sequels and ruin it, I guess.
Well, is that a good note, though?
I don't know. Anyway, continuing here. What's the... I get rid of this. Okay, past this. I think I'm right here. Yeah. Given that the character was simultaneously groundbreaking and yet also a bit problematic back in the day,
it's only retroactively problematic to modern sensitivities. It was not problematic and still isn't. I don't see the problematic nature. Like, is it that, it wasn't willful transition, so it's like
he didn't embrace his inner woman.
yeah, that's what it is. He didn't accept it as transitioning or whatever.
Accept your boobies, bigot. So Mason Alexander Park said, I was really excited. We were in the midst of the pandemic. I was just very, very excited to have an opportunity to work. But there was fear involved in the recalibration of how we were going to approach the part.
I don't probably on your end, because you're thinking, how am I supposed to do this in a way that does suit my agenda? Like, I can't. We'll have to rewrite the character from scratch, which is what they did.
So he said, it felt necessary. I'm sorry. They said, it felt necessary to me. It felt important to me as an artist, as a non-binary person. It felt important to get it right. And to get it right for the representation aspects of it. Damn it. I got to take this call. Hold on. Talk amongst yourselves.
So, what is it? You know how people say, like, isn't there that new? Well, not new. Oh, geez, everyone's muted but Random 11. So you guys know how there's this, what is it? People use the phrasing person of color or whatever because like they're a person before they are their race. So with that in mind, are we supposed to call people like white people person of white, person of lack of color? That's the question. Because presumably that's going to be more respectful to say that we're a person before we're the color of our skin. So, survey says, like, what's the result? Do you think that's what we have to do? And of course, I think I'm soloing this right now. So, with Bebop, freaking, I think that what is it? So earlier, Brad was talking about Faye being like, I like this character, and all this stuff, but she absolutely is not Faye. Like all the things he highlighted, it's like she just seems like Danielle Pineda or whatever her name is, um, just being herself on screen in the same way that I was talking about how uh, Rimuru and Slime sounds like it's Brittany Karbowski as the character, not as it's Rimuru. So it's like in the same way, I don't accept uh, Danielle Pineda's uh, character as Faye. She isn't her at all, and because like strictly on that alone, I don't find it like I can't see the quote good in it because it feels like someone who's made a YouTube skit online. They just came into Netflix and they're like, oh, here, put my YouTube skit on this thing called Cowboy Bebop, and they're using it as a vessel. So like, yeah, like I can't see the quote the good aspects of like I like this character they made because they're not even remotely the same character, not even remotely. Cowboy Bebop before had this so the dialogue, it's all radically different than the tastes of the original Bebop. Um so this time around they have all this like they inserted a lot of profanity, and all the way characters speak is that they just talk they talk like they're quote millennials. Like they have all of these stupid witty little jokes that they put in everything, which is like the average Marvel dialogue. You know how they insert all these jokes randomly, especially like right before or after moments of tension. But like Bebop before had a sophistication to its dialogue where you could you actually like they wrote it in such a way that it was clever and it was earned, or you could or something like that. Um, but now it's like that they've added all of this like profanity and meme speak or whatever. It's like it's how do I put it? They've downgraded, they've cheapened the dialogue quality because like you can have dialogue that's full of profanity, everything. Like if you establish that, but when you are taking the source material and you change it in that way, you cheapen it. You've downgraded the quality, and it's not quote sophisticated anymore. The dialogue isn't clever. The dialogue is just stupid. Um, and then what is it? Yeah, there was that one. I think it was the lesbian episode with the lesbian mechanic. Frickin' there was that one moment, or sorry, there was three separate instances where Faye talked in this stupid manner where she mentioned something, and then Spike was this boomer in the situation where Spike was he's all like, "What now?" When they were playing like rock paper scissors, she just made up a new game just
Oh, yeah.
to avoid losing. hey Reese, I've been talking to seemingly myself for the last 2 minutes, but
how's that doing for you?
I was listening to you, but yes,
okay,
you're going.
good to know. But freaking, I'm talking about how Faye 3 times in that lesbian episode, I'm pretty sure, she says something, and then Boomer Spike says, "What now?" And then she has to explain it, and she has this weird cringe smile on her face, like, I'm young.
You don't know?
Yeah, exactly. She has the exact. That's the exact attitude, and she does it 3 separate times in the same episode. I think she's like, "Yeah, nuke roach something or whatever," as a really.
She did that also when she was describing the railgun, I think.
Yes, she was doing it as a diversion in the rock paper scissors thing to be like, "Oh, I didn't lose," but she she did 3 goddamn times. It's like Faye doesn't do this. She does not.
It's like they picked a theme for the episode and they had to go through the entire episode with that particular.
And she's like, "Yeah, shower, bath, shower." Like all this, I'm like, that. Oh, that's so not Faye. Faye doesn't talk like that. She isn't that stupid. and the shower, bath, shower. So what happened was in that episode, Spike and her are supposed. Oh, that wasn't the lesbian one. But yeah, her and Spike had to come. What is it?
They have to. They're trying to pick a bounty to go after because of this. This prison transport ship broke down and all the inmates are escaping.
That's when Jet is on his own doing his backstory thing, and then he's like, buddy up or whatever. Up.
And so they're just hanging out in the ship eventually, not even going after them, they're just shooting beers and sharing war stories.
They're quote bonding, but it feels so unbelievably forced and stupid. So it starts off in the episode where Spike's like, "Oh, what happened? The water. There's no hot water," and then Faye's like, "Oh, that was me. Shower, bath, shower." And they're trying to act as if it's this funny little I don't know, quirky thing that Faye does. She's like, "Yeah, you gotta
shower off the grime, and then take the bath to exfoliate, do all the other bullshit, and then shower again to rinse off or whatever."
And it's like, I'm pretty sure it's like, why would you have to have 3? You could.
There's a shower scene in the live action. What?
No.
They just described this.
But what I don't understand is where the fuck's all this water coming from?
A reservoir of sorts that they fill up.
Yeah, but if they're taking 3 showers each and filling a bathtub, that's water. I mean, unless they have a water treatment thing on the ship,
they're gonna run out quick. But hold on, it's like you'd think that you just have to take the bath and then take the shower after to get off the grime that you were stewing in, but whatever. I guess she's gonna do an absurd take 3 separate things.
Oh, you just take a bath in your own grime? Gross.
You think you got the grime off after you've already whatever. But anyway, the point is later on in the episode, he's like, I guess, right after, so right before the scene I'm about to describe, they were bitching about, she's like, oh, you don't think you it wasn't, you can't trust me. It was like, you don't think I'm
qualified
legit or whatever. Yeah. And he's like, no, of course not, or whatever. And then they start talking about their accolades, and that's when they show each other the scars, which I'm like, oh my god, this is stupid. But
that one dance scene, the tango or whatever it was,
that was awful too. And then she starts dancing with Ian, and I'm like, why are you doing this to make people go look? Oh,
which is the whole scene was so unbelievable. The dude would notice, oh, I'm not carrying 3 pounds on my ankle. What? I'm not going to notice that.
That guy easily would have noticed her taking off the weapons, for one. Second off, why would she not take the gun, when she grabs the gun, use it to kill him? Because she used the final weapon to kill him.
Well, because she couldn't go bend down. She kicked it away. She couldn't bend down to pick it up.
Well, that was
still.
No. She had it in her hands. That's
Oh
how
yeah,
she
that's
took
right.
it out.
Yeah.
So she could have grabbed it and then shot him instead of this
Yeah.
roundabout. Like I have to
Turn
drag
around
out
and
the
shoot him in
scene.
the dick or something.
Like no, in the head she could have easily done that.
Yeah, but while she's down there at his ankle, just quick turn around and shoot him in the dick.
But the other unbelievable part is that she drops to the ground. I guess he's not going to hear that giant clack. But disregarding that, still it's like.
Or
really?
notice her throwing the 2 knives at the table.
No one's gonna notice her kicking away the gun or hearing the slide or anything. And yeah, as you say, like throwing the throwing knives at the table, like easily.
Yeah. It was the gun, the knives, and then the knuckle dusters. And she used the knuckle duster last. It's like, what the fuck? That's the weakest thing.
Exactly.
Who carries that anyway?
You should have used the gun immediately. But anyway, regardless, so she was talking about her accolades, and she's like, yeah, I killed it, or I got this one guy, and he's like, no, you did not, type thing. And then the next scene, he's like, whoa, you totally did. And then literally the scene
mad props,
basically. And then
like
the scene after he's like, you know what, I got mad respect for you because this shower thing is great. What's that loofah thing you talked about? I'm like, shut up. They did not.
I mean, I get that the episode is supposed to be about Jet. We don't need this filler bullshit.
Well, no, they're also trying to just they're just trying to jankily throw together that Faye and Spike are bonding now. They came to terms with each other.
Welcome back. We missed you.
I'm just jankily trying to get my stupid AirPods to connect. Okay. So the bit with that was the episode where Jet and his old partner were investigating.
By the way, the guy what's his name? The Udai looked almost exactly like the anime counterpart. I was impressed with that.
I thought that too. Like I hadn't rewatched that episode, but when I saw that guy, I was like, "Holy shit, this is the guy from the anime!"
I was like, "Holy shit!" They actually got somebody who looked almost exactly like the dude. The shape of his chin and his eyes were almost perfect.
Yeah,
that was amazing.
I already forget who
that was. The episode where they're bonding over their.
Right.
I kind of actually liked that episode.
For the love of Satan, Brad, you are just being like different equals good.
No, that's not what I said. I kind of liked that episode, but not again. It's not that it's different from the anime. I'm looking at it from the perspective of if I'm not going into this show to experience an anime, but I'm going into the show to experience a short form mini or a long form miniseries. I felt like it was a good sort of character moment for them as these characters that were not the characters from the anime to have their bonding moment. But it was a little bit forced. In that it
was mega forced. It felt manufactured. It felt manufactured.
So to completely invalidate what I just said as a good because different, that was the moment where episode 4 is the one just before that with the
sea rat
the sea rat people. That was very close to the original story in the spirit of it, with a deviation and a detour for her identikit,
and a very cringy acting,
all that stuff, right? And the cringe ending, as you're saying, with her crashing into the rocket for some reason, and which was extremely forced. That whole thing, right, about the eco-terrorism and stuff. But then it leads into the first episode that does something that deviates a lot, right? And so for the rest of the people on the panel who didn't even get past the first couple episodes, this is where it finally takes a breath and stops being, trying so hard to just be the original, right? And so I would say that was a good moment of like a breath of fresh air for this series being something different. And then as it progresses into the following episodes, it kind of walks a better path of we've established something different and we're doing something a little different, and we're sort of further deviating and
I'm once again hearing different.
Well, they have to keep going further and further different in order to do their crazy, cringe, stupid Julia twist at the end.
But what is it? So they could have easily achieved everything in that episode without the characters, like their actual character traits being so different. Because it feels like this, the aspects that they changed. So the story, they're still tying really closely to what is it? They're taking the main points from the anime. But the thing that they are changing drastically is the goddamn characters. The character interactions, their personalities, and everything in that episode were so like ass backwards that like you couldn't even say like, yeah, they did a different thing and it worked out, because they were so unbelievably off the mark from the actual characteristics of the characters.
Did you feel like any of the characters felt like their counterparts?
Their counterparts?
Yeah, did you think that oh boy, this would be a great segue if I had already finished the previous article. We're going to get to this in just a minute. The answer is it looks like they will, but not as a movie. They're going to do it for season 2. We'll get to this in just a minute about the movie. Did you feel like, okay, Faye, not anything like the original. The only thing, let's separate backstory versus personality, right? The backstory of Spike is pretty close to the original. The backstory of Faye, pretty close to the original. The personality of Faye, nothing like the original. The personality of Spike, did you feel that it was reminiscent of the original?
No.
Maybe like 10%.
Yeah, like at most, right? It felt like John Cho was a better actor playing this character, not playing Spike, playing this character than I expected him to be. And what I mean by that is I felt sold on the character he was creating, but I did not feel sold that the character he was creating was a live action version of Spike.
Yeah.
Right? And there were a lot of bits. In fact, let me open up a certain tweet I previously
I'm so glad we're doing this discussion at the start of the podcast. We're 2.5 hours in already.
I feel like I felt like just in episode 1, I got that vibe for Spike.
You got the vibe.
He seemed like he's not the same Spike from the show.
Well, he's trying to sell it as he's an older, mature Spike, but it's like, what are you talking about?
I don't even think that. I think the one from the anime is more mature. This one,
yes. Oh yeah,
he's arguing with Jet a lot more.
Oh, that was
just in episode 1.
Oh my god!
Like in the anime, he's so like get along to go along, or however you want to say that.
He's go with the flow. Yeah. So that's like his whole thing is that he's he verbalizes his personal philosophy, this Bruce Lee, inspired philosophy of living, of being like water, going with the flow. These are things that he verbalizes numerous times in the anime series, and yet the live action adaptation, he was abrasive and a fucking asshole to Jet right at the beginning. And it's like the entire reason they needed to do that was because they needed the vicious Julia shit to be shoehorned in every single episode. So they needed Spike's like relationship to them to constantly be something that's in your face, so that when you finally get to the end, that there's payoff, which there wasn't. But in the original, the Syndicate isn't that important in half the episodes. Right?
This is only in it for 5 episodes.
Yeah. So they are just experiencing life as bounty hunters. Spike is carefree. He's go with the flow, and he's very relaxed and I can't come up with the word, but you know what I mean? Like the charm of the character is there, right? Whereas in this, it was shoehorned, and especially I don't know how Jet and Spike got any work done together.
Right.
I mean, it was literally, I guess, because in the first episode they immediately introduce the Syndicate, and they immediately make it something that's a contentious point between Spike and Jet, so that it creates a rocky operating procedure between them, to where it just becomes painful to watch, like in freaking Monsters Inc. when they get mad at each other and then make up at the end of the movie at the last minute, kind of thing. Like I detest this so freaking much, when a misunderstanding between characters, because they won't fucking talk to each other, I have to sit and watch them brood and get mad at each other and leave, and I have to sit there knowing they're going to get back together, and I just have to fucking wait for it. I hate that shit.
I can agree. There's all these anime where literally the cliche is that the harem protagonist is misunderstood because he fell on girl or something. It's like, oh, I see you're cheating on me, and then it's like, hold up, oh, I guess that was a misunderstanding, and then a minute later, something like that happens again. It's like, oh, I knew I couldn't trust him, and then the cycle repeats. And I'm like, how could you possibly misunderstand it after this many, after acknowledging that it's a misunderstanding the last 50 times?
Real quick, I just want to acknowledge this. I felt this was an apt way of putting it. Spike's careless walk doesn't fit at all. Yeah, he often puts on a goofy, careless front, but this is something that he can't help but take very, very seriously, referring to the sequence here where he goes into the church. He's wearing the trench coat in the anime, right? And that was, I think, a good indicator that this particular Twitter user had identified of something that they missed the mark on, right? Now, that would be a good face if this was the live action Baki instead of a live action Cowboy. You're referring to this one.
Oh, you know what? I'll give him that.
They also said this: Spike turning away from his current life and facing his past by literally walking away from a bright futuristic skyscraper city towards a dark realm full of old buildings. That clear delineation is obviously missing. So this is in the anime, right? You can see the bright cityscape in the background, as they said, and then the dark, look at the ground is destroyed. The trees aren't cared for. The lampposts are busted, right?
Dilapidated church.
And
activate windows.
This is how it worked out in the live action. Just bump it, bump, 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 bump. Like a clear miss. And I let me fucking finish this stupid ass article so we can move past it. Because it's I have so much I'm trying to get to and I just can't. So
it's overwhelming.
So he said, it felt necessary to me. It felt important to me as an artist, as a non-binary person. It felt important to get it right. And to get it right for the representation aspect of it and the storytelling aspect of it, as opposed to just the optics of it. Are people going to think that this is faithful to the original or not? No. You did exactly the thing that you said you weren't trying to do, and it just became a token thing. At the end of the day, that's what it is, because it is for the optics of, oh, look, trans, non-binary / whatever actor is what it ended up being. I think that Andre Nemec, our showrunner, and I were more concerned with Gren as an individual and how Gren's story will affect a new generation of the LGBTQIA+ youth. We wanted to make sure that it was an opportunity to right some of the uncomfortable wrongs of a film like The Crying Game that Gren's entire track is sort of based on. And then, plus, writing some of the issues in the anime. Do you guys know The Crying Game?
Nope.
I've heard the name.
So they're making it for a separate entire thing.
Yes. This right here was the eye-opening thing for me on why the live-action adaptation misses the mark so severely. Remember, they said that they instead of trying to recreate the anime, they revisited the things that that the anime was inspired by. So in this case, The Crying Game, the Dick Donner films from the 90s, Desperado, right, which they based the opening Asimov and Katarina bar fight and all that stuff on, right? So the Japanese have this indescribable way of experiencing things from other cultures and transmuting it into something vibrant and new that is distinctly Japanese, typically through games or anime or manga, that no other culture can absorb these things and output something that feels the way it feels coming from a Japanese creator, right? You look at things like Samurai Champloo or Cowboy Bebop or any number of other series where they are clearly influenced by something, but then the output. Like if you were to just take the random bits of all the things like sci-fi, like a sci-fi Western is effectively what Cowboy Bebop is. And
I don't know.
To try to put all the same ingredients together, you're not going to get the same thing or anything close to it from a Western perspective, especially, right? Because the thing that resonates, it's kind of like when I'm watching the scenes that have the when I'm watching, God damn it, where are you? When I'm watching this scene, right, this episode, I am absorbing in this different things than most people watching it because I as a visual effects artist, have experience working with, find edges and sharpen and artificial intelligence used to generate imagery and whatnot. And it distracted me, you could even say, from the actual plot of this episode because I was so captivated by it. Well, the culture in Japan is so unique compared to most cultures that a spaghetti Western are how cool the character looked drawing his gun versus, the exact, thing that happens in the sequence where the character draws his gun. So then what they take isn't so much the act, like the Western aspect of drawing the gun, and instead they look at the shape of the cowboy hat brim and they apply that to something completely different because that shape spoke to them, so to speak, right? And so what has happened with this, I think, is that they got so caught up in the things that inspired Cowboy Bebop that they failed to recreate Cowboy Bebop. Now, The Crying Game is a movie that takes place in Ireland about the Irish Republican Army. And the main character is a guy who they capture. I believe he's a soldier played by Forrest Whitaker. And they capture him by luring him with sex from one of their females. And then the main character, if I recall, sort of bonds with him. And then that guy dies. Forrest Whitaker's character dies. And his request or whatever to the main character is to take care of his girlfriend. The girlfriend he was so devoted to that he went and got lured by the sexy IRA girl and then got captured. And then the guy falls in love with Forrest Whitaker's girlfriend. And then there's a key moment where that character undresses and has a penis.
Do they show it?
Yes.
Oh God, what?
Is the uncomfortable wrongs of the crying game, according to Mason Alexander Park.
Oh, because they did the visualization of the slur where it's a trap.
Well, most notably because the character has the expected response to the fact that he was just making out with this character, and then this character takes off their dress and is clearly a man, right? And it is problematic for a straight person to not accept the non-binary, right?
They're gay for not taking it in the ass.
Right.
Or sorry. They're not gay for
they're home.
Because they didn't want to be gay. They're homophobic.
They're homophobic because they don't take it in the ass. Yeah.
Anyway, the point here is that what I'm getting at is that they got so fixated on the thing that triggered them. Oh, my AirPod apparently just died. They got so fixated on the thing that triggered them about the crying game that they completely missed the mark of Gren. They keep talking about this is literally titled Cowboy Bebop's Mason Alexander Park on Gren's new journey and righting the wrongs of the anime. Is it a wrong of the anime, or is it a wrong that you feel slighted by the crying game? Right?
Right.
Yeah.
See, this is something that was really eye-opening to me, and I'll have to rewatch the stupid live action and kind of see what other things they overly fixated on the inspiration and completely missed the point of the transmutation that was Cowboy Bebop. And I think that what we just talked about Spike's walk and utilizing it in that moment, going into the church and just acting so carefree when in reality it's like, I don't care how carefree you are, when your adrenaline is pumping because you're about to confront your past, you're not going to be, cockily walking into the church kind of thing.
What a description, cockily.
Cock of the walk, right? Anyway. Where was the crying? Okay, so I'm really proud of what we did. I'm really excited to share that with people, and I'm excited for people to have both versions that exist, because that is the beauty of adaptation. Our version of the show in no way replaces the original or the original context. It just creates an opportunity to do something a little new and a little fresh. Now, when you talk about writing, actually, this is actually the words of Digital Spy. I don't think Mason Alexander Park actually said "righting the wrongs of the anime." I think that was the title that Digital Spy, this news outlet, gave it. But anyway, and so if anything, is going to drive more people to the original anime and Gren, and they'll be able to have both of those people, both of those very complicated human beings exist in the zeitgeist. Also, I would like to point out, when I look at this picture, that's a real smile. That's a real smile. That's the
That's
meme
distress.
That's the meme of the Asian guy's like, get me out of here.
That's the I don't want to be a part of this anymore.
That's a stress smile.
You seen the face that Mark Hamill does for some of the interviews for Last Jedi, where he's just like dead inside?
Yeah, that's practically what we're looking at here, right?
Yeah, it's just like
Oh dear God. Okay. I think there's more here if you guys want to read more. But I've illustrated the points I was trying to fucking get to. God damn, the crying game thing was way farther down there than I thought it. Actually, it's not even that far down. It just took forever to get here. Okay, so let's jump into. Let me finally address. Curious if they're going to do the movie as live action as well. Oh, let's jump into live action Cowboy Bebop's Radical Edward, a true nightmare incarnate. So the Netflix live action Cowboy Bebop series has launched, and at long last, Radical Edward has been unveiled in the final episode, ultimately earning ire from both fans of the anime and newcomers alike, as both the attire and performance come off as rather cheap and grotesque. So you can see this is just the last scenes in the series, so that you can just watch it because Ed doesn't show up until then. So basically, remember we were just talking about how like, I don't know, 3 hours ago, we were talking about how Asimov gets shot, and it would mean something if not for the fact that Faye gets shot in the shoulder, and then Spike gets shot in the shoulder blade on his back, and then shot by Julia in the other shoulder, and stabbed by Vicious in the front of it, right?
And falls out the goddamn window.
And then falls out the goddamn window, down a cliff into water where supposedly rocks are, and then miraculously unharmed.
Walks back to the Bebop.
Walks all the way back to the Bebop. Fucking, oh my god, the stupid bit where freaking Kimmy gets picked up by her mom and she refers to Chalmers as dad, and it's like, fuck you, real dad, you know? And it's like, that was so fucking forced. That was ridiculous. I didn't buy that for a second. And then fucking Faye's like, yeah, I'm getting out of here. Packed all my stuff. I'm leaving. And then Spike shows up and he's like, fuck you, Spike. I hate your guts. And if I see you again, I'll fucking kill you. Spike, by the way, who is completely dry after landing in the fucking water, walks all the way back to the Bebop with at least 2 bullets in his body, a fucking katana wound up in his shoulder, and walks all the way back to the Bebop. Is basically told to fuck off. So he walks back to the freaking bar district, gets shit-faced with bullets still in him, and then fucking collapses in an alleyway. And you're like, okay, finally, this is the part at the very end of the anime when he collapses and dies. No, that would be too easy. Ed wakes him up.
With Ein in tow.
Yeah,
with Ein.
Where'd Ein
There
come?
you go. There's Ein. There's a silver lining. Can we just say Ein is like? I mean, I haven't seen the show, but I showed you guys that YouTube video behind the scenes with Ein. I mean, come on, that dog is adorable.
Believe it or not, Dan, I do have a problem with Ein. He's not.
They still fucked Ein in
the
the ass in this one.
Yeah,
hold on.
I know that. I know. Ein's a robot. I know. That's
wait. What?
Ein is not.
He's a robot.
Well, no, I don't know if maybe.
Hold up. So Ein, he's just kind of there for what is it? The tokenism. But
yes.
B, Ein is not the Ein I know from the anime because
Ein
was always
E1N.
Ein was always the what is it? The dog that was excited. You know, the one that's always like panting with their tongue out, like. Right? Wasn't he? In this one, the moment you see him for the first time, he looks like shocked. His mouth is open. He's like, he's just just
not
staring
only that,
at
but Ein in the anime when he's being kidnapped and like driven around by Hakim, he pushes buttons on the steering wheel to open the doors of the car that they're driving on the highway, so he can jump out of the car.
Yeah.
Whatever
right?
That.
The dog, the data dog, as he's known, was intelligent and did things that progressed parts of the story forward.
Mm-hmm.
What does he do to progress the series forward other than have a fucking projector in his fucking skull that projects fucking Piero LeFou?
Just because he recognized him from the fucking Cheerios medical place.
Fuck, I hate. Yeah, Cheerios Medical from the fucking movie. Oh,
from the fuck.
It's cute. I guess that's the point of his
It's
character.
like, he doesn't like dogs, so let's keep all the dogs next to his cage.
But by the way,
which he didn't like cats in the anime. Number one.
Yeah, right.
The reason he doesn't like dogs, I think, is because of it's a Goku Broly situation.
Ein did another thing though. When Faye kidnapped him and stole Spike's ship, he disabled the tracker. Which why is that even a function?
disabled the tracker, of which there were multiple. Right?
Yeah,
That was the one thing. Yeah, that was the one thing that was
a
somewhat
button for a tracker?
Now,
what is the point of that?
Back to Chucky Finster here. So Ed says, Spike Spiegel, you're Spike, cowboy bounty hunter for hire. Wake up, I have a job for you. A bounty, bad man, big reward. We have to find the butterfly man. Ooh, danger, danger. We have to find Velaju before he does spooky bad things. And then at this moment, Spike, his head is up because he's looking over. And then he say, like, go away. Puts his head back down. And I'm like, that right there, that was the audience talking. Anyway.
Yeah, have you guys seen that upgrade meme? Like with the computer keys, like we want to upgrade of Ed, then we see this Ed, and it's like, fuck, go back.
I haven't seen that one, but I've got this one for you. So good, it's crazy. You'll just have to see it to believe it, because nothing in this life or the next compares to the insane graphics of the new Nintendo Game Boy. Right?
Oh god.
And I was like, show my tweet about the must protect Ed from this thing.
Well, there's also this one real quick. Somebody else had the exact same idea. Let me stop screen sharing when I find that one.
I don't know.
I got a whole bunch of tweets actually.
Precisely.
I did see this scene. It was cringy. It was cringy as hell. But I mean, I think I explained it in that post I posted. I can't hate it. I want to hate it. I can't hate it.
Can't hate what, Ed?
Yeah, the scene with Ed, because it's like that is Ed though. Like you can mock it all you want, but that is Ed.
No,
I exactly
totally
like that in the
agree
anime.
This is the irony here. First of all, Reese, I just want to point out this tweet worked here. But when I see must protect Ed from this thing, but when I click on it,
mobile.
Yeah, I know it does that. Yeah, I know.
So that's how most people see it, unless they click on your profile.
Protect the live action Ed from the precious one.
Yeah. So also bold choice to whitewash Ed, right? As you were saying.
Ouch.
I sent you guys the message when I got this is in episode 23. Ed said calling Jet Papa is a verified cancer treatment. I swear to God, it's so adorable.
That was Jet.
Who voiced Ed in the anime?
It was
Kira Vincent Davis.
Agumon's sister in real life.
Kira
What's her
Vincent
name?
Davis,
Fawn.
Melissa Fawn.
Melissa. Yeah. Who's Kira
AKA
Vincent
the Guyver main
Where
girl.
did that name come from?
It's the Guyver main girl.
Yeah, so she's excellent as Ed. It is a character. So Dan, I agree with you. Like you can't. In order to hate it, you have to acknowledge that it actually kind of is exactly what Ed is.
Except Ed from the anime would not find somebody clearly injured, collapsed, passed out, and yell in their ear.
Well, I don't know. I disagree. I think that the social awkwardness could be there in that situation, but the difference is that the Ed from the anime, being a cartoon character, can have ridiculous facial expressions and whatnot, and not look super cringe.
Yeah, I agree. It's. I guess
also,
my point is that a realistic portrayal of Ed, as they not realistic, a faithful portrayal of Ed from the anime to live action is going to be cringy as hell, because you can be exaggerated in a cartoon.
Okay, let me ask.
In real life, you just look crazy.
Let me ask you guys this. So, the people who have seen the sequence, would this have been less cringe? Could you have let this be your live action Ed if they didn't have this ugly ass fucking wig?
Oh, right.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like the one thing that they did like perfectly, I mean, it's like that's where they drew the line.
Oh God, freaking Jet's stupid beard that is clearly Mustafa Shakir's normal beard with hair extensions
Thank
glued
you.
on the top.
Did we bring that up before? Because
So
I've been in and out of
bad.
the podcast from time to time. Like, I thought it looked terrible within the first 10 minutes that I watched. Like, I was like, ooh.
So bad. Oh my God. I couldn't believe how awful it looked. So,
by the way, your comment earlier about like how Spike's comment was that was the fans talking. I feel like that actually represents a lot of the dialogue. Is that it feels like the fans are talking. It's not actually like the
how a
dialogue.
person would talk. Well, I'm not going to carry that weight or whatever Faye said. Again, yeah, it's like when you put something in there just for the fans and it hits the wrong note, like.
Changing, they changed like the end. They used that in like what was it, episode 9 or whatever. That you're gonna carry that weight for the end card. Yeah. They used that in episode 9. They used Ed's farewell one at the end of the series.
Was CU Cowgirl in the anime?
CU Space Cowgirl.
No. In the anime, it's CU Cowgirl.
No,
in the live action, they change it to CU Space Cowgirl.
There's CU Space Cowboy in the anime.
No. Hers, Ed's.
But for Ed's, she says CU Space Cowgirl somewhere, or sometime somewhere, something like that.
I am going
to... CU Cowgirl. Yeah, CU Cowgirl.
I'm going to prove using your own images.
It says CU Cowgirl somewhere, sometime, somewhere. I've sent it in our chats. I sent both of them.
I'm trying to pull it up.
He's trying to pull the receipts up.
Yeah, I have the receipts.
Reese is subtly trying to drop the space.
Receipts
from that sentence.
The receipts coming at you. I'll try not to show the everly more stained pants.
Also,
so I had only seen about 1% of all the things because I was so busy trying to
get Cowgirl.
I just got to Jet Black fingered as Dirty Cop.
Last night I saw that. I'm like, I didn't know Jet got
in the anime. CU Cowgirl someday somewhere. The live action CU Space Cowgirl someday somewhere.
Yes. Yeah. See, I was correct.
By the way, I think half of the cringe factor also comes from those cartoonishly large goggles. Like the one review I watched of this show was talking about how like this Spy Kids looking ass or whatever. Like,
yeah. So the thing is that the article I read about what's her name, Ed, they said that Ed wears those goggles all the time. And immediately, like the first 3 images I saw of Ed from the anime not wearing the goggles.
No, but she does have them with her.
You ready for this? The receipts. This is from the anime. CU Cowgirl someday somewhere. This is the live action. CU Space Cowgirl someday somewhere.
Yeah. They used that for the final episode of the live action, which it had no emotional payoff.
Because you aren't going to fucking carry that weight. Because the weight, I'm carrying that weight the way I'm carrying the ending to Game of Thrones sucking, right? That's the weight I'm carrying from the last episode of the live action Cowboy Bebop. Now here's some important things here.
Season, so don't worry about
Here's some important things here. They did this thing called Netflix Unlocked, and they finally, now that the series is out, they finally addressed the "Where's Ed" comments. One of the comments they chose to show
is "Where's my non-bite?"
New Cowboy Bebop live action opening theme vid is great. Where's my Ed? XD, I need my non-binary hacker icon.
Hey, do we want to assume this person's gender because they just assumed Ed's gender on their behalf? And in fact, they didn't assume it. They just reapplied a new gender. assigned
Netflix
a gender to them.
Posted this video of Eden Perkins, the actor who played.
Yeah, I'm not sure. What is it? Is it a boy or is it a girl? I don't know. I don't think
I'm
they
pretty
know.
sure it's
Well,
a girl.
Newcomer.
I'm just
They
gonna
met.
say, if that's a boy,
Poor thing.
oh, I would. Well, first of all, the bulge, not maybe. I can't tell.
God.
I think when you actually watch it, there's no bulge there. It kind of looks like there is one when I look at the still image. Also, I want to address the fact that Checkmate Faye costume designer who said she's actually got to wear that, right? Oh my God! Biggest betrayal in anime history right now.
What was that?
Ed.
Okay,
Sorry,
going back
not a
to
betrayal to Random 11. Ed is wearing shoes.
No, but see,
Ed literally
Oh.
never wears shoes.
actually,
And in anime, when she puts on socks, she's off balance.
She can't.
walk.
Yeah, she
What were you
takes
trying
them
to
off
say, Dan?
immediately.
but
What were you trying to say, Dan?
no, I was gonna say, like, you know, you talk about you made that offhanded comment about the Faye's costume. There's nudity in this show. Like,
Yeah, exactly. And in the lesbian aftermath scene, they're covered up, and I'm like, that's not consistent with what the previous shots in the meth factory showed.
yeah, but
By the
I'm
way-
just
by the
saying,
way-
like, if they're trying to desexualize,
Have this
what's the
moral
point of
high ground.
desexualizing Faye if they're gonna
Right.
have, like, you know, nude?
Oh yeah, they sure desexualized her only to have her be the only character in the show that
Who's a
gets
massive
laid.
whore.
I
Why
think
is the
that
face of
the
her-
punt in episode 4 awakened her.
She gets kicked in the groin.
Here,
Okay.
serious question though: the actress that plays Faye, Daniela Pineda, is she a lesbian? Something tells
I
me
don't
she's
know.
a lesbian.
I would not be surprised.
Well,
Um,
she's probably at least on that side of the political
God.
bench where she's like,
Okay.
oh yeah, lesbian inclusiveness, diversity, this, that.
So Netflix Geek tweeted this out to everyone who's been asking, "Where's Ed?" You don't have to wait any longer. Introducing newcomer Eden Perkins,
They,
them, who
And how
plays
old
the
is
role
this
of
kid?
Radical Ed in Netflix's Cowboy Bebop, which is now streaming. Okay.
Like, is that person only they them because their agent told them, "Hey, you want to, you want to be?" Yeah, I see. I can't tell. Can you tell what that is? I can't tell what that is.
And even though there's only one scene, she packs a punch of personality.
Yeah,
That's Eden here, referring to Ed.
because there's
Probably.
no controversy. Ed says several times that she's a girl in the anime.
Yes.
Yeah,
So-
several instances where either other characters refer to Ed as her or she, and herself says Ed's not a little boy, Ed's a little girl.
Right. So let's just address here.
But my
This
friend
was a
all like,
comment
no,
from a viewer. This was from Netflix Geeked, referring to the actor.
Yeah, no.
This is the actor referring to the character. Now, does that mean that I don't know who Eden Perkins is? I don't know if they even are a they them according to their own, thoughts or whatever. This actor has sort of a New Zealandy accent, and they filmed it in New Zealand. And here's the thing. Here's the best part about this. If they're going to do a season 2, they fucking have to start right now. Because that actor,
Puberty's gonna hit.
that actor ain't gonna look like this forever.
Well,
We're gonna have a Bran Stark is the tallest member in Game of Thrones thing going on,
unless they have those hormone blockers in effect or something, which I hope.
I'm talking about the character not being a child forever. Like if you want to keep doing season 2, season 3, season 4, the actors are getting older. This is real life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you
So-
can't.
They're probably already making season
like
2.
anime can.
So I read an article that promised to give me the release date of season 2 and royally cucked me and didn't give me anything. But they claimed that Netflix series historically have never announced a season of follow-up season 2 until at least 1 month from its initial release. So they're going to look at how it does in 1 month, and then they're going to decide. Okay.
Oh no, I bet you they've already greenlit and it's probably already in production. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, it's very possible. I'm just saying that we aren't going. You're right. I said that they would decide. What I meant was that they will decide to tell us if it's been greenlit.
Calling back to that that movie that you said this was based off in the other article.
The Crying Game.
It feels like.
Would you like me to send you the scene?
No.
So you can see the peenie.
No, I'm talking about. It feels like the repackaging. They are trying to use like the thing we talked about the one time where it's like they're using the Cowboy Bebop name to create a different show that they wanted to make, which was probably going to be the crying whatever movie or whatever. And they're like, oh well, no one cares about that, but we want to right the wrongs of it. So let's get the license for Cowboy Bebop and then use that as a skin cosmetic over that.
In the private chat, I am sending the scene.
Oh gosh.
Courtesy of IGN. Now, here's the real question. If you sit down and watch it, is he offended that the person he was just kissing had a penis? Or the fact that after making out with him, the penis is not erect?
Okay.
You decide.
You decide.
Choose your own adventure. That's kind of what these gender people are doing. They're choosing their own adventure, right?
Yeah. No, I wish they'd choose their own adventure. So
instead of constantly changing their adventure.
I mean...
Yeah, please read the comments.
Reality has left these people a long time ago.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm dead serious.
They left reality, one of the two.
I'm dead serious. If they didn't have this obvious trash wig, which doesn't even look like the character's hair to me, it would be a whole different game. Like, legitimately, the actor playing this role is pulling off the absolute autism of the character. But when it's an anime character and it's got super cartoony looks to it, I mean, freaking you need Jim Carrey to play Ed, right? Like, that's the only thing that's going to work here. Some child isn't going to actually be able to do this.
Unless, what would have been kind of funny is if they had just made like a 3D model of Ed and had Melissa Fon voice it.
Well, actually, you know, you're not wrong there. If they had gotten her to dub over, it probably would have been.
It would have been better. I will say that.
Because that's actually another thing that the anime had going for it is, aside from the exaggeration that a cartoon...
It was the expression of the voice that was half the character. So when you have a kid who's, they're trying to get on their, learning how to walk and acting still, I guess you could say. It's like getting the act down, let alone doing it with the voice at the same time is got to be tough.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. Good.
No, I was going to say, I agree. I'm just saying, if they had gotten the original actress to, dub, it probably would have turned out a little better.
It'll be interesting to see.
It looks more like a boy in the Ed costume than the behind-the-scenes thing.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't think they know, judging by the pronouns. I mean the Netflix, that Twitter account. They apparently don't know if it's a boy or a girl that they hired.
Yeah, well, whatever.
I'm not talking about that behind the scenes thing. I'm talking about the one that says, Ed, she is a whatever.
No,
that's the behind the scenes, the actor talking. And the actor is like really, awkward in the interview. And they are using a lot of the same words over and over again because it's just
their
an awkward
baby
experience.
teeth.
It feels like it, right?
No, they do. That's the shape of baby teeth.
Which is again, that ain't gonna last forever. So if you're doing a season 2, I hope you're almost done filming.
Yeah, their
it
teeth
also leads
change
me to question the Netflix claim that the pronouns are they them, because it's like, really, is that really their pronouns, or is that what their parents I say they, but because I don't know. I don't know. Is that a boy or a girl? I don't know.
Agreed. Look, this is the proper established term here. Let me just throw this in here. Google Trends. LGBTQ, genderqueer, non-binary. So right around March 2015, this is an extremely new phenomenon. Now, it only goes back to 2004. That's as far back as Google Trends goes. These search terms, this is an artificial phenomenon that's being injected into the world. It's not a thing. It is an ideology that is captivating people who have a separate identity issue going on, that they are jumping on the opportunity for what feels like acceptance. That's my take on it. That's what I believe is going on here with this phenomenon. So this is a very new thing. It's not existed going back, hundreds of years like they pretend. Now, do you guys have anything else you would like to share about Cowboy Bebop before we move on to the rest of the podcast?
The lesbian episode, I think we need to break down frame by frame.
Yes, please. Let's do that.
Oh, did we talk about Cowboy Bukake yet?
Not yet. For the record, next podcast we are going to continue discussing Cowboy Bebop because it's going to give all of us a chance to finish rewatching the original anime, which, as far as I understand, not one of us has actually finished. Maybe Random 11 did. I
finished the anime, but I just like halfway through the movie.
Thank you for semantically stepping over my point here.
I also have not watched the movie.
Yeah, so it's going to give us a chance to fully solidify our thoughts. But next podcast, we will do it at the end of the podcast. It will be our actual Watch Club. It feels like I needed to get into the groove. That's how the podcast feels. It's the first hour. It's like, ugh. Then I got into it, and then we finally had a good show. So yeah, this was a bit of a train wreck, I feel like. But we will be able to take your thoughts, write them down, tweet them out, whatever, and we can discuss them next podcast as well. And then we are thinking of doing Outlaw Star and Space Dandy over the next two watch clubs. And then we'll see where we're at by then. And maybe that's when we'll jump into Berserk, if that's cool with everybody. All right.
Now, I have two things to say about one. I'm for my first point, I'd like to remind you that you had something regarding a Squid Game.
Yes.
To say. And two, I'm just glad that they actually, the one good thing they did about it is they kept her gender in as female. They didn't just say
that's
not canon.
That's the actor's opinion. That is not Netflix who cast judgment on the actor's pronouns. That is per. I'm just saying that's giving us hope. But here's the thing, though. What if the actor is a boy, as Dan is saying? I don't know. I have to. No. The possibility. You're bringing up the possibility.
I'm saying I don't know.
Right.
Is what I'm saying.
So what I'm saying is, it is very possible that them referring to Ed as she is literally just them using the proper pronouns for a boy who identifies as a girl. We don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So we'll find out in season 2.
Yeah.
Because I'd be willing to bet money there'll be a season 2. Season 3, iffy, but season 2, definitely.
I hope it doesn't even get to season 3, if at all.
Yeah. So, I see season 2 is going to be a train wreck because they're going to have to shoehorn in all the Julia runs the syndicate thing.
Well, yeah, it's like the whole changing like I said, they pulled the Punisher with Billy.
Although it will be interesting because if they do the movie, then you've got Elektra to take Spike's mind off of Julia.
That's nice.
Hopefully, Elektra is actually hot, because none of the actresses in the film or in the series were hot, especially not Julie. I didn't buy it for a second. Also, regarding the lesbian scene, I should have clicked on this like 10 minutes ago.
Oh my, yes.
Anyway, okay, so let's address these next two articles, and then I'll do the Squid Game story. So, Kappei live action film teaser trailer introduces main cast, blah blah. So Kappei's got a live action Japanese film. And it's everything you ever wanted from that era of, like the mullet hair and the jean vest with the torn sleeves and whatever the hell is going on with these characters.
That's timeless.
Looks amazing. Also, Kojima Productions opens an LA-based division for film, TV, and music.
And it's going to get abused with the film category because that's all Kojima seems to actually make. Pretending that they're games.
As he said, he wants to jump into making movies, he said. So it's going to be led by Riley Russell, formerly of PlayStation. So 2 years after launching its first game, Hideo Kojima's Death Stranding, game developer Kojima Productions is officially ready to expand its focus. To do so, the company launched a new division dedicated to film, TV, and music, which will be opening in Los Angeles, California. Leading the charge is Riley Russell, who spent nearly 20 years in various roles at PlayStation, such as Chief Legal Officer and VP of Business Affairs. According to Russell, quote, the new division will be tasked with working with creative and talented professionals in television, music, and film, as well as the more familiar games industry. Kojima Productions business development manager Yoshiko Fukuda expanded on that statement, adding, quote, finding new ways to entertain, engage, and offer value to our fans is essential in a fast-moving, ever-changing storytelling world. Our new division will take the studio into even more areas that present our creative narratives beyond video games and to open up ways for our fans to communicate and immerse themselves in these spaces. Wow, that was some major gobbledygook. I can't believe I read that thing. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So what I was trying to get at. What I was trying to get at.
Studios in LA. Good luck.
Right. This is I have catastrophically failed this podcast. I have been trying to get back to this point this whole time. What I'm trying to get at is that because of this, because Japan is losing its population, because of this international perspective, Japan, anime, pop culture in Japan is being colonized. It is being colonized by people who view themselves as the better, the more enlightened. And I fear for an LA-based Kojima thing. Now, look. Actually, did Kojima have anything to do with the last Metal Gear Solid that had Quiet? Probably not. But the previous Metal Gear Solid...
And I'm pretty sure that's the last one he made, but...
Oh, did he work on that one?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the last one he made before...
So I'm just pointing out... well, actually, no. Quiet's not that hot, actually. Kind of a weird butt face. But Sniper Wolf and the chick that bangs Big Boss... these are all things I hope to see in a live action from Kojima.
Not if it's made in LA, it won't.
Fuck! Sorry. No.
What?
The Lupin the Third versus
However,
Lupin the Third versus
like
Detective Conan movie Blu-ray slipcover is curved.
Oh, that's from the Outburst?
That's the Outburst. What were you saying, Dan?
Oh, I was saying, like, those characters, no. They'll all be covered up and played by ugly, insufferable.
They're going to be starring Leslie Jones.
Dude,
however, you will see the naked boobies and the billboards in the backgrounds. That's yes. Perfectly acceptable.
Okay, so let me tell you guys the story of what happened to me on
Squid Game Day.
Not this last Saturday, but the Saturday before. So the guy that I used to work with is not he's like phasing out, right? But because our routes are too large, we couldn't phase him out completely. We had to have him keep coming on for like 4 or 5 days a month in order to help us make a transition as we hire a new guy, right? Now, when we hired on this new guy, I've spent a couple days training him. My boss's brother has spent some time training him. And on that particular Saturday, it was a 2-truck day. It's one of our busiest days. Normally what happens is that's actually one of my lightest routes. It's a route I do all by myself, but it's really light, especially if people don't leave their stuff out, then I can get through it super quick. So usually what I'll do is at the end of the day, I will go and do the end of the other route, and I'll go backwards, right? And then we'll meet in the middle. On this day, the new guy was working with my boss's brother, and so they were going even slower than the other guy would normally go because of the fact that he's, been doing this for 7 years and he's got this route down like nothing, right? So anyway, I get done with my route super early, so I go start doing their route, and I'm supposed to do like 5 stops on their route. So I start and I do them in order rather than backwards, right? Because that's what we established we're supposed to do. And then I have 2 stops left, and they're both in communities that have there's 3 gates. There's the gate that you leave from, the gate you in the middle where you put in the code to go into, and then the gate on the end where people who live in that community have a button, a transponder that they can push the button like a garage door opener and just drive on through, right? So I'm going to my second to last stop in this one community, and I have just gotten off the phone with my boss and said, yeah, I've got 2 stops left. I'll be heading back to the yard. I'll get the truck emptied and start filling up for the next week and everything. And it's going to give me, like a good 20 extra minutes, maybe 30 extra minutes before the other truck gets back there, right? I have just gotten off the phone with my boss as I pull in to this middle gate at the second to last community, the second to last stop, which is in one community, and then the next one's down the hill, the next community, right? And I pull up and I put in the code, and the thing opens, and some lady comes out of nowhere and goes through the other gate, the one that they have the transponder to push. She gets all the way into the community as the gate's still opening for me. So I start going, and she has turned and blocked my truck. She gets out of the truck, her car, and is like waving, and I'm like, "What the fuck is going on?" Right? So I roll down my window to talk to her because I think like, "Oh shit! Like, is there something wrong with the truck? Like, am I dragging the hose or something?" And she's like, "Oh, I followed you. I just had to learn about your business." And I was like, "All right, okay." So I talked to her for like way too long. About what the business is about, what we do, and everything. So she's like, "Oh, you gotta come clean my cans," and I'm like, "Fuck, I guess let's get it over with."
Pay now in cash.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is that a day of I have to get paid cash. I can't take anything else, according to my boss. Like we get burned with checks, and on Saturdays the office is closed, so I can't call it in to have them run a card, right? So anyway, I follow her down to her house. And she wants 3 of her trash cans cleaned. And I'm like, whatever. It's like, okay, I'll do it. They're not that bad. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. She brings them out from her garage door, right? And she says, when you're done, knock on that door so I know you're done, right? And she points inside the garage to the interior door of the house. And I'm like, well, first of all, I'm not supposed to go into people's garages or behind gates or anything. That's part of like the rules. But at this point, I'm like, I have just got off the phone with my boss. I need to get through this shit as fast as possible. So I'm like, fuck it. All right, fine. I'll do it. Right. So I start cleaning her cans. And luckily, while I'm doing that, her husband comes out. Right.
Oh, yeah.
And
watches
this
cleaner can.
This guy, both of them are elderly. Right. This guy's clearly in retirement age. And he is a chatterbox talking to me nonstop. And it's like when you're cleaning certain cans, like especially like they have these little tiny itty bitty, the smallest they go, yard waste cans. And it's like, in order to clean those, like the spray heads do a great job, but they leave behind, it looks dirty. But if you wipe it, it's like spotless, right? But you have to get in there and wipe every single surface. And when you're in there, can't hear shit, right? So this guy's talking to me, and I'm just being polite and talking to him. He's asking about the business because when he was younger, he worked in it. He had his own business, and he assumed that I was the owner of the business because I accepted a day of customer or whatever. And so I'm talking to him and just sort of giving him like the proper amount of attention for the situation. And so eventually it's like this guy just keeps going on. I mean, literally he's talking to me for like 20 minutes. And I just get to the point where I start getting into the can because he hasn't given me any sign that he's going to pay me. And I just keep going like, oh yeah, totally. Yeah. But I can't hear a word he's saying. I'm just trying to get the stupid thing done so that I can tell him it's done. Because previously I was kind of like waiting and talking to him. So anyway, long story short, I get out of the can and he finally hands me the $50 that I need for doing all 3 cans. And he goes, all right, this is for you. And now we're going to have some fun. Oh, fuck. I totally messed up the best part of the story. After talking to me about fucking business forever, he changes the subject to his favorite thing, Netflix's hit series Squid Game, right? And he's talking to me all about it, and like the whole conversation shifts to, and I've never watched Squid Game. I only know about it because of the podcast, and so I'm carrying the conversation just enough. Like he knows I haven't watched it, but I establish I know the premise of it so that I can speed him through his explanation, right? And he just won't fucking shut up. And it's like the stupidest stuff he talks to me about, like, oh, that house over there, the Chinese bought it. And I'm like, oh, did they? Right? They paid cash. It's been renovating for over a year, so their daughter can go to UC Irvine. And I'm like, wow, kill me, please end this conversation, right? So then he switches to Squid Game. He switches to Squid Game and he starts talking about that. And he gives me the $50 and goes, this is for you. And now we have some fun. Here's $30 more. You're going to go clean my neighbor's cans, but you can't tell them I paid for it. We have to come up with a ruse, right? It's like,
what the hell? Is he trying to put you into a Squid Game?
Exactly. That was the thing. He was so obsessed with Squid Game that he tried to Squid Game me. Right? So anyway, luckily, the ruse I came up with, he allowed me to use, which was complimentary cleaning. Right? So I go over and I ring the doorbell to this Hispanic family's house. She opens the door and I'm like, "Hi, I'm with such and such company. I wanted to offer you a free trash can cleaning." And she's like, what? I'm like, yeah, I'm in the area. I'm in here once a month. This is the 3rd Saturday of the month. And no, that was for second Saturday. Anyway, doesn't matter. I'm like, I noticed your garage door was open, so I thought I'd ring the doorbell and see if you want, and
that's another euphemism.
Long story short, I managed to get it done, and then I do the last 2 stops. I get back to the yard. I'm like, oh my god, it's so fucking late. And I had to talk to my boss's brother and explain to him what was going on. And yeah, anyway, I sent him home to my boss with $80 because that's what I got for cleaning that. But yeah, it was Mondo cringe. So that's my story about Squid Game that I butchered halfway through. Good job, me. Let's get on with the podcast because there's a lot to go over considering we haven't done anything yet other than the live action news and the Demon Slayer thing. So let us open a few of these because I do have work in the morning. And this is going to be.
So we're saving the lesbian discussion for next time.
For next podcast, yes.
Okay, well we'll have to put that in the doc because I know I'll forget.
Here, write a damn tweet about it. All right, so the first convictions in Japan have been handed down to YouTube movie recap posters. So let's read what the judge threw at them. Oh, the copyrighted book, great. Okay, so the judge threw the copyrighted book at the 3 defendants. Earlier this year, we reported on the arrest of 3 people for posting 10-minute videos on YouTube that gave the full synopsis of movies in subtitles or narration over clips or still images from the film. Known as fast movies in Japan, these videos are not uncommon. But on the 16th of November, all 3 were found guilty of copyright infringement for posting them, making this the first conviction of its kind in the country. One defendant was given a 4-year suspended sentence of 2 years in prison and 2 million yen, $17,400, while the other two received 3-year suspended sentences of 1.5 years in prison and fines of 1,008,700 and 500,000 yen, $4,350. Although the sentences were all suspended, the penalties for breaking probation are especially high for copyright infringement, which averages a $2,610 fine for a first-time offense, according to lawyer Hiroyuki Nakajima, who was involved in the case. During the trial, the prosecution successfully argued that the defendant's goal was clearly to make profit and that they were aware of wrongdoing since they avoided posting movies by companies that had a reputation for claiming infringement. Moreover, it would seem that the judge wanted to make an example out of these three as a deterrent against posting unauthorized movie recaps online. Even in the court of public opinion, most people in online comments seem to agree with the sentencing and hope to see more of it in the future. Quote, I think just a real fine would be effective. Then you'd see uploaders pull down their videos one after another. Please crack down even more. I hope that all unauthorized reproduction of manga, anime, and all that will be eliminated. I'm surprised people would do that in the first place. It's only natural to get caught. Good. I remember at one point those videos were everywhere. I wonder if we'll see more trials like this in the future. Thanks to fast movies, I was able to find ones that I wanted to watch. On the other hand, I also turned off some movies. That's the point. While there are many other fast movie videos online, they don't all necessarily constitute copyright infringement. Much like in other countries, Japanese law takes into consideration the work's length, purpose, creativity, and harm to the original copyright holder. As we mentioned before, Mr. Sato manages to walk the line by making his cosplays barely comprehensible. This is show me the goddamn image.
Show me the tits.
Pepsi Man, right? Still, when a video that collects ad revenue is more or less just a condensed version of a major motion picture, the window of not getting hit with a criminal conviction is rather narrow. Once again, in cases like this, the golden rule to not being punished is to get permission of the copyright holder in advance. It never hurts to ask, but it can hurt a whole lot not to. Wow! Another dead article. Shit, I shouldn't have read that. Okay, here we go. High Guardian Spice ending theme, suspiciously similar to Azumanga Daioh. Did you watch the theme and notice this? Because I didn't watch the show other than those clips from the thing. I would have caught this right away.
I saw like 10 seconds of it, and I'm like, wow, this one looks more
It
animated.
is the most cringe ending theme, too. Oh, it's so cringe. Who can be that obsessed with Squid Game? That's some Annie Wilkes shit. Look, when you're an old retired guy and you're bored as fuck because you don't work anymore, you're going to find something to keep you going. And this guy, unfortunately, has a Netflix account. Can't wait until he's a new regular, and I have to talk to him about the live-action Cowboy Bebop next
It was great. They had
I would stay away because that's the kind of person that they end up, sooner or later you'll end up in their basement. Like, that's just.
Are we doing pickups later?
Oh, let's finish this article. We'll do them.
Okay.
Yeah, I skipped them earlier because I wanted to get into the Cowboy Bebop discussion.
Right. And then I just was like, so we're not doing it.
You guys 4 hours.
So, perhaps proving once again that the so-called creatives at Crunchyroll are lacking in talent, the ending theme to High Guardian Spice has been discovered to look an awful lot like the opening performance in Azumanga Daioh, a common tactic used against woke creators. The video is uploaded, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they detail it. Anyway. Yeah, it's pretty obviously, like the timing is pretty much exact.
And it's like, even
and the
though they
posing
have
is pretty close
the
too.
one thing that doesn't align perfectly, it's like it's mirrored.
Which thing? Oh, that one? Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Anyway, you guys can watch
as if this thing couldn't be more creatively bankrupt than it already is.
Oh, I had a theory. I have a theory. Guys, remember we talked about the what were they called? The EGS grants?
Oh yeah.
Random 11 and Dan?
Yeah. What about it?
Yeah.
So, here's my theory. Remember how you said that Trump reversed them?
Yep.
This is the theory, right? Trump reversed them, and then Biden re-reversed them back to the Obama standard. So what if? Wouldn't it be funny if the timeline goes thus? Crunchyroll announces High Guardian Spice 2019. Trump reverses. Then High Guardian Spice disappears. Then Biden re-reverses. Then High Guardian Spice finally gets made. Right?
It might be a good theory. The only problem is that according to the theory, the re-reverse technically doesn't get implemented until December 13th.
Oh.
Oh.
You blew it, Crunchyroll. That explains why they didn't spend any money on this thing.
But they could be doing it in anticipation of the policy getting changed.
Yeah, but do they still get the thing if the reversal happens afterward?
Well, they just get the money later, right?
Maybe. All right, so Green Line, the floor is yours.
Oh, I'm going
Floor
first.
us with your floor.
Am
I have
I the
no
only one
pickups.
who's...
Spray it all over us.
Okay, so funny story to go along with my pickups. Me and Footnum were talking, what was it, 2 weeks back, Footnum? And we were just like chatting all night, and we eventually made our way to like eBay and like Amazon, what was it, Yahoo auctions? Just
Yes.
looking up random crap.
I was
Well,
telling him
Green
about
Line,
the import world of like importing Japanese releases.
Yeah, it's like, what should Footnum get this book on Mayochiki? So I ended up buying these, because I don't have a problem spending my money, these Code Geass tumblers. So here's one of C2. They're to drink out of, but...
What do you call it, a tumbler?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're called.
And then I also have...
Not to be confused with the cancer internet site.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, good. I was worried there.
And they came in dual packages, or in a dual set. The person was selling them as I think they're like
came in it.
You know how like Japan has like these like the gacha machines, like the crane machines that they have. I think they came in those, like the gambling type of,
I just realized I haven't yet changed the title back to the actual podcast title.
But that's it. That's all I got.
Oh,
It's
fuck.
just those, because my spending is horrible, and I really shouldn't have bought those. But I was like, I could use something to drink out of.
Well, keep stalling because I can't change the title from here. I have to.
No, what did you? Have
You
you
should have bought
decided
two, one for using and one for collecting, and
Right.
keeping in good condition.
Here's my pickups. And there's my pickups.
Is your
That was my pickups too. I got that too.
Twinsies.
I might have some pickups in like 3 weeks. I'm currently going through
I
Right
thought your
Stuff.
pickups
Black Friday
were
sale.
going to
Oh.
be the cookie.
I got Detective Boy Conan. Although I might return it.
Our most recent potential subscriber is already contributing. He said if we are going to discuss recent acquisitions, I got myself a signed poster from Tiffany Grant this week and a volume of City Hunter.
Nice.
Noise.
What wait, what did she sign?
Poster.
These are unrelated. Yeah, so it was a signed poster from Tiffany Grant, and
Right.
they also got a volume of City Hunter.
Right. I was just wondering what the poster was.
See, because when I first read it, I got excited. I'm like, wait, are they dubbing City Hunter with Tiffany Grant in it?
Right. Oh, that'd be awesome.
If it's
Plus
not
it's
a pinup
moving.
of Asuka.
Right. Oh, is it a sexy pinup of Asuka? That'd be cool. If you wouldn't mind putting that down for us, Matthew.
Do we live vicariously through you?
All right.
Pickups of Oscar. So, nobody else had pickups, right?
Not.
Good. I'm not steamrolling over. She signed Sorcerer Hunter poster with a lipstick mark. Wow.
Nice.
Did she like kiss it? Like really? Or
Well, that's kind of
Kinky? No.
I'm reminded of the one. What was it? Mayor that bit the gold medal.
yeah.
Got COVID.
All right.
That's not very hygienic.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Super Crooks got a super cringe music video thing.
How many times have you said cringe this podcast?
It is
off the charts.
The podcast theme. Now I will say this: who's animating this? Bones?
Yeah.
More like gonna bone something.
Boners.
Yeah. So she does an erotic dance. And honestly, the character design is pretty awful, but at least you can appreciate the anatomical. You can appreciate the anatomical attention to detail that Bones has with this. Like you can
just say you're attracted to an animated ass.
What I'm saying is, if the character had a better character design, it could be really hot.
that second frame looks janky. Oh God, that
you
third
have to see it in motion, but I don't want to get a copyright flag.
Anyway, get hauled off to the prison.
Yeah, see, Japanese prison is not a fun place. I should know. Podcast 169. Okay. Anyway,
but I thought you said it wasn't as painful as American prisons.
Yeah, but the thing is that there's no middle ground there because you're either a white collar criminal or you're a yakuza. One of them is really hard to get along with. Anyway, so this is the thing. Moving on because we've got way too much to go through. My Hero Academia World Heroes Mission breaks $40 million at the worldwide box office. $10 million in North America.
Right.
There you go. I'm moving on. Oh, actually, no. I'm addressing. Yes. Matthew Roscoe says, "I am a lucky bastard. Sadly, I'm not Carrot though."
What?
Is this a reference to Sorcerer Hunter? Wait. Shit. I was picturing the wrong show. Sorcerer Hunter.
Is that Slayer's like one, right?
No, it's not. No. Oh, is it? Fuck. What am I thinking? I'm thinking
of Slayer's ripoff.
Sorcerer Hunter. Okay. All right. Here we go. I'm just trying to make sure there's nothing extremely overly lewd. Okay, I guess I can. We're gonna risk it. You guys ready for this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, it's that
yes,
one.
the Slayer's like one.
Yeah.
I'm liking some of those pictures, not specifically the one you clicked on.
License that and release that recently?
It was originally released by. Here's the discotheque version.
That figure in that.
It was originally released by ADV, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, the one right below. Yeah, that one.
Knops.
Yeah.
There's some knops there. I'm gonna just go ahead and not get.
Wow.
That one's worse. The one you just clicked on.
Shut up!
Worse.
Don't draw attention to it. So One Piece is getting
it's
a
not
brand
a
new
Slayer's
film.
ripoff, but it's like similar, I guess. I mean,
Slayer's the porn parody.
Hold up. You're telling me One Piece is getting yet another movie? It's almost
Another
like it's a
movie
regular
called
thing.
Red.
Follows gold.
From the inspiration that brought you Belle, an almighty voice with fiery red locks. Anyway, there it is. That's the thing. Now here's the other Netflix. God damn me. The other One Piece news. I have been so good all day, and then as soon as the show starts, I have a fucking stroke every minute. So the first opening from One Piece was reanimated for the 1000th episode, which is really cool because not only was the original in 4:3, although most of this continuing imagery here you will notice is not 4:3, but they redid it with Luffy how he looks now, right? So like all the characters are their current versions, not how they were at the start of the series.
He's got like 2 clubs for hands in that shot.
They also don't. Because the crew members, there's more crew members now.
Right, yeah. The 1,000 Sunny is now the 1,000 Mary or whatever.
They have to give. They can't give each character their own like section. They have to skim some. But
yeah, that's why they were split. They had 2 at once. I just think this is really cool that they actually went to the trouble.
Yeah, the only thing that
this will sync up once at some point. Wait, one more, 2 more.
The only thing that I think is kind of like disappointing about it is that they've already used the song "We Are" like 40 times.
You mean they didn't use the One Piece rap for this one?
No.
I wish.
Dude, they should make a recut
with the hot new artists of today.
Recut the new opening with the One Piece rap. So it's an updated
Four Kids is getting the band back together now, featuring Post Malone. Like,
yeah, I think legitimately though they've used the same song at least 3 other times. So this would be the 4th time they've used that song for the opening. Just I mean different recordings each time, but the same song.
So Matthew, are you asking to join like as a host next podcast? Because I'm cool with it, I suppose.
Join our Discord.
Yeah, join our Discord.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, go into the description. You can connect with us. There's a lot of different ways. Discord is a good way to make sure that you get the link when we send it later. Yeah. Okay, so Tribe 9, apparently, that baseball and also death anime. I still have no idea what's going on. I don't understand this, but there's more. There's a thing. Okay. Also,
the Discord link is in the description.
It's in the description of every video, every podcast.
Because the one time it wasn't.
Shut up! It's there. So Sorairo Utility. I previously showed it as just like a promotional image. I think maybe this isn't even the same anime.
Cute girls playing with small white balls. The anime.
Oh.
Swinging their sticks around.
Because we have to anime everything, including golf, which nobody really gives a fuck about.
But are they also idols?
Great anime.
Are they also idols though?
I can't wait to watch. Like you can see the golf ball hits the tree and bounces behind her.
I would love if they added some really good sakuga to the
putting.
There is never going to be any sakuga in that.
I want to see sakuga in the I'll take a chip and eat it, but they're putting.
Yeah.
Also, this anime does not look like you're going to get that.
If you want to see a golf anime, Dando.
I have that one. I got it for like $5.
Yeah, Dando has an interesting enough story to sit through.
Oh, really?
They're going to be keeping the stroking to a minimum.
I just pronounce it as Dando.
So
okay, let me grab the Discord link from here. Okay, here you go, buddy.
I think they're already in it.
Oh, well.
How dare
everybody else watching on every other platform that I just shared it to. There you go. All right. So 8686 TV Anime's 19th episode is also postponed by a week due to production.
Yep.
So explain to me what happened, Reese.
So episode 18 was which aired on Saturday, or 2 days ago, or whatever. It finally aired. That was also delayed. It was supposed to air a week ago, but so instead they aired like a visual commentary kind of thing, or whatever, with like the voice actors in a movie theater watching an episode or something. And then so we got this one, and
Mystery Science Theater style.
Say again?
Did you say it was Mystery Science Theater style?
I didn't watch it, so I mean I just saw like one frame of it.
They put it down here as circumstances of production. So
production delays.
It got delayed a week for episode 18.
Yeah.
Then episode 18 aired, and now episode 19 is also being delayed a week. So do you think they're just gonna rewatch another episode?
So it's gonna be a recap episode airing next week instead. So
yeah. All right. Continuing. Lord El-Melloi II's Case Files special edition anime set for December 31st in Japan. What is this special edition anime?
I have no idea. I read
it too, and I couldn't understand.
I hope it's an OVA. It looks like it's just going to be an OVA because the character over on the top right is not in the series, and it might be Aozaki from Garden of Sinners.
Well, it says here, based on the light novels written by Makoto-san and illustrated by Sakamoto, which is a spin-off of Fate, the series is back with another pre-run. I don't know. All right. Well,
hold on, FTM. Hold on, FTM. Go down. You've seen Garden of Sinners, right?
I've seen 3 of them.
2, 1.
Does she, the top right, does she look like Aozaki?
Talking about the top right?
The what would you call her? She's just the
Does that look like her?
I mean, it looks like a modified version of her.
We have so much news to get through.
She doesn't wear that outfit at all.
Okay.
Mato Seihei no Slave TV anime adaptation rides into battle.
So, oh my, that's quite the slave. He looks like a Digimon.
Right? It reminds me of the stands from the Battle in Egypt arc.
It's a Digimon JoJo stand.
It's a Digimon stand. So it's from the writer of Akame ga Kill, which means it's probably gonna suck. And artist Yohei Takamoto.
But I would be very careful about attaching yourself to any of the characters.
You know, I found it very hard to get attached to any of the characters in Akame ga Kill because they were all cringe. And then they died, and I was like, well, at least
nothing lost. No.
Nothing of value was lost.
It had. They just didn't stick the landing. That's all.
Well, apparently the anime deviates from the manga because the manga was like ongoing after the anime ended.
Hold up. What were we talking about? Okay, he must be referring to this one. Icastro says this is a big simp manga, but it has fantastic fan service. You know, I'm inclined to agree, judging by the position of her leg and the very clear shot. I'm almost getting there.
That's what you mean by simp manga?
No. I think he's saying that like the characters are mediocre. I don't know. Moving on.
I was going to assume simp manga from the chain and collar that the other guy has.
Yeah.
That would be a cuck manga. Anyways. Masaki Takamatsu's Skip and Loafer rom-com manga gets a TV anime. It's about a girl from the country bumpkins who comes to college in a non-bumpkin place.
More like a country blumpkin.
Guessing Skip and Loafer is like one of them loafs around and the other one skips class. I don't know. Moving on. Ya Boy Kongming manga gets a TV anime at PA Works.
Is that the name?
It's Ya Boy Kongming.
What am I even looking at here?
And there's
I can't even take it.
It feels like the left half of this was animated in China and the right half of the poster was animated in Japan.
Oh, so good.
And sprayed all over North America.
So good. Can't wait. Okay. Soccer manga Shoot gets an original sequel TV anime after 28 years in 2022. So the first anime aired in 93 to 94, and it's going to be a sequel to that anime, which was based on the original manga. TV anime adaptation of Oni Gunso's occult fantasy manga Mononogatari in the works.
Just confused the balls off of me. I'm like, are they making an anime adaptation?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mononogatari is what it's called. Sorry, I had to see it written. I had to see it written here in hiragana before I actually realized my mistake.
Wow. Well, no, I made that mistake too, and I'm sure Reese did. So that's how. They are literally just milking the title.
They are literally Heiling Hitler right now. They're milking the title. What do you mean?
Of Monogatari series.
Mononogatari.
Mononogatari or whatever.
I think it has something to do with like Mononoke. like the monster. It's a
monster story. Yeah.
Monster story. Mononogatari. Yeah. All right, moving on. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Josuke Whole Horse spinoff gets a release date.
Are you serious? That's a thing? Because
it is a manga. To be clear.
I know, but what is it? Rice Pirate. His whole JoJo fan animations are about Whole Horse's son. So
I would have loved. And now that I think about it, that actually sounds kind of hilariously awesome at the same time.
So there's also a Stone Ocean one-shot manga that's going to be coming out in the same issue that Crazy Diamonds Demonic Heartbreak, which is going to be called.
Radically changes things, perhaps?
I don't know. Offering fans a double dose of JoJo with partner to begin. Crazy Diamonds Demonic Heartbreak will be written by Kohei Kadono, who previously wrote a light novel set in the JoJo universe following Golden Wind's Panakota Fugo, and illustrated by Tasuku Karasuma, creator of the recently concluded manga No Guns Life. This will be the first significant spin-off manga not written by series creator Hirohiko Araki, although it's not known how long it's expected to run at present. So there you go. That's a thing. Interest yourself. Comes out in Japan.
Sometime.
1999. Where was it? January 2022 issue of Ultra Jump. All right. The number of copies of the Detective is Already Dead novel triples in a year thanks to the anime. Don't know why I even bothered to share this. Final Fantasy XIV goes to school in new manga series.
That's kind of odd. I don't think it really has much continuity. I mean, it obviously does, but like the idea of an MMO is that's open.
Right. So now it's an open school. Moving on because I don't have time. Fortnite Naruto collaboration quite embarrassing.
Good God, I heard about this and it was like, oh, hell's frozen over. This is not a...
How embarrassing is it though?
What is water?
I feel like we should download this video and use the backdrop as a blue screen.
So embarrassing that it's funny.
The best thing I seen was some guy was playing and he's got like ninja stars or something. He's throwing it at someone, and then he's just like, fuck it, and he grabs like a machine gun and just goes at it as Naruto. So Naruto's holding like a machine gun. I thought it was pretty fun.
So, Matthew Roscoe says, looks more like an angel from Ava than a Digimon. Hard disagree.
You must be talking about the Berserker mode, but I 100% see a Digimon in there.
We are talking. He is talking about this, right?
Yeah, he must be.
I can't possibly think of anything else. It very much looks like a Digimon at the eye, especially.
He looks like a white.
What's the shape of the face?
Yeah. Needs more LCL. I didn't see the extra no in there. Yep, I know. I was taken by surprise too. It'll be interesting to see how they write a JoJo story. Yes. Sorry, I'm just trying to speed run this because I have to be in bed in 3 minutes.
Christ.
Rockstar Games apologizes for horrid Grand Theft Auto Definitive Edition launch. Okay, so we talked about the Definitive Edition, which I think is the best edition that's ever been made so far because it was hilarious. If you pre-ordered it, they are making the classic editions available on Steam or whatever for free.
Because they
through their launcher.
They delisted the originals because the definitive edition was coming out, and then when they found out it was broken,
so now you can play it for free. And they're saying, look, this is a travesty. There ain't no way we're actually going to put our name on this, so we're going to fix that shit, and we'll get back to you. Anyway, mods elevating the style of Shin Megami Tensei protagonist. Sorry,
but they didn't give the character boobs, unfortunately.
Why would you want them to turn him into Gren? So when I saw this, I was like, wait, they made a mod for freaking Adachi from Persona 4? Why? But even more importantly, I guess they figured out how to mod Switch games pretty easily at this point because the game came out like only a week or so ago. But yeah, I think if you could do this in the game, that would be a welcome addition. That looks slightly better, but even the best one is the what do they call it? The Metal Gear Solid Revengeance one that looks way more Chadley. That's the third game's protagonist, but here's the Chadley one. It's like, yeah, they could have done way better with the character. That's what I mean. Like when you put it next to the other character, he looks like a pathetic incel.
Sounds like you know something from experience.
No. Like his hair is so long, and like an incel, they keep to themselves or whatever, right? So he's been in his bedroom for 17 years, not cutting his hair. And then he comes out.
How long is your hair, up to you know?
Like 4 inches, maybe 3 inches.
Too long.
So, in Japanese mythology, pardon me while I pull up some imagery. When you become an ascended being, you grow super long, gorgeous white hair.
Well, his hair's blue, so that counters your point.
Is that why Super Saiyan 3 has really long
yes!
hair?
Is that why?
That's why. So I am making this up on the spot, but I am pretty sure. I am pretty sure that the.
You're not far off.
I'm pretty sure that the ascension to Super Saiyan with the hair, which if you watch it in the manga, it is drawn white because it's black and white, right? I believe that it comes from this idea of this ascension that I see everywhere. And it's in Onimusha, which is what I'm showing you. It's based on the wood block prints of the Oni, which are like the red and blue skinned demons with the white hair, right? So,
that is the default.
Pulling this out of my ass.
That is the default hair length and everything of the character, though. So why would you be ascended if that's your base?
It's level? The white hair, bitch.
It's not white though. Like this is a mod. He's blue hair normally.
Whatever. Anyway, moving on. Super Robot Wars 30 mod fixes the pronoun propaganda, then Steam locks the thread. You recall we talked about this last podcast. There was a character where in the Japanese they're trying to they don't know, and you never learn if Ainge is a boy or a girl. So in the localization, like, do us a favor, figure out Ainge's pronouns for us. So anyway, a modder has offered a way for players to change the dialogue in Super Robot Wars 30 to remove the pronoun-based gender propaganda inserted into the dialogue by the English localization team, certain to prove useful for those who want a faithful translation but are still willing to offer cash to the developer insistent on producing the propaganda in the first place. A thread was made in the game's Steam community forums providing instructions on how to make the changes, but was eventually locked for no reason, likely due to the inevitable arguing that ensued. Anyway. Now, so we showed one line previously, right? It was this one. And while you're at it, getting an actual answer on Ainge's pronouns will probably help us avoid arguing with each other over it, which originally was just, while you're at it, you should find out if they're a guy or a girl. Now, here's Ainge. Is this from Cross Ainge? Good answer. Thank you.
No.
I don't know.
I had a different tab open. No.
So
this looks like the Gundam Seed character designer who also did Line Barrels of Iron.
Okay, so I was just curious because it says Ainge. It actually says Ainge, which I'm assuming is going to pronounce it as Ainge. Anyway, so they say here. Well, here's the original. The original English or the original Japanese translated English says. Furthermore, their gender is unclear. Nothing more is said in Japanese after that. But in this one, the actual translation for the localization, Ainge's gender is unclear, and the team respects their wish to stay silent on the matter. Though this doesn't stop a bit of curiosity from the other rabbits, whatever the fuck that means. Now, also, they noticed this one too. Ashura from Mazinger Z Infinity. If you don't know, Super Robot Wars is like a mega ultra compilation of a bunch of different mechs from a whole bunch of different series combined together. And here they said an individual created by forcibly attaching the right half of a woman to the left half of a man. But the original says a suspicious person possessing the grotesque appearance of a body made up of a woman's body on the right side and a man's body on the left side.
I mean, that still looks like a titty on the left side.
Kind of does. On the right side, you mean? On their left.
Well, their left, yes. Anyway, so that was also something that was in there, and then there's this thing. The only line that matters is, I'm guessing you also didn't sort out the Ainge identity question, which was, I'm guessing you weren't able to ask if Ainge is a guy or a girl. And then this one is, I kind of don't think we're going to get anywhere until we figure out if Ainge is a boy or a girl. That's not a teamwork question. That's you being weird. Kiao was being a bit of a creep, but it does feel like the confusion is making everything else harder. So
make it be harder.
Right. So Kiao says, first things first, if we can't clear up whether Ainge is a guy or a girl, we can't decide what to do. I mean, does it fucking matter? Like, oh no, we can't decide what to do in this.
Yeah, they address that.
Specific
What are you doing? Buying underwear?
Make a uniform for them?
Listen, for this situation, we need to know, because the key to unlock the door to get out of this trap is we need 3 penises, and we only confirmed 2 penises.
Yeah, that seems like we're stuck in a cage or whatever. We need the key. To figure out the key, I need to know your bust size.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Do we invite them to the bachelor party?
I need to know your 3 sizes, actually.
All right, so then there was this one. Congrats, Ainge. You made Ace Pilot, huh? Hey, congrats, Ainge. Heard you made Ace Pilot. Thank you very much, Edge-san. Great name. Thank you very much, Edge. Edge again for some reason. Oh no, that's Edge saying this. I don't. Maybe they corrected the misspelling, or I don't know. I don't know what the fuck that's about. Anyway, what is it? Please don't stare at me like that. Is there something else? Why are you staring at me? So here's the original. It's just seeing you like this. You look like a normal girl. No, boy. I don't know which, but that's not the point. So this is what they changed it to. Oh no, it's just some people make a big deal about, oh, is Ainge a girl or a boy or what? And I'm like, you be you. What I wonder is, question mark, or ellipses or whatever. Anyway. And then I think all right, moving forward. So those are all the things from Super Robot Wars 30. So now you don't have to buy it and ask yourself what other lines are changed. Moving on.
That's good.
Arya Stark battles Shaggy in Warner Brothers fighting game Multiverses.
That's bad.
That's dumb.
Yeah,
that's a good.
I am canceling this until they add the big Chungus skin.
Allow me to just show you
Shaggy or Ultra.
Yes.
I mean, at least they're doing the meme.
Yeah.
At least they're being like lighthearted about it.
Problem is their Scoob model looks way more cartoony than the meme. I think
there isn't a Scoob.
Or sorry, Shag.
See, that's the thing is that literally the characters in it are like just. I don't even know who fuck that is. Steven Universe, Steven guy, whatever.
Don't they also have no voices in this game?
No, they have voices.
No, that's the Nickelodeon one.
Okay.
Yeah, so they have voices in this one, and they made a big point about you're going to hear some very recognizable voices. I think you'll be very pleased to hear, which must have just been a dig at the Nickelodeon one.
Oh.
Wait, why is Batman called not Bruce Wayne?
Not Bruce Wayne. Is that a rights issue or something?
What
also,
is
I like
that?
No Joker, but hey, we got
Batman is definitely not Bruce Wayne. I don't know.
And then Arya Stark.
That's supposed to be Arya?
Hold up, they made Bugs Bunny a mage.
What? What does that mean?
Mage. That would be like saying Batman's a sorcerer.
Oh, mage. Well, I mean,
okay, that's
exactly
what I'm talking about. Look at Harley Quinn. She looks like she's a Disney DX or whatever.
What's up, Doc? Jake and Bake.
Oh, it's the username. Okay.
I guess.
Well, that's where the
these are
not
the
Bruce
names.
Wayne thing comes in.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Right.
So it's a 2v2 game. You can play one-on-one, but I just wanted to show the absolute cringe level of this thing. Here's Arya Stark. Her catchphrase in it is "Not today." Girl has no name.
I guess that's a decent-ish.
Why is Finn? Okay. Look at Finn. Oh my God! What the hell? What is he doing?
He's preparing to get anal.
Like, oh, that's a bad pose.
Just watch. The entire reason they made this game is to have Ultra Instinct Shaggy be realized.
Pretty much.
All right. Also, can you play as the mouse, or do you have to play as the pair?
They're a team. You play as them both.
That's stupid. I want to play as just the mouse.
Jerry?
I can't remember which one's which.
I was just about to test him. Like, you could only play as him if you remember his name.
I told him Tom is the cat, Jerry is the mouse.
Yeah, but it would have been funny if we could put him on the spot.
Listen, Ben and Jerry's no.
So flee and hide from unspeakable horrors in Dragon Ball: The Breakers. So they've got this new game based in the Xenoverse, like world, where you run away from Cell. That's the game. You play, I guess, exciting. 7-on-1 asymmetrical gameplay where you just have to survive Cell. That's the game.
It honestly looks fun.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe not for long, but for like a little bit.
It's fun for like, an
like
afternoon, and then you put it away and never play it
hide
again.
and seek?
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
Like Dead by Daylight. Like,
no, it's Battle Royale hide and seek.
No, it's not Battle Royale.
Well, no, you have to survive the last, right?
It's just a time limit, though.
So, we've got Dragon Ball Bulma. Not Dragon Ball Z Bulma. Dragon Ball Bulma. And Oolong, who hasn't changed since Dragon Ball. Going up against Cell. I guess this Dragon Ball Bulma gets in Trunks' time machine from the past and comes to this point in the future. Don't understand. Anyway, moving on because time. All right, I saw this. McDonald's When They Fry is a 2009 Dojin game by Exilius.net. Team up with Colonel Sanders to uncover the mystery behind the Donald Mizawa disappearance case of a young boy. This is a real game.
This is amazing. Oscar award-winning game, because that makes sense.
4 out of 5 boners?
No. 6 out of 5.
So I feel like we need to play.
Load game, eye pickles, mad room, score.
I feel like we need to play this as the first Twitch
thoughterry
actual game we do.
Twitch play.
All right, now that we have sped through that, let's address the chat. It feels like Fortnite is really the end point of any story, like a black hole for stuff that needs to end but never will. Well, I can't wait till Cowboy Bebop gets a crossover. LOL. All right, so here we go. Release news. Let's get into some release news. Boy, I needed to go to bed.
We're about to release.
All right, something. Erotic comedy manga Nana and Kaoru licensed by Faku. The BDSM-themed coming-of-age is getting an official English release next year.
Why are they saying erotic comedy instead of hentai?
Because it doesn't go that far.
What?
Why are they calling it coming-of-age instead? Never mind.
Coming of age instead of coming of age.
Today, Denpa announced at their Anime New York City panel that the BDSM-themed coming-of-age manga has been licensed for those release, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The highly sought-after BDSM coming-of-age classic, Nana and Kaoru, getting an official release published by Faku and distributed by Denpa. Kaoru is in love with his childhood friend turned perfect school idol, Nana. Over the years, their relationship has become strained with the differences in their lifestyles. But Kaoru still fantasizes about Nana helping him realize his ultimate fantasy, a BDSM relationship with her. One day, looks like he wants to control her, considering she's the one in the in the.
Hold up, Denpa's distributing this.
Yes, in the collar. One day, Kaoru's mother finds his toys and gives them to the ever-responsible Nana to rid her son of his fetish. But Nana finds a leather piece and accidentally locks herself inside. This
Wait, that's his mom?
awakens something inside. No. Inside of Nana, whose stressful life could use some fun and could be the start of Kaoru's ultimate fantasy. Nana and Kaoru is heralded as an erotic comedy classic by mangaka Ryuta Amazume. This long sought-after coming-of-age BDSM story is finally getting an official English release from Faku and distributed by Denpa. It will come in a 3-in-1 omnibus, estimated to be released in fall 2022. How many times I get the word "come" in there? Jeez. All right. J-Novel Club announces new titles, including first J-Novel Heart title. Oh, eCasher brings up a great point. They're going to sell it in bookstores? Yes.
In the adult section.
All right. So,
good luck trying to go to your Barnes and Nobles and buy it.
So, J-Novel Club created J-Novel Heart imprint, which is for romantic light novels with a romantic focus. So they've got here Housekeeping Mage from Another World, making your adventures feel like home. When supernatural battles become commonplace. Prison life is easy for villainous. Fantasy Inbound. To
White
Another
hair.
World with landmines.
White hair.
Can't wait for that anime.
That's got a white hair guy in the background. I see.
Forget being the villainous. I want to be an adventurer.
What's with the villainous in the title of everything now?
My stepmom's daughter is my ex. Why can't we move on?
These titles need to
Magic Knight of the Old Ways.
These are literally
Saint, no.
Whoa. Of the
that
old
one that
ways.
was at least okay.
What?
The title.
Of the Old Ways?
Yeah.
No. I think my brother might have brought that one up, but I guess it would have to have a manga adaptation because he doesn't read light novels. But yeah, Random 11. These are all light novels, so of course the titles are this way.
I mispronounced this one. Saint? No, I'm just a passing beast tamer. The invisible
Bestiality.
Saint, what is this? The Invisible Saint and the Quest for Fluff.
Yeah, that
My
she
quiet
wants
blacksmith life in another world.
That must be a quiet life.
In Japan, is there like a word for in another world?
Isekai.
So the title of that book is literally like My Quiet Blacksmith Isekai.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why can't they just like isekai is a big enough word that we all fucking know what it means.
Oh, just call it.
Just call it My Quiet Blacksmith Isekai. It's a quicker, easier title. Like
in the same way that we say like waifu and stuff and kawaii.
More like senpai. Like no one translates senpai anymore. They just use it, right?
Kohai and
totally agree with this eCash.
Yeah, but it's way more efficient to buy 3 at once instead of waiting for 3 different
let's face it, with that one though, you might not get if they do like piecemeal, there might not be a guaranteed finish. So you want to get as many as you can as quick as you can.
I think it was from J Novel. We're also getting a audiobook of Slayer's voice.
That is next after this next article.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, spoilers, Green Line.
No worries.
Oh my god!
You've wet the appetite of all of you.
That loading screen took so long. I had to stare at Ed. Gross face.
Okay. Yen Press announces new slate of releases during Anime New York City 2021 as well. So they've got Chitose is in the Ramune.
They're in the Ramune?
The Bride of Demise. Oh, hold on. Sasaki and P-chan. Hi, I'm a witch, and my crush wants me to make a love potion.
Jesus Christ.
Those are not lesbos. You can do it for this one. The other world's books depend on the bean counter.
Okay, for real. That thing that a long time ago, Giguk made a tweet that's like, how to make a light novel title. Make a synopsis, and that was like it. So it's like, for real though, why?
Yeah, his I think it was his video, or maybe it was someone else that did a video with PewDiePie, but
Anime Man,
maybe they were talking about these titles, and they were going on about that, like there used to be synopsises on the back of the book, but no one ever read them. So now they've just put the synopsis as the title.
Okay, so see you tomorrow at the food court.
These people literally don't know how to make a title.
Nights with the cat. The Geek X Hitman.
A body pillow?
He's got a body pillow.
That's John Wick with a documentary.
Hey, that would look interesting.
I would totally read that. John
He took my dog, and now
no, not your dog.
Don't spoil John Wick for AC. He hasn't watched it yet.
No.
Please, I know the dog dies. That's the entire driving force.
Wait, you haven't seen John? No, that's gotta be a joke.
The plot of this one.
But Dan, you weren't here last podcast. Reese, for my birthday, sent me each Blu-ray for John Wick and Nobody. So we've got stuff to watch on our Saturday get-togethers when those happen.
The plot of this one is going to be someone breaks into his house and smashes a figure, smashes his waifu figure,
smashes his gunpla collection.
Okay,
please,
Mom
donates them.
John Wick with a body pillow podcast merch when.
What do we call him? Damn it. What is an Asian name that rhymes with on? Like, I don't think Chon Wick is a thing.
We'll just write it in katakana. John Wick told
John Wickaru.
What is it
called? It's John Wick John Kun.
John Wick to Dakimakura. Magia record Puella Magi Madoka Magica Another Story. No game.
What the
Volume 11.
Wow.
They're releasing that digitally chapter by chapter.
Do you know why? Because fucking Amazon won't cover it. It won't carry it, right?
Also because it doesn't come out in Japan until like Friday.
Well, I don't care as long as they're releasing it. Like the author, was having issues. I wasn't sure that a new volume was going to come out at all.
Yeah, I was pretty excited when I saw it on Amazon Japan.
So remember how I talked about how there was this thing that was going to happen, and my YouTube downloader was going to get it?
No.
Why is the duration 2 seconds?
On YouTube?
No, never. We'll talk about it later. Yen Press details new Yen audio releases during Anime New York City. So now they're doing audiobooks, which is cool.
Oh,
well, they have. Well, I mean, they did the Sagatani Evil, Sword Art Online, and Overlord already. So it's like
but now they have a specific imprint or whatever they call it.
Yeah, they've had this. They had. That's.
Well, they don't have a physical copy that can have the logo.
So are these audiobooks reading the light novels, or are they reading the manga?
Light novels, yeah.
Yeah.
Why would they read
light novels?
So are they like the other ones that they're fully casted and everything, or
no? It's just the one.
Narrated.
So like Sagatani, they had Monica Rial. For Overlord, they had
for Overlord. What?
What's his name? For Overlord, they had Ainz, and then for like Sword Art Online, they had Bryce Papenbrook.
Put one out for no game.
So we've got Rascal
They haven't
Design,
done-
Bunny Girl Senpai.
Wait. They're doing Bunny Girl Senpai? I didn't even know they had an audiobook.
Yep, Tower of God, Season 1. Anybody want to say anything about it? It includes exclusive poster. Oh, I hope that's not a sticker and it's going to be over that girl's head for the entire duration of the lifespan of this Blu-ray.
I just can't think of anything besides how Viz is like their latest Blu-rays, that complaint or whatever. Like,
Bottom left corner, Crunchyroll Originals.
Oh, so it's not going to have to be a fucking headband like
Sentai.
Onyx Equinox had.
There, does that answer your question? The go back one picture? No circle overhead.
Okay, but it's on
the cover. So is it a sticker or is it perma?
It's on,
dude, imagine if they have the include poster inside on the poster.
Look how cool this poster is.
Dude, imagine if they had that sticker on the poster. Like,
hilarious.
It's like right on her head.
What gets me is they're using the exact same image 3 times. Why bother have a packaging shot?
They should have put it on the discs too.
Ooh, 1 to 7. That means their bitrate isn't allegedly going to be like Funimation's.
All right. So that reminds me, there's a sale going on with Right Stuff. I need to remember to buy.
Yeah, the Black Friday sale started.
Free shipping to Canada?
That Aniplex.
No, probably not.
Yeah, a lot of
Aniplex
Aniplex stuff is on sale, like maybe $20 off for a bunch of them.
Yeah, I'm ordering like One Punch Man finally. That's like on sale for like $20-$30.
One Punch Man?
Yeah.
The limited edition or just standard?
Limited.
Okay. Oh.
Which one? Season 1?
The Punch edition.
Yeah.
I have an extra of that.
Oh. Okay.
Cancel your pre-orders. Not pre-orders.
Unfortunately, I can't. I don't have immediate access to it.
Right, I was gonna say it's like that's in storage though.
You're probably gonna take bigger loss selling it if you're gonna match the Right Stuff price then.
Yeah.
Well, I don't mind taking a loss for majority shareholder in OCA Podcast LLC.
That's the benefit when you get our Patreon.
Yeah, that's the Chungus coin doing its work. All right. So, yeah, that's a joke from before the podcast started. So, crazy new Pokemon chair makes no secret of your pure love for poison type Gengar. Let's go,
He's really enjoying that.
Imagine walking into like a normal house, normal furniture, and then bam, that thing just.
You look over, and then you just see this thing, and it's going like, "Get on my face."
There's an adult-oriented one where the tongue is actually a dildo.
If it was bigger, it's $230. It's actually cheaper than I thought, but it seems a little small. If it was a little bigger, I'd be like,
it doesn't look comfortable at all.
Yeah, it sure doesn't.
Like on an
Let me ask you this: would this be a better use of your money? $400 will get you a life-size Lucario plush that could beat you up.
Can it actually beat me up?
I want a life-size Dragonite plush.
I think people will try and get beaten off instead of beat up with it.
Does he come with like a what do you call it? Like a skeleton to hold him up? Because how are they getting him in these poses?
They killed a real Riolu.
The tail probably has a skeleton. It's like a tripod stand with the tail.
Oh, sorry. They put killed a real Lucario to put the skeleton inside.
You know what's a better use of $400?
Armature FGDM. That's what I was looking for. Okay, the word.
Buy all of merch comes in like a line to the Right Stuff sale. That's a better use of $400.
I thought you were gonna say our Patreon, you traitor.
I want our followers to actually enjoy something. I'm sorry.
Ouch. Oof. This show would be so much better if I had the entire week to prepare for it like I used to. Like I have done such a disservice to the podcast. I can't believe we're on podcast 175. Last time I really got to prepare for a show was like podcast 112. Like
podcast 1.
So, Japan gets Captain America chest pillow and Thor hammer tissue holder in new Marvel lifestyle line. Gosh darn it. Pardon me while I let the images load. Completely defeats the impact of seeing it.
Wow, that doesn't look like a cheap item.
Tell me, is that Chris Evans' face?
No, it doesn't look like it.
It's not, right?
If it is, it's a warped mutant face.
Oh, I like the
It looks
back
like
of
the
it.
old
It
guy
looks
from
very
Up.
derp.
Anyway. Okay, so Tokyo Disneyland and Disney Sea are getting their own exclusive Pocky. Now, I wasn't going to cover this because who fucking cares? But it's so on brand for Disneyland. It's a hidden Mickey. The actual shape of the Pocky is a Mickey Mouse shape. Like the
that is definitely on brand for Disneyland.
Yeah, apparently they're super expensive too.
Jesus Christ! Well, yeah, I got this.
The
manufactured
is priced at $12.30
a box. Huh.
A
for
stick?
15 sticks.
Yeah, that's a box.
Yeah, that's
It's
still
usually like what, $4 or something?
Yeah, $4, right?
Yeah, like a regular box is like what, $3 or $4?
Domino's offers gold chopsticks to customers in Japan.
So you can eat your pizza with your chopsticks?
Made out of real gold?
Probably. That's how Japan works. They've got some very interesting money laundering schemes over there.
Where's the chopsticks?
Yes. And the prize goes to what? How did Domino's CEO get in here? Fucking hell! I just loaded these in. Whatever. Not even gonna read it. Moving on. Our 1-star Halloween mask from Amazon has arrived in mid-November. I want to read this.
Cool.
It's gonna be good. It's pretty cool.
Oh God, I'm so frightened.
So I love this title. Our 1-star Halloween mask from Amazon has arrived in mid-November. At least it sucks too. At the beginning of October, our staff was just getting into the Halloween spirit. It was then that our reporter, Masanuki Tsunekoma, searched Amazon Japan for this year's costume. But he also decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and find one with a 1-star review to write an article about, as he's known to do. Really? Has he done this before? Oh, that's not the same thing. He wasn't overly serious about Halloween anyway. And since it would only be used for a single day, it didn't really need to be all that good. The picture looked pretty cool, though, like a ghoulish alien. We can't show the actual page, so here's a sketch based on how Masanuki remembers the photo looking.
Why can't they show the page?
I don't
Pansies?
know. One review wrote, quote, "Don't buy it," which Masanuki took to mean it was so scary that he wouldn't be able to handle it. That was all he needed to hear, and he placed an order for 1 alien mask for $17.24 US. Then he waited. It wasn't until the 15th of November, my birthday, that a strange package from China arrived at Masanuki's doorstep. Our office decided not to hit the town like they usually do out of respect for calls not to gather in Shibuya this year. Okay. Our office decided not to hit the town like they usually do out of respect for calls not to gather in Shibuya this year. And Masanuki had forgotten that he even ordered a mask over a month earlier. He checked his Amazon history to make sure the package was something he actually had ordered and then realized what it was. There wasn't much he could do with it in the middle of November, but at least he could finally see the real thing. Oh. It didn't look scary as much as it did frail and sad. On top of that, aside from a few wrinkles, it had an amazingly healthy complexion. In some ways, it was an improvement over Masanuki's actual. I thought I was going to say his actual sketch. I mean, his actual skin. Masanuki, aren't alien monsters supposed to be pale and green with pus-filled sores all over? I love how they've got the eye holes that are just like abundantly obvious. The mask just stared at him blankly, as if equally baffled about what to do next. Even though it wasn't Halloween, not wearing a mask was denying it its right to exist. Masanuki felt bad for this ugly, but not scary, thing, and decided to have an impromptu mid-November freak-out in celebration of his online purchase. He quickly strung up some Halloween garland, unaware that it was actually Day of the Dead garland, and slowly came out for the grand veiling. So, how do I look? Hang on, let me check a mirror. Oh. There really were very few redeeming qualities about this mask. It was too tight in some parts and too loose in others, and someone made the odd design choice of not blending the eye holes with the mask's black eyes and instead putting them higher up and closer to the center of the mask. Now it looked like a slightly concerned monster with well-groomed eyebrows. On the other hand, it was so crappy that it kind of looked like those horribly crafted masks deranged killers such as Leatherface and Buffalo Bill made out of.
I was going to say Michael Myers.
Michael Myers, right? Yeah.
Like, do you know the story about the mask that they used in Michael Myers?
It was such a low budget film that they literally just went to the Halloween store and bought the cheapest mask they had and then spray painted it white or something like that.
It wasn't a Halloween store because they weren't filming in Halloween. It was like a mask store, and they had a mask of William Shatner, and it was the William Shatner mask was not. It was made. William Shatner said that they had taken a cast of his face to do some like scene in the show where his face melts.
Okay.
And so they reused that cast to make this mask of him. Wow. And then the show or the movie people took that mask and like degraded it even further to make the Michael Myers mask. But seeing him walk like that reminds me 100% of Michael Myers walking down the street.
Hold on, I gotta private chat something real quick.
I don't know why Sankaku doesn't make like actual videos and put like some semi-production into it where he like
they
dramatically.
Do. They have a YouTube channel.
Oh, so we're just bootlegging their content.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, is there YouTube in Japanese or in English?
Both. I think it's in Japanese.
Do they have thick accents?
When you see it. All right, great reaction.
I'm trying to get around the grammar here.
I see the resemblance.
My favorite part about the mask is the crease.
The hard crease that doesn't go away. They should have ironed it.
I think it's like plastic. They couldn't iron that. It would have ruined it.
Well, it would have made it look like Michael Myers. No.
Still, it wasn't Halloween, so what was the point of all this? Don't buy it. It was such a simple message, but he was too blinded by his own optimism to see it for what it was. Do you think that's mid-throw, or do you think it actually bounced off the ground when he... Perhaps some heroic worker at the factory that makes this horrible mask was trying to do Masanuki a favor by sending it too late, knowing that even a half-assed costume slapped together at the last minute would have been better than this. If so, thank you, crappy mask factory worker, whoever you are. Whoo, wait. Oh, no, this is just... Yeah, oh, there it is. Why couldn't you... God, it looks so much better on the...
So much creepier.
The holes are like above the eyes.
Why couldn't they show this? They said, "Oh, we can't show the actual."
Because it would have ruined the reveal.
Oh, that's what I mean.
Got
It's
one
nothing
star.
like this. Okay. All right. Misc news.
Yeah, I don't see this Sankaku Complex YouTube you speak of. All I see is
Sora News 24.
Wait, what?
You looking up Sankaku Complex?
I don't know. Use both sites.
Sora News 24 or Rocket News 24.
Oh.
Japanese Twitter user shares a genius level tip for drawing manga characters in skirts. Do you think these look cool? Did they look like what you'd expect a girl wearing a skirt?
They all kind of look weird for
Not
some
really.
reason. The angles.
It look like they're made of paper, like a skirt made of paper. That's what it looks like.
Well, I wonder
Amazing.
why.
Great job, Ranelin. You
Is that
were
what they are?
right on the money. Yeah. Look.
You're not looking at the video feed?
I am, but I'm not reading
paper.
what it's saying. Okay, yeah, tissue
I
paper.
mean, it's clearly it's clearly rolled up paper on freaking chopsticks with.
At best, it looks like a coffee filter.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. I thought it was a cool idea, but yeah. Facebook construction site sends 1,300 workers home over porta potty racial slur. In a move that may hardly prove shocking in the current oversensitive era of the world, 1,300 employees present at a Facebook construction site were sent home after graffiti containing a racial slur was found etched into a porta potty, with there even being a $50,000 reward for those who managed to finger the Antandra. Kill a blank. Oh, what could it say?
Well, it said racial, so
The location in question, a Facebook data center construction site in Utah, had a porta potty for workers to use, and the message, "Kill a blank day, 11/29," was etched on the inside of the door. Graffiti that could be found literally anywhere and will perhaps demonstrate just how out of tune with reality those in charge are. Mortensen Construction informed its 1,300 workers about the slur threat combo and sent them home, additionally offering a $50,000 bounty as an incentive for justice seekers to catch the dangerous criminal or perhaps turn themselves in for easy cash.
Dangerous criminal.
Hey, I did it. I'll take that 50 grand.
Isn't that like the meme that's like, oh, Spartacus will be exiled to the island of whores, and it's like, who is Spartacus? I'm Spartacus. I'm Spartacus.
So based on the number of stars, I assume it was the N word.
yeah. Well,
Right.
racial slur.
I can only imagine.
Cracker?
Yeah,
I would
yeah,
laugh if it was.
Facebook is going to close down the site because Killer Cracker
ERS.
Day. They already celebrate that.
Crackers
So
had
Meta-
one more letter than.
Honky?
Okay, anyway, Meta, formerly Facebook, has zero tolerance for any racist acts. While this is a challenge facing the entire industry,
Okay.
we're working with our general contractors to implement measures to help prevent people from scrawling racial graffiti in
How
freaking
much you want to
Fortnite.
bet that the person that took the picture is the person that made the message?
Bingo. Right?
Yeah. We at Facebook will now implement a policy where we have mandatory 24/7
Insemination.
surveillance inside the bathroom
Yeah, no,
stalls, just to make sure no one graffitis on the bathroom stalls anymore.
Wow.
No,
we will
seriously,
hire
it's like-
3 people
It's like,
to.
what? And the winner is, wait a minute, how did the Domino CEO get in this polling? Oh, I guess they get all that gold. Same thing here. It's like, what? And the person who gets the $50,000 reward, what? Mark Zuckerberg, right? You know, like, anyway.
I'm just saying, 9 times out of 10 cases like this, it's the person that took the picture is the one that.
Yeah. It's true. Like how any intelligent observer would judge the situation, it was stated that the threat wasn't specific to any individual, and there is no evidence that the threat will be carried out.
It's not even
the construction site was described to be a secure area, and that the graffiti was likely an inside job. Mortensen Construction's lengthy statement. Mortensen's priority is the safety and welfare of our team members and all people on our projects. We're investigating bias-motivated graffiti found today on the Eagle Mountain project site. We strongly condemn any form of racism or bigotry, and we have a clear, zero-tolerance, anti-harassment, anti-discrimination policy. Mortensen takes this matter very seriously, and we reported it to local authorities.
I've contacted National Homeland Security.
Right, Homeland Security and law enforcement. Thanks for the tweet. I screenshot it and sent it to I will not be harassed.
So what are they going to do? Take the outhouse for evidence?
Do you think that they got paid for the day that they had to take off work?
Probably not. Although legally they should have.
Because if they did, I guarantee you, the next time they come back, oh no, the N-word was written on the underside of the toilet seat too. Oh, I guess I'll just go home.
Someone wrote the N-word on my ass cheek.
I don't know about I assume that's California, but here, if you get called onto a job and you work for,
this was in Utah, but yes.
Okay. Well, if you get called onto a job, it might be different, I guess, for depending on how it is. But like, there's minimum hours that you have to work. So, like, if they found that at the beginning of the day and they sent everyone home,
all I'm saying
you're paying me
if
for
Facebook
minimum
is going to send
amount
home
of hours.
1,300 workers, not just the people working in that sector of the construction site. I mean,
imagine they send all of the people at their campus home. Like we're in California. We hear that in Utah there's been an issue at one of our construction sites. We're all grieving, so we must send everyone home for the day.
Imagine making a big deal about this instead of just renting another porta potty and getting rid of this one, right? I mean, granted, because it's kill a blank day, like, you could take that as a veiled threat of some kind. And all right, well, maybe, I mean, because but you should give them the 29th off then. Oh boy!
Just take some like magic marker, permanent Sharpie, color that in.
No, just turn it into Kiss.
But wasn't it like carved into it or something?
I think it was written. Yeah, it's with a Sharpie.
It looked like a Sharpie.
Well, this could have been from November 29th last year. You don't know. They didn't put a date on there or a year on there. Anyway, so we stopped work today to immediately and directly address the situation with team members
and make sure we eliminated on-site. No.
Underscore our team's anti-harassment policy and restate our expectations for conduct on site. There is a $50,000 reward for information leading to the identification of the individuals responsible. So I like the idea that, well, I'll just say, when I worked at the warehouse, every day there was a new N-word written in the background. Or anywhere, like all over the place, because we had markers were something that we were assigned on the job to mark off the priority dots for inbound cases. And so because everybody had a marker, they had all sorts of quotes and crap that they wrote. One of the bins had like Iron Man versus Lex Luthor, and people would put like a tally mark of who would win. And then right next to that bin was Riley Reid versus some other porn star, right? It's like they would have a poll going.
How do you regulate that? What if someone puts in multiple votes?
Like, yeah. The point is
the key thing that you take away from it.
The point is that when you have a soulless job that you can't escape from, people find a way to keep themselves busy.
But how can you regulate the bathroom stall race of popularity when
that's why voter ID is so important.
We need cameras in the bathroom to make sure that Lex Luthor isn't winning his battles unfairly.
I'm doing a quick Twitter advanced search for 1 moment containing these words.
What, the N-word?
This just in. Lex Luthor wins the bathroom stall race by some mail-in ballots.
I work with some exceptionally sophisticated individuals, truly the great poets of our time. Oh, for those of you who are uninitiated, NWA, the A is supposed to stand for attitude. I was heartbroken to see it had been further defaced later in the year.
I'm going to need a writing sample of every one of the 1,400 employees, and now we're going to check every person's writing sample.
The thing is that I love about this is that it says NWA. That was written by Employee 1. Employee 2 came in here and filled out the lower part. Then Employee 3 comes in here with a pen.
Arrow. Gay.
Oh, that was the best. I had one that said somebody wrote Trump like 2020 or something, right? And somebody wrote they wrote Trump will be president. This was back in like from 2016 or whatever. And they put, I think it just said make America great again, like MAGA or whatever. And somebody put no Trump 2020. So I took a black marker to the blue and I put a comma after the no. So it says no Trump 2020. I did shit like that to stuff all the time. I corrected people's grammar. I would use a red marker. Anyway, that's how I kept myself from going insane. All right, so
correcting punctuation, not graffiti.
You gotta give them marks, add the comma, -1 mark.
-1, yeah.
Spelling mistake, -2 marks.
You have to put your
another thing. I think I have a photo of it somewhere. It was there were multiple on that of the anti-Trump thing, and it was hilarious because it was so easy with the minimalist changes in grammar to make it say the opposite of what they were trying to. It was like 3 or 4 in a row, and all I remember is no Trump 2020. Anyway, so Mortensen and Meta, formerly Facebook, are committed to creating a culture of inclusion, fostering a diverse workforce, and to maintaining an environment where dignity and respect for everyone on our project is paramount. So, Public Information Officer with the Utah County Sheriff's Office, Sergeant Spencer Cannon, reported the matter on Twitter, which initiated one reply stating, and led Cannon to issue the following response with no solid evidence. Quote, but we must recognize the fact that people aren't generally writing bathroom wall graffiti that says kill a cracker. So in that light, your statement is insensitive at the very least. And kept to yourself.
Someone should have just written "Kill a Cracker Day" underneath that one.
It's funny that the joke that we were talking about earlier has now come up in the article.
I can't wait until. I both would find it really funny, but also really sad if after the 29th that we have a follow-up article about the number of people killed. I would not I think there is a very strong likelihood we will have a follow-up article that says that the person who reported it turned out to have been the one who wrote it. And then the question will be, Sankaku Complex will put this question in there. But did they get the 50K? All right. So a stalker was uncovered after committing a hit and run while driving the victim's car. So suspect becomes victim in a bizarre twist of fate. In May of this year, boy, this feels really insensitive.
Hey, I gotta back out.
Look what happened in Wisconsin the other day. In May of this year.
Talk to you guys next time.
Right
Good
on,
one.
Good night.
Have a good one.
Good night.
In May of this year, a hit-and-run incident occurred in Shiso City in Hyogo Prefecture that left a man seriously injured with broken ribs. Police managed to track down the compact car involved and contacted its owner. However, she denied involvement, saying that she didn't even drive on the day of the incident. Subsequent investigations were conducted and found that not only was the owner of the car not the one responsible for the hit and run, but she was another of his victims. Police found that a suspicious man had been seen wandering around the car owner's home from about January to August of that year. A search of the woman's residence also revealed that it was bugged, and whoever installed the listening device had stolen the keys to her car as well, so that he could drive it around town. It isn't clear how many times that occurred before the hit and run he committed inside her car revealed his activities. This ultimately led police to the 40-year-old president of a heavy machinery company and arrested him for a wide range of crimes. He reportedly admitted to them, telling police that he wanted to know everything about his victim in order to get her attention. It was also discovered that the suspect and victim had been high school classmates, leaving the possibility open that acts like these could have been going on for a much longer time. The sheer depth of crimes that went unnoticed for so long left nearly all readers of the news feeling uncomfortable. Quote, "That is utterly repulsive. That's just terrifying and messed up." Did he just become interested in her now, or was this going on for 20 years? If this was a movie plot, I'd say it was too far-fetched. This is disgusting. I feel so bad for women. White knight alert. So he's the president of a company. Here comes the old stress excuse, right? Am I right, fellas? If the hit and run victim happens to die, this guy might have committed every crime in existence at once. Wow, that's a stretch. Did he jaywalk while driving?
Did he rape while driving?
The list of charges,
murder, embezzlement,
must be rather long at this point. But reports mentioned theft, hit and run, loitering, and violations of anti-stalking laws as only a few. There is also the sinking feeling that the full extent of this person's stalking activities have yet to be seen. That's when they discovered the semen in the car. It's an important reminder to not take anything unusual you might notice about your home and belongings for granted. Even something as simple as shoes feeling odd could end up being something far more sinister. Wow. That article didn't end up as funny as I thought. Okay, moving on. Okay. I haven't read this article yet, but it's deeply troubling to me. Here come the mice in black. Kyoto University experiment removes mouse memories with light.
How do they determine the memories of the mice?
Right? Scientists use flashes of light in the brain to really wipe away memories in mice. Ironically, few things stick in the memory of those who watched the 1997 blockbuster Men in Black, like the neuralizer. It's a fictional tool that, once directed at a hapless witness to supernatural or alien phenomenon, emits a quick burst of light that wipes away the memory of whatever they saw. It feels at least semi-plausible, right? Really good fiction can make you suspend your belief. And since it's disorienting to get a light flash in your eye, it's easy to make the leap that certain kinds of light flashes might affect your memory. No, actually, I'm not following here. But there's no scientific basis for that fact, obviously. It's just a movie, isn't it? Well, a recent study from Kyoto University has made things a little more complicated with their recent research on mice. The findings were published on November 11th in a paper for Science titled, quote, "Stepwise synaptic plasticity events drive the early phase of memory consolidation."
Science paper people should go talk to the light
to the
novel.
Light novel. What is this? A synopsis of your findings? Hold on, I got it, guys. Stepwise synaptic plasticity events drive the early phase of memory consolidation in another world. The scientists managed to relax newly created synapses, the neural connections responsible for forming memories. The study involved mice learning that if they entered a dark chamber annexed to their bright habitat, they would receive an electric shock. Mice learned that they would be shocked upon entering and thus became cautious and fearful around the dark chamber. Those that had their memories undone with the treatment would instead bound into the dark chamber happily, as though they had never been exposed. I like the idea that they're literally just getting electrocuted, right? They're literally shocking them, and they're like, "Well, it's the light we flashed on them, the one that gave them a seizure that made them run away again in their disoriented state back into the damn tunnel." Like. They achieved this result by using a protein derived from sea anemones that produces destructive oxygen atoms in response to light.
Sea anemone semen.
Semen enemies. Semen enemies.
Semen enemies.
So it wasn't just light then. They had to be injected with this shit.
Oh, this protein was introduced to the mice by way of a harmless virus. What?
I accidentally used myself.
Well, I'm glad you came back as Footnote.
Yeah, I saw my doppelganger there.
Someday, this podcast will make so much money that I will be able to pay for the guest account for both of you, so you don't have to share it anymore.
But sharing is half the kink.
Oh.
From what I hear, if you're ever in a situation where you're banging two chicks at once, if you exit one chick, the other chick will value you removing and putting on a new condom before entering.
Okay, then.
Just some words of wisdom for situations you will perhaps never find yourselves in.
I mean, that just seems like common sense, doesn't it?
Is this advice from experience?
No, this is I saw one of those.
How
YouTube
is the
shorts.
happy marriage going, by the way?
This is one of those. I saw one of those YouTube shorts that blank of Reddit. What is the blah 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 thing? Like, you know,
Is that what Tyrone did? Courtesy for you.
How am I a chicken and a biscuit now?
I mean, I'm Rich 253 FDM.
I am a fucking Cheez-It if I have ever been a cracker.
Oh, well, we're all crackers here. I mean,
I just got it. Okay. Where was I? Where was the semen enemy? Okay. They achieved this result by using a protein derived from sea anemones that produces destructive oxygen atoms in response to light exposure. This protein was introduced to the mice by way of a harmless virus. After editing the protein to reduce the damaging effects from the oxygen atoms. Damn, it sure would suck if the world's population was having something like this inflicted on us by a virus.
But once they get the light in our skulls, we'll forget about it.
Well, remember Trump said that we should use light to treat the lungs. Rather than damaging neural pathways, now they just relax them, preventing recently formed memories from being recalled. So literally what this is, guys, the scientists are trying to take credit for something that mankind has already solved. If you don't want to remember recent memories, you just gotta get blackout drunk. Right? If you can help me forget the past, then I might pay for that shit. All right. New memories are created from experience, like the experience of the mice entering the dark room and receiving a shock. These memories are transferred through the brain via sleep, where they enter the long-term memory. In the case of this experiment, a mouse was injected with a modified supernova protein and had an optic fiber inserted into its brain to stimulate it with light.
Wow, that's crazy. I'll be right back.
Wow, that's way more invasive than the one from Men in Black, right?
Guys, who's signing up to get those optic cables stuck into their brain?
Pardon me while fetch a picture.
Day one?
Facebook, Oculus. Oh, what? Google is like hide. There, I found it. Tell me about your mind control.
Oh God!
Have you never seen this image before?
No, this VR orgy. Oh my God!
Was that at the metaverse?
And Mark,
no, this is like so old.
Oh, is it old? Okay.
Yeah, this is from like forever ago.
And dude, Mark's expression's like, yes, my plan
this
is
article that this is from 5 years old. More than 5 years old.
He needs that mask on. That the Halloween mask.
Oh, little Sasuke Fortnite dance in the corner too. Okay, where was I? Okay.
Optic
After
nerve.
introducing it to the shock chamber with other control mice, this mouse had its brain stimulated with light right after it was shocked. So it's like literally, I love this. It's like it was just like Men in Black. We hooked up a light bulb directly into his brain. We flashed out his memory, and that stupid idiot walked back into the tunnel and got shocked. No. Another way to observe this is we severely damaged that mouse's brain to the point where he wanted to die. Right? Like, where was it? All right, so after introducing it to the shock chamber with the other control mice, this mice had its brain stimulated with light right after it was shocked so that the newly learned information would be deleted. After sleeping and returning to the room, it didn't demonstrate fear as the other mice did. The scientist, Leroy Jenkins, the other scientists also tried erasing the memory another way by flashing light onto another part of the brain, one that summons more distant memories. 2 days after the learning experience, they managed to erase what the mouse had learned. After 25 days, however, it had been too long and the memories had consolidated within the brain. The field of studying light sensitivities in neurons is called optogenics. Previous studies by optogenicists have concerned the whole brain rather than specific areas where new memories might be formed. This study, though, concerns the specific time window where memories are created. Rather than existing as a single physical concept inside the brain, memories are actually thought to be recalled by cross-referencing various different neural highways, which might explain why certain memories are triggered by certain smells or sounds.
Dude, if you look on the left, you see memories 3 times in a row. It's all what do they call it? It's the freaking subliminal messaging to buy memories from discotheque.
Memories.
Yeah.
I was like, do you mean the right? Or
are we?
Dragon Ball
is there any new information past this point?
Is being studied at Kyoto University. Okay.
Is there any new information past this point? Because we kind of just get the blackout drunk point.
It's only 2 paragraphs left, so I'm just going to get through it. Using the knowledge derived from early experiments, the 12 authors of this study, I'm not going to read your goddamn names, successfully showed that long-term memory formation can be stopped or even reverted in a localized window. Online reactions have likened the procedure to something out of Doraemon, where the SCP Foundation joked, do me a favor and get rid of the last 10 years and express concern about unsavory uses for the technology. Theoretically, as long as the synapses for specific memories can be determined and the technique performed in a timely manner, it could possibly be used in treating sufferers of PTSD and other forms of mental trauma. For the time being, though, this research is limited solely to mice. If you'd rather improve your memory than lose it, you might want to read up on the benefits of coffee. Okay.
I just want to...
Okay.
Sorry, finish your sentence.
Though we can't remember... Okay, great. All right, go ahead.
I just want to say, oh yeah, they're saying, we might be able to use this in the future. Okay, yeah. We're just going to inject people with this virus so that they have this stupid bacteria thing in their brain. And then
wouldn't it be a shame if it was a pandemic of this virus?
And then eventually, when that virus spreads throughout the population and everyone has this thing in their brain, then if someone wants to forget something, they can come to our lab. We're going to shove something in their eyeball, that goes down into their brain, and then we're going to flash some light at them, and then they can go do whatever they want to do, and then they'll forget it. That sounds like a great technology that's just going to catch
at least it's not shoving something in your ass.
If I really wanted to forget, liquor store is right there.
Like the PTSD thing, I was thinking well, if they use that on them and the memory does come back, won't it just hit them that much harder?
But it said it doesn't even work on long-term stuff. If the memory has had time...
If I could forget the monstrosity behind us, that would definitely pay for it.
Well, what if
telling me I could pay to forget about
the PTSD people? Okay. They just need to, I don't know, cut off their whole brain. They'll forget.
So speaking of forget, was there? I don't know if we probably asked this before, but is there a series, one series you would love to forget just so you can watch it again and have that experience all over again?
Terminator 2, yes. That's a deep callback to the 3rd video I put on the channel.
Star Wars.
That's a really hard one.
The David Audacity. Honestly though, if you experienced the original Star Wars today, I think it would hit real different.
Probably.
You know what I mean? Because you've already seen all the things that have benefited from standing on its shoulders.
Right.
To the point now where it would just feel like a cheap
whatever.
That's pretty
good with the.
So you could argue that about anything, but I assumed that it was under the guise of you would have the knowledge of, let's say, or you would have the knowledge that you had then when you first watched it. So it's like anything that you could, imagine it from.
Well, I would like to erase and re-experience.
Erased? No.
What?
Minecraft.
Oh, yeah.
There is if you've never played it, there is a magical aspect of
playing
not knowing how the mechanics of the game work in terms of how mob spawning works and all that, where you start to figure things out because the mobs seem like they're coming from far away when nighttime comes. So you start building a wall, right? And then they start spawning inside the walls, and there's just there's a great, I have a memory of when I first started playing it, when I found my first mob spawner and I had no idea what it was. And it took me so long to actually get in there and get it. And then I broke it and it didn't drop an item. And I was heartbroken because I thought I was going to get to take a monster cage with me. But
I liked Minecraft, but there was so much stuff that you had to learn, and having to relearn it, I didn't find that part enjoying.
What do you mean relearn it? Like the recipes?
Recipes, what's it called? The circuitry crap.
Redstone?
Yeah,
Which keeps
redstone.
changing. Yeah.
All that kind of
That's
stuff.
why you play with mods.
What year did you start playing it? Out of curiosity, roughly.
Would have been around 2011.
I think I started like 20.
It was still in the beta because I got it
Yeah.
for like the $5 like
Yeah,
infinite updates.
The reason I ask is because I started playing it.
Or it might have been the alpha still.
Yeah, actually, I probably started playing it around the same time. Now, I was thinking it would be way later, but actually, it might have been around the same time. It wasn't like there was so little in the game. Like right after I started playing, they introduced jungles, right? So it was
Yeah,
it was wild.
yeah.
And
it was I had played before they introduced biomes, so
right. So
yeah.
In terms of like, there weren't a lot of recipes and stuff. I'll just say this: they have just a quick note on it. The update that is coming out, I think on the 30th, maybe the 29th, they have completely overhauled the entire engine of the game for this update. And they've done so much to it in terms of like, there's a recipe book now, so you don't have to memorize anything. You can literally just type in the thing you want to.
But that was a mod
to make and all that. It's almost. I mean, it is a whole new game. And it's pretty incredible.
They also overhauled the the Nether update was pretty big too. They overhauled the Nether.
Massive change. Although one thing I'll say about the Nether is I got to play the Nether at a time when gas were a lot louder, right? And there was this weird thing about it where I was like, I don't want to say like I was actually terrified, but it was a different experience, because the thing about gas back then is that they didn't take damage from lava, but they responded like they did. So they would just fly around and go under a lava waterfall and just be like, like it was the weirdest atmosphere to just be trying to go around this place and just hear this like these things just screaming in agony, right? It was such a great experience. And then, of course, one of my favorite memes for Minecraft is just going to go see what's over that hill. And lost, right? Like, which was my experience in the Nether for the first time. It was like, oh, what's that over there? And I lost my fort.
I take it you also started doing what I did, where you build an absurdly tall tower to find your way.
Yes, of course. What are you, stupid? Of course.
So I just looked in my email to find my receipt, and I bought Minecraft 2011 October 10th.
What did you search for your email?
Mojang.
Can you just go to the earliest one?
To answer Reese's question, I think for the most part, I wouldn't want to forget whatever like shows I watched, especially long shows, because it's like the longer the show, it's almost like a hassle to get through it. And when you're going through a show and you don't know like where the ending is and all that kind of stuff, like I don't know if now I'd have the patience to watch it when there's so much shit in the world today.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas back then, like, you know, you could put up with Dragon Ball being super fillery, right?
So let's simplify the question.
But I was just gonna say, but the one thing that I would, after thinking about it, would be Princess Mononoke.
The only one I can think of off the top of my head that I don't have weird feelings of, like, I don't know about that, is Baka and Test.
Well,
and as for video games, Breath of the Wild. That's an amazing game, and a lot of it
I still haven't beaten it.
Still stuck on Twilight Princess. So let's simplify the question, because I took it literally and said, look, when it comes to Star Wars, if you were to just erase the element of Star Wars from your brain and see it again, it won't hit the same way.
So the
But let's
problem
just
with
say
that is
Right.
all of these what is it? So say Gundam.
We're assuming you forget
can't
all
watch
of the
first Gundam.
No, it's beyond that. What I'm trying to say is because look, if I took my favorite series, Lupin Part 2, and I was to erase it from my memory and get to watch it again fresh, if I had to watch it today, I would watch it in like 10-second increments with my kids, like bothering me every second. It wouldn't be the same. So I'm going to simplify the question and say the experience optimally that you got to watch it from originally, if you got to do that again, which is literally just the question being, what experience watching an anime or playing a video game or whatever did you enjoy so much that you wish you could have that same exact experience again?
I don't want to be a basic bitch too, but like Code Geass did come to mind. I don't want to watch.
I didn't want to list that either.
So I chose Star Wars because that's.
Tell me, let's make it more on brand for the podcast. Which hentai would you like to experience?
Oh, okay.
Space Pirate Sarah?
Is One Piece happening? No.
I mean, legitimately, those ones, like, if you keep watching the same one over again, it gets stale and old.
Well, that's the point of saying which one you experience.
If you could have the first nut over again.
Yeah.
Episode 3.
If you could
Do you remember your first nut?
Oh, this is so great. Mr. Nice Guy's dad actually liked Gintama the very final. That's amazing. His Mr. Nice Guy's name is in the credits of that movie. So
I have looked in my email, and I have found my receipt from PayPal, paying Mojang €9.95, which was $14 Canadian.
Oh, you got it cheaper than me.
And it was dated October 12th, 2010.
Oh, so you got it like literally a year before me.
Mine was like February 2012. So I was. I know I was late.
You're late and gay to the party.
You want to know what got me to? So my wife played it long before I did. And she wanted me to play it, and I was a stubborn asshole and didn't actually play it.
She is a true gamer.
And then when what finally got me to play it was JonTron's World Tour.
You guys are just Minecraft noobs, all right?
Yeah,
I'm the veteran.
This noob has a 126 episode Let's Play series.
I am the veteran Minecraft player here.
No, you're just a Nazi because Minecraft.
Minecraft.
Oh, did you turn view bobbing on?
What's that?
So you can.
I guess I did see
in
that
the settings. There's view bobbing, which is the thing that makes your character kind of sway when you walk. If you turn that off, it feels like you're in creative mode, where it doesn't bob at all. That would probably help you a lot.
I do not have motion sickness. Like, when I've played so many games, I'm playing Splitgate right now. Okay, like religiously almost. And in Splitgate, if anyone's ever played it, you're portaling around. You're turning like so fast. Like you're trying to turn super fast and like send a portal onto a wall, then spin around 180 degrees.
You have enhanced mobility, so you can like semi-fly with a jetpack, and you can jump.
Yeah, but that's not my point. I mean, you're correct. You can jump around, you can do all this stuff. But my point is, you're spinning around in your for your character to get a portal onto a wall on the opposite side of the map, and then spin back around to get to a wall that you're close to walk just to set up the second portal, and then portal through and across, and then quickly portal somewhere else, and you're constantly changing your frame of reference. And this game does not bother me at all. And I've never been bothered by any game where I'm like, oh my god, I feel sick. But just recently, I started playing Subliminal. Subliminal. It's a game where you make
love.
Like you can pick up an object, and based off of like the perspective of your camera, when you pick it up, the object will change size in the world.
Yeah,
I think it's called Subliminal. Subliminal. And they have these weird like portal doors. They're not portal doors. They're doors that like if you go through it, you can't be carrying anything. It'll like force drop you. But it's got this like weird wavy pattern, and I don't know if it was just that or something else in the game, but I could not play it. It was the first game I was like, I'm getting severe motion sickness off this game. I had to turn it off.
I'm looking for something that I wish I had already found like 10 minutes ago, because it would have.
Have you guys ever had issues with motion sickness in games?
Can't say I have, but I'm dying to try VR.
No.
Oh, okay. I don't count that because I did have some motion sickness in VR, but like I don't count that.
I don't think I've ever had motion sickness in a video game.
It's called superliminal. Sorry, not sub.
I've had some issues with like orientation, like where I had a hard time, like I didn't feel grounded, you know, but like not like I was feeling sick, but just like it was frustrating because I couldn't figure out. Like it felt like it should have been easier than it was. You know?
Yeah.
To orient myself. Anyway, boy, I sure wish I had found the stupid. Is this it? No.
What made you stop playing Breath of the Wild?
This is kind of a me problem. So when I played Skyrim, I did a ton of stuff, played many hours, and I had the only quest that I really the quest I was at was I just talked to the Greybeards. So literally, like for main quests, the only otherwise I was doing all side quests, all side crap. Like I just go around and I just do whatever. And I think Breath of the Wild, I was more or less doing the same thing. I think I got to the place I left off. I was in the middle of nowhere, and I don't know if the guys were like somewhat highish level, and I'm like, okay. And then I don't know, it just stopped. It's not that I didn't like it. I liked it. I think the biggest problem with Breath of the Wild I had was like, God, the performance sucks ass on Switch because it's never stable. It's seemingly.
Yeah. I mean,
I was waiting for the Switch Pro.
Where it was bad,
but it hasn't come out. A Switch Pro hasn't come out yet.
I stayed super like spoiler free for that game, and besides a couple of the trailers, but like just exploring the world, it's like one of the first Zelda games where they don't tell you where to. Well, they tell you where to go, but like they don't force you to go that way. And there's like once you get off the starting zone, you can go basically anywhere. And they have like a hint. They're like, you know, hey, you know, this guy wants to see you over here. And every time they did that, I'd be like, I want to go the other direction.
I mean, that kind of sounds like me.
Every time they'd be like, he's up that hill. And it's like, okay, I see a path to go up that hill. I would go like around the mountain and climb up the hill the other way.
Pretend I had brought this up when you guys were discussing being disoriented and I was talking about Minecraft still.
Oh, he Thanos snapped you with his foot.
Episode 100 of my Let's Play series.
You can fall downstairs?
No, you cannot fall downstairs.
So what the fuck happened there?
So what I did was, obviously I added the dwarf in post, right? That wasn't from a mod or anything. So what I did was I ran down the stairs. So this is back. Do you remember when Minecraft had the what do you call that? The Twitch integration where you literally just hook up your account and then you hit a button and it would start streaming you to Twitch?
That was probably after I stopped playing.
So for a while they had this, and it was freaking great because what I did was I did my recording of this event by literally just running down the stairs. But I was in spectator mode on my alt account and streaming to Twitch with the heads-up display on that has like your coordinates. And I recorded it by putting it to Twitch, right? So I had the pre-recorded like run that I was able to just play normally, and then I had the version that had the coordinates on it. So what I did is I took all those coordinates and I put them in a command block sequence so that I could push my character frame by frame to the spots I was for the original recording.
Command block
added a rotation
sequence?
so that my head was looking further and further down. And then what happens is once you get to a certain point, your character turns around and looks the other way and then starts looking up and then spins and then looks down. So all you have to do is for the frames after you turn around until you turn back around is rotate them and flip them upside down. So what I did was I went there and I took a screenshot for each of those. And then I went and I went up into the sky in creative mode, and I just pulled my mouse around like crazy. So my hands went, with the view bobbing effect, and I color corrected them to look like they were in the nether and put them back in with a green screen or a blue screen, technically using the sky for the hands. And then I put the texture for my feet on my hands and did it again to get the feet in the middle.
Oh, don't look at his hands.
Right. Right. So there's a video you can see I'll link it to you. If you look at here, the clip is from a VFX integrated micro video to make, right? So you can watch the actual video. And then the much more interesting thing is the breakdown on how we did it.
So after all of this, you're telling me that none of this was really in-game. It was mostly just a machinima.
It's all fake.
Yeah, so that was the problem, is that my claim to fame on YouTube never happened due to the fact that when I released the first VFX integrated Minecraft video, literally what I did is I used professional 3D motion tracking software to get a 3D camera that I tracked using footage of Minecraft, and I was able to animate the sequence and render out the character with the camera lined up perfectly to a Minecraft world, right? But the problem was when I did that, we did such a good job on the first video that everybody in the comments is asking what mod, because they thought it was a mod, right?
Yeah.
Do they want the tripping mod?
It was the first video didn't have the tripping. That was what we did. You have to watch the thing, but basically in episode 100, the original idea for the video felt kind of anticlimactic, so I added this little bit at the end, and I don't know, it was totally worth it because it was pretty funny, and got me lots of upvotes on Reddit once upon a time. Anyway, so that should have I should have had this on cue and be like, boom, clicked on it as soon as you talk about being disoriented. So I've interrupted you, and I've got to go to bed. So I will let you guys go. You guys can keep talking. That's cool with me. Just don't show any titties if we go over 6 hours, all right?
Damn it.
Don't show your titties. Unless Satan 666 shows up in the chat, in which case FDM, it's about time.
You have full authority to nip away.
All right. And also, I just want to remind you, in case this image of Ed gets on your nerves, the palette cleanser is still here, so you can utilize that from time to time. All right. I'll catch you guys later.
See you.
Yep.
Is wording utilize?
So now what?
I don't know. Are we done? Was the idea that we were going to go over the last couple links? Were there more links?
There were, but I guess he decided to end it after he realized, oh, damn it, I really prolonged this conversation by saying, what is your favorite nut you'd like to re-nut?
That was my fault. Yeah, sorry about that. Oh, well.
Oh, Reese, you're fired. No.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he did decide to talk about
Minecraft for
Minecraft. Well, that, but also the Cowboy Bebop. You guys talked about that.
Yeah,
for
we
like
talked. Well, that
hours.
was the whole plan to talk about
yeah.
the live action.
I know, but not 3 hours.
Yeah.
I was falling asleep.
Yes.
Which I'm glad we did that at the start of the podcast instead of at the end of the podcast when the falling asleep thing is a lot more prevalent.
We need to like cut that out, make it its own clip, and do the naming scheme that It's a Gundam does, which is like going over this in autistic detail or whatever.
Well,
Oh,
are we gonna end the show? I guess.
I'll leave it to FDM's discretion.
We might as well.
I suppose.
All right.
All right. Well.
Play
See
the
you guys
outro.
next week. We'll be talking about the real Cowboy Bebop.
See you in space, cowgirls.
Following that will be Lost Star.
All right. Even though I'm pretty sure we've gone over like virtually everything in Cowboy Bebop, both of them, besides the lesbian scene that I request we watch next time. But
I'm probably not. I might rewatch Outlaw Star, but I definitely won't be rewatching Space Dandy.
oh, come on, man.
I didn't care for it. I watched it, and I was like, I have no reason I want to watch this again, so I sold my sets. So
because it's great. All right. We'll catch you guys next time then.
All right, you and FTM.
Till next time.
All right. I shall.